Good morning. Try that again. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you. My name is Katie Pereira, and I'm a member of the conference programming team here at South by Southwest. Before we get to the reason you're all here, one quick housekeeping note. If there is an event that you really want to attend, a conference session or a film and TV festival showcase, make sure you grab a South by Express pass to get in the front of the line. But while you're really here, it is truly my pleasure to introduce our first speaker in the room today. Amy Webb is the founder and CEO of the Future Today Institute. She has been releasing her annual Emerging Tech Trends report for 17 years, many of those here on the South by Southwest stage. Settle in because Amy is going to run you through all of the trends you need to be keeping an eye on for the next year. She also will have a book signing down in our bookstore on the 3rd floor at 12 p.m. Please welcome back to the South by Southwest stage, Amy Webb.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Let's make sure this works. There's a lot of cameras up here. So I'm having a little technical glitch. Mike or Noel, can you see if my remote... I may need to, I'll come right back though. So you guys stay situated. We'll do the entrance in just a moment. Give me 1 sec. It's the worst, it's gonna be worth the wait, I promise. And this is probably my fault, not their fault, so I'll be right back. Take 2. All right. So, just really quickly, if I may, so we've all been in situations where the tech got all screwy, and everybody likes to blame the AV and tech people. This is not the case. I forced South by here. We'll just do a little quick thing before I get started. I am annoying to all conferences where I speak because I will not send my presentation in advance. Yeah. Oh, some of you are like, oh shit. Here's why. Because you people, some of you stood online for like, I saw Instagram posts from 7 o'clock this morning. Who were the fools that were on the line? Okay. Here's the deal. I'm kind of at a point in my life where time is more valuable than anything else. And if you have invested your time, that is so humbling to me. My obligation is to make sure that every single second that you spend with me or spend waiting for me is 100% worth it. For that reason, I tend to edit and screw around with my presentation up until the moment when I deliver it, which gives the tech people a heart attack because I won't give it in advance. So this is my way of saying, Noelle and Mike, who are backstage, who I actually see on the road because they're out, and I've worked with these guys now for I think like 20 years. They're the best in class. This was not them. This was me forcing them to use my machine. Okay, I assure you. So let's all give them a round of applause. Yeah. Okay. Now I can say good morning. Good morning, everybody. So I think it was the Brazilians who got up at the crack of dawn. Now, yes. So I don't know if you know anything about Brazil, but that's basically like the worst possible thing to ask a Brazilian to get up at the crack of dawn and wait like that. So. Bom dia a todos, meus amigos do Brasil. Obrigada. All right, now I know there's some Germans in the room. You guys were like, it's supposed to open at 10 o'clock. We were here at 10 o'clock. We don't understand why the rules are being broken. How many of you are from Deutschland? All right, guten Morgen, meine deutsche Freundin. And there's like one Japanese dude somewhere sitting in here who's like, I don't know what the fuck is going on. These Americans are crazy. So, ohayou gozaimasu, yoroshiku onegaishimasu. All right, that's all I got. How many of you are at South by for the very first time? Okay, so you missed the memo. You're supposed to clap and make noise. It's not that type of conference where you have to, it's fine. This is the best place on earth, for real. I have been coming here for almost 20 years now, and there's literally no place that I would rather be. And I come to Austin because I've got family here throughout the year, but South by, this is literally the best time and the best place. And that's why I want to start with a second round of thanks. Thanks to Katie Pereira, who you just met, who's been under extraordinary stress, especially over the past couple of days, to pull this off for you. Hugh Forrest, who spends the whole year doing so much work, and everybody that you see out there with an orange shirt on. A lot of the people who are here at South by are not being paid. They're here as volunteers. So, and they do this for us. I know this feels like something that happens once a year that you have to stand in long lines for, but that's actually not what South by is. And for those of you who are first timers, you're about to realize this. I have made lifelong friends because of South by. I have grown my business because of South by. I bring my whole team here, so this is like the greatest place. And actually, my daughter, if you see me walking around, or if you see somebody who looks like me walking around, that's my kid. This is her spring break. All of her friends are, I guess, on an island or something somewhere. This is where she's going to be, because she wanted to come out and hang out with all the NASA people, because where else can you do that? So anyways, I just want to make sure that I say thank you, but I really want to make sure that you say thank you too. What these people do for us is extraordinary. It takes a full year to pull off, and I am humbled and grateful. All right, now we're here to talk, yes, applaud. Should we talk about trends? All right. Remember this trend? Yes, it was the year 2000, and we wore our underpants on the outside. This is 20 years ago, and I hope this looks ridiculous to you now. But the question is, why? Because fashion trends and TikTok trends and drinkware trends, friends, this is a 40-ounce, $90 coffee cup that some of you are laughing uncomfortably now, and you're kind of like trying to hide that underneath your seat. These are small, ephemeral changes in society. They pop up fast, they make a temporary big impact, and then they're gone. Every generation goes through something like this. But the trends that you and I are interested in, they're not trendy. These types of trends that matter to us are different. Trends are long-term patterns that indicate a direction of change over time. At Future Today Institute, the way that we figure out what the trends are is like data and research and signals and modeling to identify them. And then together with those uncertainties, that's what helps us predict future possibilities. So trends are always forming, but it feels like there's something different about this particular moment in time. I've modeled it, I can see it, and my hunch is that a lot of you sense that something about this moment is different too. When I was in high school, software came in a box. By the time that I was in college, you could order software as a service, and now you can create software in real time using generative AI. 10 years ago, I was at the CNN Grill when MakerBot was there. By any chance, were any of you there? Nobody was there. I guess I'm getting old. Thank you. Thank you. Make me feel young. So there was a 3D printer from MakerBot. I had never seen anything like it. So from the command line on your computer, you could type in some stuff, send it to a printer, and then get something physically printed, a printable object in the real world. I printed a tiny version of a guitar. Researchers at the University of Sydney made this cap that can record your brain waves and convert them into text using an AI model called D-Wave. Now, theoretically, you could send that as a prompt to Midjourney and then use some open source desktop applications along with a 3D printer and print out a functional guitar, which means that going forward, the command line is your thoughts. So just imagine, today, right now, this is the worst that our technology will ever be. Look, this is an exhilarating time to be alive. Artificial intelligence is the present, right? It's here. I am basically wearing a Star Trek tricorder on my wrist at this point. And if you listen to a lot of people, you just hear abject excitement. Everybody is thrilled about all the technology we're making. And they're thrilled about all the people making all of that technology. It's just abject excitement. It's like the technology rapture. Take me, Elon, Jeff, Tim, Mark, Sam, Satya, I am ready. What's happening right now, what we are witnessing, what we're all a part of, it can no longer be defined by trends alone. So here's what I think is happening. In the past 5 years, there's been a huge jump in 3 primary areas of technology. That's artificial intelligence, that sort of connected ecosystem of things, and biotechnology. What's happening is so pervasive that it's started to impact every segment of our economy. Each one of these technology segments is now a general purpose technology, the lesser known GPT. A general purpose technology has the ability to radically shape the economy and society. So electricity at one point that helped start the economy, the steam engine that kicked off the Industrial Revolution, the internet, these are general purpose technologies. Now, at FTI, we have been tracking individual trends in each of these categories, AI, biotech, and the connected ecosystem of things. But what's interesting is that a couple of years ago, they started converging. Those convergences have created this flywheel of big leaps. AI-enabled tech breakthroughs in biotech, wearables that were intended for hospitals and professional sports, created a consumer market for things like smartwatches and rings. And once that flywheel got spinning, it created new value for consumers. It created more practical utility. That led to more funding. It attracted talent. And that kind of brings us to where we are today. At the beginning of Q3 last year, my team and I noticed a new pattern emerging, a technology supercycle. Now, a supercycle is actually an economic term that basically means an extended period of booming demand that elevates the prices of commodities and assets to unprecedented heights. It stretches across years, sometimes it'll stretch across decades, and create substantial and sustained changes in the economy. So again, an example, Industrial Revolution. That was one. It created, it was a supercycle that started because of a general purpose technology, the steam engine, and then continued to wear on. The internet era, the technology was the internet, created this incredible cycle of demand. It totally transformed parts of our economy that we still see today. In the past, supercycles were defined by just one technology. That's not what's happening. What we've determined and what we've found at Future Today Institute is that it's not just one general purpose technology that's going to push everything forward, it's three, which makes this a technology supercycle. These three general purpose technologies already connect in some way to every other technology that exists. It connects to science, it connects to space, it connects to sports, to every business, to every single person sitting in this room, to every facet of our daily lives, which means that the wave of innovation that's coming is so intense and so potent and so pervasive, it will literally reshape our human existence in ways that I think are exciting and good and absolutely terrifying. Here's the problem. The problem is I can see this coming, and I know, because of who you are, you may not have had the words to describe this, but I know that you also feel like this is coming. The problem is the people in charge making decisions are stuck. This is the most complex operating environment that I've seen in 20 years of business, and instead of planning cycles being further out, they're shrinking down to the next couple of quarters. Uncertainty is crippling our leaders. They are now making decisions out of fear and FOMO, the fear of missing out. And when I talk to CEOs, which is what I do every day, when I talk to strategy teams, when my team works with strategy teams, this is what I'm hearing. This is what I'm sensing. You guys, it is early in the morning. I would not say a bad word like that. It's FUD. Oh, FUD. Yes, FUD is fear, uncertainty, and doubt. FUD about the future, all right? So I know that you are deeply concerned about all of this technology because it's still very abstract to you. You don't know what to do about AI. You don't know what to think about AI. That's why there's 1,500 AI panels this year at South by. You're worried about digital transformation. A lot of you haven't even started digital transformation because it's costly and expensive and it takes time. You're worried if you can hit your revenue targets. You're worried if you're still going to have a job. And by the way, we haven't even gotten to supply chain issues and climate change and geopolitical problems and the threat of a third world war. So yes, we are all concerned. Collectively, we are all going through something momentous right now, which makes us Gen T. We are the transition generation. Everybody alive today, every one of you is part of a great transition, which means that our society is going to look very, very different after this transition has completed its cycle. Now, here's the thing. From my point of view, I actually think that you and me, that together we have more direct and indirect control over our futures than you may realize right now. You could be anywhere else but here right now. A lot of you got up bright and early, probably hungover, right, on a Saturday morning to be here. And you're here in part for me, but you're here for each other. You're not here to hear me talk on stage. You're here to be part of this experience, this organic thing that we are doing together right now. So yes, the technology supercycle is here. And yes, it will change the course of human history, but we don't have to submit. We don't have to give up our agency. We can support each other through this great transition. I know your companies, your C-staff leaders, your government leaders, I know all of you have FUD right now. And do you know what I think? I think FUD can go fuck itself. So now we can get started. Hey everybody, I'm Amy Webb. It's very nice to see you. I feel like I know some of you. If we haven't had the chance to meet just yet, 3 quick things. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of a teeny tiny company called Future Today Institute. We are small but mighty. Thank you. We just do one thing. You see me talking about trends, but actually the place that we work in, the field, is called strategic foresight. And if those of you are not familiar with strategic foresight, it's actually more than trends. Strategic foresight shows you where to play, how to win in the future, and how to make sure that you've got organizational resiliency in the wake of unforeseen disruption. So we use trends. We also use uncertainties and scenarios. And the whole point of this is to get to strategy, to make sure that organizations are positioned to create value in the future and don't do the types of things that ensure their demise. So all of these things go together. It is my privilege to get to work with lots of organizations all around the world. My team and I work across every industry. We work with leaders all over the place. And again, our job is to try to help them see the future so that they can leverage and capitalize on that knowledge before it hits. Finally, or I guess next to finally, I also teach at NYU Stern School of Business. My colleagues and I developed and teach a course on strategic foresight because we want to nurture more people to learn how to do this. And in case you haven't figured this out already, I love South by. I think this is my 20th or 21st or 2nd, it's hard to count at this point, year. And I wouldn't want to be anywhere else this morning, even if I was hungover. All right. As you now know, the theme for our trend report this year is technology supercycle. This is a very, very big report. We divide it into 16 sections, and actually the cover image this year is made up of the covers of each individual trend report, so they all interconnect. Half of the report covers specific technologies, so there's an AI report, there's a metaverse report, Web3 report, and the other half of the books, the sections of the report, cover individual industries. So there's healthcare, there's banking, things like that, and space. This is where we take a deep dive into the emerging technologies that are specific to those fields. This is, as Katie mentioned, this is the 17th edition of this report. This year, there are 695 trends. There are 95 scenarios, because again, the trends are kind of the beginning of this, not the end. The good news is that I think a lot of you have long flights, because it's 1,000 pages this year. We don't know how that happened, but there, you've got some light reading to look forward to. There is an actual executive summary this time that will give you our outlook for 2024, as well as strategic analysis for each of the trend areas. There's another important piece that I just want to highlight to you. This is actually where I want you to start. So in the report, you will find this chart that has our projected inflection points for your industry, and it's color-coded. So the blue colors have immediate impact. The purple and red have longer-term impact. So for example, this is financial services and insurance. Now, that got a purple under biotech. I am fairly confident that folks in fintech and financial services aren't really thinking about biotechnology. You should be. Because a couple of years from now, these trends are going to impact your industry. So we've made it so that this is very simple for you to explore white spaces versus just look at the stuff that you already know. Here's our plan. So we're going to take a deep dive through the Tech Trends report today. I'm going to zoom in on the trends that make up general purpose technologies that form the tech supercycle. And then I'm going to zoom back out to show you how they are shaping the future. which means that instead of 2 big scenarios at the end, which is what I normally do, instead I've got mini scenarios all the way throughout, because I want to get to action at the end. So we're going to deal with the FUD in the last 10 minutes of this talk. I'm actually here with a plan that I'm going to give to you that I'm hoping you will take back and help mitigate some of these challenges that your organizations are facing. So buckle your seatbelts, hold on to your underpants. We've got some work to do this morning. All right, so our first general purpose technology is artificial intelligence. This is the foundation of the tech supercycle. A lot has happened since we were all together last March. So let's first have a very quick catch-up on everything that's happening in AI. In 1843, Ada Lovelace invented computer programs. In 1956, some white dudes gave it a name, artificial intelligence. 2017, Google figured out transformers, and in 2024, generative AI is writing all of your LinkedIn posts. So there's your complete history of artificial intelligence. Now you're all caught up. For those of you who were here with me last year at South by, we went deep on large language models and all the different things that you can do with them. One of the things that you can do with them is make images of people. So last year, we asked Midjourney to make us images of a CEO. Do any of you remember that? Yes. Well, my thought was, so much has happened, we should see, right? So this was last year. And I just kept trying over and over and over again to get Midjourney to show me literally any CEO that was just not a white guy that looked like this. And it didn't really work. So it's been a year. All of us are hearing about all of this progress being made in artificial intelligence, right? It's amazing, all the work that's been done. I thought maybe we should see what's changed. Would you like to do that together? Yeah. OK, Midjourney. Well, Midjourney, CEO of a large company, and make it photorealistic. All right, so there we go. All right, so maybe it's a Midjourney problem. Maybe we should try somebody else, like DALL-E, made by OpenAI. Should we try that one? I think so, too. All right, CEO of a large company, and make it photorealistic. So this was only the first image I got. Let's not all lose our minds, OK? I did actually try this prompt over and over and over again. And, got the same guy wearing the same suit. So then, do you remember how last year we tried to game the system a little bit and we asked for how are we going to get a woman? So how about a CEO of a company that makes tampons? Remember that one? OK. So let's see if we can repeat that again. Clearly, it's been a year, right? CEO of a company that makes tampons. Now, wait a minute. It's still a guy, but look, there are tampons now. They come from bushes. All right. You know what I think we should do? I think we should try Anthropic, because those are the good guys, right? Anthropic, they're the ones who are going to help us. They're going to save everything. Let's go to Anthropic. Let's see what they can do. Anthropic, CEO of a large company. Now, I didn't know this, but as it turns out, Anthropic doesn't make images. Instead, it will describe in wonderful detail what the image might be if it could create one. And here's what Anthropic says. The CEO is likely a middle-aged man in an expensive tailored suit. He has short, neatly combed hair with some graying at the temples. All right, so we've arrived at our first trend in artificial intelligence, and that is accountability. As in, today, all those promises of ethics teams and responsible AI resolving issues of bias, it's still not table stakes. Fixing this problem is challenging and enormous because the models have already been built. When Gemini launched, that's one of Google's generative AI systems, it went in, let's call it, a different direction. Gemini wouldn't make images of white people. And if you asked it to make founding fathers, this is what it would show. This wasn't a bug. This was a fundamental problem with the model. Now, this happened because of over-aggressive rolfing. This is reinforcement learning with human feedback, which means that it's great that Google saw this as a challenge, as a problem, but they also didn't fix things. They just tried to slap a Band-Aid on the problem and hope that it would go away. And the problem did not go away for Google, as we all know. Instead, terrified of upsetting the market, they took the whole thing down. You know, it's worth noting, I think, that people lost their minds when an AI system generated images of people of color, but we're a year later now, and I seem to be the only one ticked off that all I can get is white dudes when I use these systems. So here's what's next. We keep hoping for change, but we've put the wrong incentives in place. The incentives are in place for speed and scale because that's where the money's at. So the problem is not going to get better going forward, it's going to get worse. The second trend is something that I call concept to concrete. So basically, today, you have to write a very literal prompt to get what you want. Text to image, text to video, text to code, text to flirt. And in the name of distribution, AI companies are now inviting developers to build their own tools for consumers. So these are basically like little applets, little applications that will apply rules on top of the system. There are all sorts of applets, including applets that will help you flirt. So I asked one of those applets, it's called Riz. By the way, Riz is cool person speak for charisma, in case you didn't know. So I asked Riz for some help. I said, write a flirty message for me to send to this guy. He's engaged, so I'm thinking, what if it doesn't work out? And I included the link to his social media profile, which is that. It's Jeff Bezos. Now, I used a literal text-to-flirt question using Riz GPT, and I got a literal response. So this is it. And with apologies to Lauren, this is an entire manifesto on how to flirt with Jeff Bezos, if anybody's interested. Today, you need to write text to whatever prompts, very literally, in order to get what you want. But that's changing. In 2 years, you're not going to need specificity anymore. Instead, you'll just start with a concept. Starting with a very broad general concept, you will brainstorm alongside an AI to continually ideate and refine it until you get whatever it is you want, a concrete framework, technical specifications, a new business plan, all sorts of things. You don't even have to start with that fully formed idea anymore. There's a brand new platform called Pika, which is an example of concept to concrete AI. You start with a basic concept, and then you brainstorm alongside an AI to create a rich story and a compelling visual experience. So again, you don't need to feed it a literal script. You just start with some basic ideas. Sora, which was just announced by OpenAI, it's got the same basic idea, same kind of thing. So you're going to start seeing this quite a bit more over the next 18 to 24 months. The AI section of the trend report is enormous. There's more than 100 trends. It's 150 pages long. It covers languages, trust, security, safety, policy, regulations. And I don't have the entire day. So we're going to just do one more trend in this foundational part of the tech supercycle, and that has to do with unsecured AI. So today, artificial intelligence is still very much kind of like a black box. It's restricted, but it's a safe walled garden. The benefit of a restricted system is that if a company wants to, it can keep very tight controls to make sure nobody poisons that system or does bad things with that system. And up until recently, even though the systems were closed, companies were still publishing their research papers with some explanation of what they were learning. But now they're not publishing papers anymore because there's too much money at stake. Papers aren't being published like they used to, and we're just not seeing as much of that research anymore. There's now a movement in the opposite direction, which is semi-open or totally open source models. These are powerful but unsecured AI systems that will give you much more control over how they work, so it removes that black box, so that's good. But it also creates more points of vulnerability. Basically, all of the big tech companies have open source models now. And I want to highlight just one of them. So this is Meta's open source model, Llama 2, which launched last July. When it launched, Meta also published this very helpful 28-page responsible use guide, which of course everybody ignored. And then almost immediately after, some developers used the open source model to create a derivative model called, and I am not making this up, Llama 2 Uncensored. And they hosted it for free. What might you do with an uncensored AI model? I wonder what we could do. How about like all the deep fake porn you could ever want to make ever? How about take over a country, step-by-step instructions, which, by the way, somebody did. Okay? How about come up with a new biological weapon? Those are just like the greatest hits, right? But there are so many interesting things that could be done. The new hotness in open source AI is this French company called Mistral. And Mistral is named after a mighty wind that blows from France. They've built a model. Their model cost about $22 million to train. So if you contrast that with OpenAI, which reportedly spent $100 million to train one of its models, that's a pretty big cost savings. Now, interestingly to me, Mistral releases their new, so they're not publishing in journals. They release their new model on BitTorrent. Yes, that BitTorrent, the place that none of us have ever downloaded illegal movies from. Yeah. No academic paper, no blog, no press release, no responsible use guide that's just going to get ignored. All of these unsecured models are now aligning with cloud providers. So your AWSs of the world, your Azures, your usual suspects. What we're going to see in the future is this split, the walled garden model and the open source model. And businesses, there is a reason why an open source model might make more sense for you. However, I think it's useful for us to remember that open source models can be repurposed for really bad outcomes. And that brings me back to accountability. History tells us that when technology does something we don't like, there is a non-existent accountability chain. There's nobody to call, nobody to ask for help, and no resource. You've probably forgotten this by now, but back in 2018, there was this chatbot called Tay, which got manipulated into generating content and sharing images of Nazis. All that generated content got posted all over Twitter, and it quickly went viral. At the time, Twitter kept saying, we're just the platform. And eventually, Microsoft took Tay down. Well, the world's biggest platforms have been immune from liability when users post harmful content. And now they're going to be immune when users generate harmful content using AI. I feel like maybe we're just the platform isn't OK going forward. We're moving at breakneck speed in artificial general intelligence, and we still don't have an accountability chain defined. So we've arrived at our first set of scenarios, which is going to take all of the data that we've got today, the trends that we can model, which is the stuff that we can know, and we're going to combine that with uncertainties, which are the things that we know we cannot know. And we're going to extrapolate plausible outcomes. So I've got a few what-if sort of micro scenarios for the future of AI. What if we let AI practice with, so some fields require professional licenses for humans, but algorithms get to operate sort of on their own. I would hope that most of us would not go see a urologist for surgery if they didn't have a professional license, right? So should an AI model have to go through professional training to get a license? Or what about ethics training? I'm asking because in December, an AI bot tried to make an illegal purchase of stocks using insider information. And when it was asked about it, it lied, kind of like a human would do. Now, yes, that's cute, right? Cute little AI breaking the rules. Here's the difference. If that was a human trader, that human trader would go to jail, or at the very least, lose their license. That doesn't happen with AI. The AI doesn't go to jail, right? It's a bug, right? We have to fix something. It just keeps on working. What if somebody uses AI to create a deepfake event? Not an image, not a single video. What if it creates all of the assets using thousands of fake accounts preloaded with authentic-looking videos, with human-sounding comments about those posts, with what looks like government information, with what looks like press releases and newspaper articles, right? All of the assets that would make something look and feel like an event had actually occurred. If there's enough content and it all got released at the same time from what seems like a variety of sources, it would take us a while to unravel all of that to figure out it wasn't true. Take, for example, the current Israeli-Palestinian war. What if a bad actor created a deepfake event in that region that triggered a real reaction from one of the sides? Could that quickly escalate into a regional conflict? I think the answer is yes. Could that regional conflict put us into some type of catastrophic next world war? The end state of artificial intelligence is not cartoon images of CEOs. What's being built today, the foundation of the tech supercycle, this is the next era of computing, and it's going to be embedded into every single thing that we do all of the time. The products and services that you use as a consumer have already in some way been touched by the things that I've shown you, from concept to concrete, from these various different types of models, which makes AI the everything engine going forward. It is the foundation. So if AI is the everything engine, that engine is going to need data. And that brings us to the next set of trends, which is the connected ecosystems of things. This next set of trends comes from multiple parts of our trend report, so many different sections: mobility and robotics, advanced computing, and the built environment. Sometime in the next 2 years, AI will have run out of the internet. We will have used up all of our high-quality text and data, which will slow down AI's progress. So companies are inventing new devices to sell to us so they can get more data in. The problem is that most of the training data that we're using to train AI is online. Wikipedia, Reddit, books, spreadsheets, right? Stuff like that. So AI can't actually interact with us, with real people, normal real people, while it's learning. We have not yet created an in silico model of the real world. So we don't just need more data going forward, we need more types of data, which means that large language models aren't enough. Plus, it's a lot harder to get that information because everybody's starting to sue. The kind of data that we need going forward are sensory data, visual data, things like that. So what's coming after large language models are large action models. LLMs predict what to say next. LAMs predict what to do next, breaking down complex tasks into smaller pieces. That's why we are about to be surrounded by millions of sensors that are always on, also always on us. They are around us, and they can collect multiple streams of data at once. So the second general purpose technology, this other layer of the tech supercycle, has to do with the constellation of wearables, extended reality devices, the Internet of Things, the home of things, smart cars, smart offices, smart apartments, sensors everywhere. I call this connectables. This is the network of interconnected devices that communicate and exchange data to facilitate and fuel the advancement of artificial intelligence. We're about to see a Cambrian explosion of devices. And at the beginning, a lot of them are going to be pretty weird, like this AI-powered cat door. It uses cameras and sensors to keep your cat outside until it drops the dead animal present it made for you. So unless it drops the dead thing, it will not allow the animal back into your house. This is weird, I hope you think. I don't know, cat people are your own species of people. But this is not the first time in history when we have seen weird technology. I ask you to remember the taser. The taser, the company that makes a stun gun, made this delightful combo unit. It's an MP3 player, stun gun holster. So I guess while you're tasering some horrible person, you can listen to Celine Dion or whatever your jam is. Yes. For the next few years, you're going to see a lot of bizarre devices that nobody wants or needs until there's a normalization and we wind up with a suite of gear that we're actually going to wind up using every day. And at that point, the foundational layer of the tech supercycle will have faded into the background and just emerge ambiently when you need it, which is why there's a rush right now to create AI-first devices. They're meant to continuously learn from you in real time. MIT, IBM Watson, and some others, they came up with a way to process data that isn't text. So they came up with a way to create a large action model, to use sensor data that's connected to a device that you would just have on you all the time in your pocket. So it's kind of like having your own little personal neural network, a little tiny brain in your pocket, which is the promise of this thing. So this is the Rabbit 1, which is the beginning of large action models out in the real world. Basically, this thing is like a walkie-talkie with a screen, except that on the other side of it isn't a human, it's an AI. You hold down a button and you ask it to do something, play a Spotify song, tell me the weather, and it will complete that action for you on your phone. It also has a training mode, so the more that you use it, the more that it learns about you. So in a way, this thing is creating a large action model that's very tailored to you. And I don't know if this is exactly what the future is going to look like, but it shows us that the future looks very different than the present does today. But there is a connectable device that you're already familiar with, and it's this one. You are going to start to see face computers everywhere this year. This particular face computer comes from Apple. It's the Vision Pro. Now, we love and we hate, and we love to hate, this device. And maybe it'll turn out that the Vision Pro is a lot like the original iPhone, which is to say the OG iPhone was janky, and it didn't really have a developer or an app ecosystem ready. But it went through a whole bunch of iterations and became the predominant device that we all now use. So you might have to imagine a Vision Pro 18 iterations from now, kind of like the iPhone. Either way, it doesn't matter because it's already started to accelerate the advancement of XR devices overall. Google, Samsung, Qualcomm, they have a partnership to develop a extended reality device on Android. Meta has its device in market, and I think yesterday there was a big brouhaha on one of the platforms with Zuckerberg saying, no, Oculus is awesome. Snap, has its platform. So these things are everywhere. Now you might wonder, why am I insisting on calling this thing a face computer? And the answer is because it is a computer that you are strapping to your face. In fact, you have no idea what it is that you are, there's like one person in the back that just kind of went, what you're strapping onto your face. The Vision Pro has 14 cameras that capture all different types of details in and out of the headset. LiDAR sensors that use light to measure distance and create a 3D map around you. Infrared cameras, accelerometers, gyroscopes, all the stuff. And they feed all of that information into a multi-dimensional space, a spatial computing environment. The other devices, the other face computers that are coming to market this year, they're also all going to have a ton of sensors. Now, face computers are being designed from your point of view to help you interact with the world differently. From my point of view, they're being designed for other purposes as well. They are being designed to read your intentions. They can do that in part by reading and predicting the movement of your pupil. So my husband, Brian, is an eye doctor, so I've got the inside scoop on this. But basically, when you think about something, your pupil starts reacting. So if you get excited, it changes sizes. You have no control over this. It is completely automatic. which means that your eye is going to move even before potentially you are aware of the thought you're about to have. Okay? Yeah, now you know why we're talking about this. Your pupil will move sometimes before your body does, okay? Which means that your face computer will know what you are going to do, what you are about to think, even before you do. Face computers are very expensive right now, so they're out of reach of most people, but that's going to change. And companies are highly motivated to build large action models and to get more types of data in. So what's eventually coming is a battle for face supremacy, companies vying to get you to wear their hardware. Another connectable, an enormous innovation that's coming to market next month is from a company called Humane. It's basically a brooch. A lot of people are very skeptical of this thing. It's a pin. And before you compare this to the next Taser MP3 player combo unit cat thing, I actually think that this could represent a fundamental shift in how we use technology. So it's got a camera and a phone and a projector. It collects data all day long, and it also serves as an interface for your everyday life. It effectively builds a large action model about you. Now look, I don't think there's a massive conspiracy here. I don't think that the tech titans are in a war room somewhere planning their face supremacy, domination. I just think this is maybe the next stage of capitalism as the tech supercycle starts to really power up. We've incentivized these companies to get their products into market as soon as possible. And there is no prize, there's no reward for the company with the most secure, most privacy-assured device. The market doesn't reward preemptive problem solving. Companies make money through cycle upgrades and through services. So to grow revenue, they're going to keep making newer, better devices that you will pay for. And they're going to get you to pay for services, whether that's access to content or access to your large action model, whatever it may be. You make the money as a company by getting to supremacy with the dominant brand and the dominant devices to the maximum number of people. I only had time to show you 2 devices. There are lots and lots coming for your body, for your office. OpenAI supposedly has a device in development for your home. So keep an eye on this space, and also flip through the Tech Trends report because we explain a lot of them all the way throughout. This is really just the very beginning. Second set of scenarios. So again, this is going to build on artificial intelligence and now includes connectables. So let's combine what we know with the things that we cannot know to see where we get. What if you got instant summaries and analysis of anything, anytime you wanted? Let's say you work in insurance, and after listening to this presentation this morning, you're like, all that stuff about large action models, that is going to make a huge impact on my industry, so I should probably take everything she just said, put it into a PowerPoint, and run it up the chain and tell everybody else in my company, right? Because these would be really, really good notes to share. And maybe you're highly offended by early 2000s fashion trends. And so maybe your AI system would just automatically omit that part from my speech and just create the PowerPoint deck with all the good stuff, right? And that would be great. In this scenario, about an hour from now, you would have an automatic summary generated from this presentation of everything that matters to your company in insurance. You would hit a button, have it automatically make a PowerPoint, hit another button, and automatically send it to your boss. That is days worth of work that you will have done in an instant, and now you get to go to the bar and drink extra margaritas. You're the hero, right? But I hate to ask this. What happens when, and it is when, not if, your large action model hallucinates? Hallucination is something we talk a lot about when it comes to large language models, right? Hallucinating is when you get nonsensical images, nonsensical words, thoughts, things like that. So what if your large action model hallucinates and it makes a PowerPoint that randomly includes Nazis, since today I mentioned Nazis, and then throws in a tampon bush for good measure? and automatically sends that to your boss instead. Well, friends, you are still drinking margaritas. Here's another scenario. What if connectables leads to social scoring? So again, let's assume that it's 5 to 7 years from now, we're all wearing different devices, and that you all have connectables devices in your home. Let's say that there are now large action models that understand the world around you, your specific world as well. In this future, who might want that data? Now, assuming that you give consent, this could actually be a really good thing. Clothing manufacturers might know how actual bodies look and how they actually move, and they might change their sizes to represent what normal humans look like. That would be a good thing, right? Schools might have real, reliable models of how people spend their attention and how they learn. So this could improve education. So there's a lot of good things that could come, but I want to talk about banks. There are some researchers at the Technical University of Denmark that built a brand new model that predicts when you will die using artificial intelligence. Now, what's interesting is they built this without large action models. It's probably not accurate. They're just using sort of generic information. However, if we think about all of the stuff that's coming to market, if I'm a bank considering whether to give you a 30-year mortgage for a house that you want to buy, it seems like I might want to build a large death model. No? Something like that might come in handy. Here's another fun, optimistic scenario. What if we accidentally create an even worse digital divide? Think about your groceries for a moment. Grocery stores and CPG companies today operate on razor-thin margins, and that is basically true everywhere in the world. So anything at all they can do to bump up their margins is really important. So what if they use dynamic pricing? This is where prices would change in real time in response to a trigger. What if in the future, there are no set prices for anything anymore? Instead, you get personalized prices for everything that you buy with the intention to get you to buy more things, to optimize for when you are likely to spend at that moment, to nudge you to buy more stuff. And what if dynamic pricing causes panic buying and inflation, which it will at scale? What if you can't afford your groceries anymore? What if to afford your groceries, you have to watch attention coupons? You go to the store, and the dynamic prices are too high for, let's say, soup. So you have to stop. You have to agree to share and upload your information, your data, with the CPG company that makes the soup, and watch a 30-second ad matched specifically to your large action model. And then you have to keep stopping because that was just soup. And you have a very long grocery list. You have to keep watching ads and sharing data the entire way through that you move through the store. And by the way, you are watching because our connectables are so powerful now, they know whether you're paying attention. No attention, no discount. Now, if you're affluent, look, if you're rich, it just doesn't matter to you. You just turn off the attention coupons, and you have total freedom of movement. This is actually the worst part. The worst part is that when we talk about privacy today, we need to broaden how we're thinking about privacy. Because in this future, you know who's rich and who's poor by walking into the door of a grocery store. Because the rich people move around and buy what they want. Anybody who's financially struggling has to stand staring at the shelves, waiting, so they can afford the groceries they need to buy. Let's talk about security and computer viruses. That'll be fun. The way that a computer virus, malware, ransomware spreads is by a bad actor sending an attack, somebody executing it. So what if soon malware gets tied to our physical movement? What if somebody cracks your movement identity? There is no possible, feasible way to change it. It's not a password. It is literally who you are. What if hackers invent an exploit called surprise ball, which is when a bunch of people see that you're wearing a face computer and it looks like somebody throws a ball at you. You put your hand up to flinch automatically, and that unlocks malware. It's a spatial computing attack specifically designed to get you into moving into an attacker-defined location, and it gets activated while you're wearing your work face computer. So here's your key insight. Connectables enable ubiquitous, real-time data collection and AI training. All right, so we're at the end. Data from connectables gives AI the data that it needs, but as we advance all of these systems and platforms, they're becoming a lot more power hungry. We have all heard about semiconductor chip shortages and challenges, right? There were all kinds of problems. There was problems in Taiwan, problems in Japan, so everybody wants AI now. We have a colossal problem on our hands going forward. Chips are very, very hard to come by. And we also know that Moore's law is starting to fail. We're hitting limits. So yes, it may be possible to get smaller and smaller things onto chips. It's also getting more and more expensive. So we need something new. Now, there are rumblings about alternative architectures out there. There's this new thing called Grok, which is not the Elon Musk Grok. This is a different Grok. That would allow GPT to run about 14 times faster than it does right now. And it would be wonderful if all of these things start to scale and whatever else really, really quickly. But the reality is we still need the materials. And for right now, we're stuck. Now, it may not seem like artificial intelligence and connectables have much to do with biotechnology, which is the third part of the tech supercycle, but it does. Here's the connection. The reason that biology connects to AI and connectables is because biology processes information in a way that silicon can't. In other words, if we're trying to build machines that can think and behave like we do, we literally need to make them more like us. So as much as last year was a big year for AI, it was actually a much, much bigger year for biotech. You just didn't hear a lot about that. We're going to see a ton of activity in this space going forward. There's an entire part of the trend report that just has to do with biotech that I would encourage you to take a look through. For our purposes today, 2 quick trends that are very, very important. The first has to do with materials science. Last week, a brand new AI model called EVO launched, and it uses the language of biology. So that's DNA, RNA, and proteins to make predictions to enable design from molecules to full genomes. So it's kind of like ChatGPT, but instead for organisms, which means that coming after generative AI is generative biology. That's what's coming. So there's another company, another startup. You know how you write a prompt into ChatGPT, to write your emails for you? Well, you can do that with biology now. There's a startup that will allow you to enter a prompt, determine the size, shape, function, whatever of the protein that you want, and then spits out the formula for it. DeepMind built an AI tool, same basic concept, generative biology. It found 2.2 million new materials. 380,000 of them are now in a lab being developed that could potentially power future technologies. So we can generate new biology, which means new therapeutics, new ways to manage climate change, new ways to deal with the global food shortage. But the question that I would ask you is, does this help our semiconductor chip problem? And that takes me to the final trend. Sometime in the next decade, AI will be working alongside OI, organoid intelligence. So what's an organoid? It's basically a tiny replica of tissue that functions and is structured like the organ. So basically, scientists start with a special type of stem cell. You can think of it as a blank. They put them in a gelatinous mixture. They start adding molecules to nudge it to become that type of whatever it is, heart cells, brain cells, whatever, and then it grows. This on the screen is a brain organoid. It's real. It was developed by some researchers at Johns Hopkins University in Baltimore. In 2021, some researchers in Melbourne at the Cortical Lab Institute, they made a miniature brain that worked like a computer. So they did something like this. They made the organoid, they attached it to some electrodes, and then they taught it how to play Pong, the old school video game. That's what it looked like. So organoid intelligence, or OI, uses biological materials, brain cells, for information processing, leveraging their inherent capabilities beyond silicon-based systems. So what is on the horizon, my friends? Are biocomputers made out of human brain cells. This is not science fiction. This has already been done. A few weeks ago, there was a biocomputing system made out of living human brain cells that learned how to recognize one human voice out of 240 people's voices using audio clips and some other AI technology. So look, it's going to be a while before OI can compete with traditional computers using AI, but eventually, biological computers are going to be faster, more efficient, and more powerful than we have today, and they will take a fraction of the amount of energy in order to operate. So here's your key insight. Biotechnology will move us past silicon-based computing systems. And that takes us to our final set of scenarios. So what happens when we combine AI and connectables and biotechnology? What if, instead of shrinking more transistors onto chips, we grow our computers instead? We grow them rather than build them. Well, if we're going to grow computers, the organoids are going to need to come from somewhere or from somebody. This GPU from NVIDIA is state-of-the-art right now for AI. It gets made in a factory. I don't know who made it. It doesn't really matter. Would that be different, though, if it was a biocomputer, grown from human cells rather than manufactured in a factory? What if, instead of anonymous stem cells, we could order a biocomputer made from somebody, a particular person's brain cells? Like, you could choose out of a catalog. You could see their IQ. You could see their academic achievements. What if your company orders a biocomputer from this guy, from his cells? What if he's like really, really nice, and he's published 200 academic papers? He's a revered mathematician. He is perfect. He's a ginger. He's perfect in every possible way. But he's also a little racist. What if you go on vacation? Do you have to hire a computer sitter to feed and water your computer? All right, so we've gone through a bunch of emerging tech trends: biotech, connectables, and AI. These make up the three general purpose technologies that are the technology supercycle. I spent a lot of time today going through basically only catastrophic scenarios, because without intervention, that is what I see coming at us. We've been told for decades it's not the tech that could lead to catastrophic outcomes. Tech isn't bad or good. It's how the people use the technology. Well, what about the people building the technology and funding the technology and their companies and the increasing control that they exert in our everyday lives? And that brings me back to these guys. The technology supercycle, it's concentrating power right now among a dangerously small group of people who hold significant power and influence in society, in government, in politics, in our economies, because they control our tech resources, because they've amassed great wealth, and because they control how we communicate ideas with each other. Some of them are famous for buying private islands because regulations don't matter if there's no government, if you're on totally private land. Some of them are developing in economies, are working in developed economies in places called special economic zones, which are basically regulation-free little parts of cities where you can run biotech experiments, you can test new gene therapies, you can build new types of computers. Saving humanity is really cool right now. Pretty soon, the tech messiahs are going to try and save us from the technology supercycle. The tech messiahs each have their own unique spin on how to save us. They call it effective altruism. They call it techno-optimism. But from the outside, it looks a heck of a lot more like free market techno-authoritarianism. And I'm not OK with that. We don't need someone to save us. We just need to do better planning for the future. All right, I told you at the beginning, we're going to end on a high note. We are a little bit over because of some technical challenges. I know a few of you have to leave. For those of you who can stay, I have specific recommendations, because I do not want you to leave here feeling FUD anymore. So first, government. Here's what you need to do, and it's not going to be popular. Our elected leaders need to look forward, not backwards. I don't care how old they are. You need to, you need to establish a Department of Transition. We are Gen T. You need to do this now. That department should stop building models. What industries will the tech supercycle impact? And does your company, or how is your country's GDP going to be impacted? This isn't guesswork. You don't need to hire some enormous professional services firm. You just need to get your act together and do this work. The Department of Transition should create kind of something like a hospice for business. It's time to just acknowledge that certain businesses and jobs are going to go away and to create a soft landing so that doesn't cripple your economy. Instead, look at the fields where a human will definitely be needed for the long term. Plumbers, electricians, dental hygienists. Stop insisting that everybody go to a 4-year college and get a degree, and remind people that the trades are equally as valuable and as important. And when it's time for somebody to make the transition, give them a tax-deferred bank account. Create a way for that family to continue to survive as they transition into the job that they're going to have next. Businesses, you need to do something called mapping your value network. This is something that everybody in this room can do. So a value network is something we teach in business school. Basically, it's your company and all the partners and all of the different entities in your ecosystem that co-create value with you. So at its zenith, this was BlackBerry's value network. Obviously, it's not totally that. This is a tiny slide. But you can see here that there were, the telecommunications companies and the hardware manufacturers. When BlackBerry innovated and advanced and created value, they all created value together. The problem is, and this is important for those of you at successful companies, value networks are not static. They continue to evolve. They're always in motion. So BlackBerry failed because it ossified. It completely missed the iPhone, and it missed these two core areas that were developing, video and music. They failed to see that the phone's new value proposition was not just for work, because they weren't doing this value network mapping. So a lot of companies have never done this before. This is something you can and should do, because the technology supercycle will completely change what your value network is going forward. If you can do this, you will effectively slow time down and see disruption before it happens and enable you to create value going forward. That brings me to the true end, and to you. My recommendation to you is simple. I need you to fight for our future. We can and should be prosperous. Brazil, Germany, Japan, all of us, all of our businesses, we can be successful and resilient. The tech supercycle can be a net positive. We can leave humanity in a better place. We can transition into something truly amazing. But we got to get to work. So this is your plan. First of all, download everything in this folder. This is the Tech Trend Report. It's also all of the key slides from this presentation. Okay? You can take what I just did and share it. Share it with your coworkers. You can represent it in your companies, and I actually want you to do that. There's also an 8-page explainer in there on what a value network is, with explanations on how to do this on your own. You can and should do that, and some of our core frameworks as well. Okay? 2 more seconds. Yes, almost. Okay. Speaking of trends, final thing. For the first year, we're actually going to show you how we do our trends and how we put together this report. So my colleagues and I are doing a masterclass every day starting today. We are going to take you through 4 modules, soup to nuts. How do we do this work, and how do you get to strategy? If you attend all 4 sessions, there's 2 every day so that we can get a maximum number of people in, you will get a credential that doesn't expire and you can continue to take with you. So that is it. I need you to join us because the future cannot wait, and the tech super cycle is here. Remember, please, when you see an orange shirt person, a staff member, anybody who's at South by, tell them thank you. I thank you. Thank you for being patient, and I will see you next year.
the 2024 South by Southwest Film and TV Festival kicks off right now with the world premiere of Jake Gyllenhaal in Roadhouse. So first of all, what makes South by Southwest the perfect place to premiere this remake of Roadhouse?
Oh, man. Well, look at the energy. You know, I feel like Roadhouse is authentic in so many areas, and I feel like coming to the home of Texas, where everybody just understands like that bar community, you know, like the Roadhouse is, again, it's a bar at the end of the day. So being able to embrace all of Texas and Austin and get this whole experience is like, I think it could be any better, you know?
How does this movie honor the legacy of the Patrick Swayze original?
I think the entire movie. Oh, snap!
Good to see you.
What's up, brother?
How are you, buddy?
Doing
Good to
good,
see you.
man.
Long
You too,
time
man?
no
Same,
see.
same. This is my guy right here. This is my guy. But yeah, no, the movie was great. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, it's a lot of homage throughout the entire movie, where the fans that watch this, they're gonna feel like it's a fresh version of what they see in the past, but still it's something new what they want to see, you know?
How about Jake Gyllenhaal bringing something new to the whole concept? What does he bring to this role?
Authenticity. At the end of the day, you know, seeing his preparation on set and off and on set, you saw his body. You saw how he got ready for this. So for me, that was also part of the inspiration why I wanted to make sure I was prepared. I'm like, man, I gotta make sure I show up. I'm ready to go, you know? So
Better be.
Yeah. So I'm excited for you guys to all see the work, you know?
So what do you hope people take away from this brand new Roadhouse?
To be honest, my intention for people to take is just have a good time. To have fun. It's exciting. It's an action-packed movie. You know, I feel like so many movies nowadays are so around like Marvel or DC. So to come and see something where it's like raw, real fights, like it looks like, you know, like you can be in that situation. That's what I'm saying. So I think that's the energy that the people want to see, you know?
What makes South by Southwest the perfect place to premiere the new Roadhouse?
Austin, Texas. Austin makes it. The people here, the culture here, that's what makes it amazing.
You looked like you had I saw the movie last night. You looked like you had a freaking great time making this movie.
I think I'm so blessed to experience or live in this kind of lifestyle. Like the fact that I'm an actor is honestly a great gift. I'm just so grateful for every opportunity I get. I didn't know any of this would ever happen in my life, and I'm honored to share this stage or the screen with people like that, you know?
What is it about this new version that pays tribute to the Patrick Swayze original, but is its own thing, brand new, fresh?
I don't think you should compare it at all. Like, I think you're allowed, art is art, so you can like take it objectively as their own things, and that's what I hope. Like, I wouldn't want to compare it to, because like the original's awesome. Just have fun with this one. We live in a different time. It's a different generation, you know?
What about working with Jake? What does he bring to the role?
Doug Liman was one of my favorite people I've ever worked with. I admire him, and I think he's one of the most prolific directors of our generation. So it was an honor to work with him.
Yeah, we do have the 80 shoulders pads.
What makes South by Southwest the perfect place to premiere this new Roadhouse?
You know, it's just a great energy, it's a great vibe, and Roadhouse, that's what it's all about. I mean, when you watch it, when everybody watches it, it's just a massive party. So I feel like it's the perfect film for South by.
Well, how does it honor the Patrick Swayze original, but also become something new and different and fresh for today?
Well, I think the fact that we're able to do it, it just shows you the power that Patrick Swayze had, you know, and that just how many people love Roadhouse. I mean, especially in today's atmosphere, you know, it's like they want to do things that did really well, you know, that everybody really loves, and that's exactly what Roadhouse is.
And look, I saw the movie last night. These punches land. They land. What was it like filming the fight scenes and everything?
You got to stretch, and you got to, you know, I would just take some painkiller right before I got into the scenes. I knew I was going to take a few, and I just kept saying, like, not the nose, not the nose, not the nose. I've broken it before a few times. It's not fun. So, you know, I think I survived that.
Have a great time tonight.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you.
So, I saw this movie last night.
Oh, you did?
I saw it last night. I had a blast. How much of a blast did you have making this new Roadhouse?
Gosh, we got to go to the DR and like shoot this movie, and the DR was super welcoming, and it was really fun. Like I wanted to do this movie so that I could work with Jake Gyllenhaal, and a lot of my scenes are with him, and I had a blast, and I loved working with people like Lucas and Billy, and it was just a really fun set. Yeah.
How was it working with Jake?
Oh, hi. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Working with Jake was really good. He's a good-ass actor, and so it's really cool once you get opposite someone that you've watched for a really long time, where I was just like, whoa, holy shit, this is like the real deal, you know? It was really fun. It was good. I loved working with him.
You know, I saw the movie last night, and I'm telling you, Jessica, these punches land.
You feel them, right? Yeah, when I saw it, I was like, wow, you really can feel the punches. Like, they're each one, you're like, oh, like, yeah, it's a lot.
What makes South by Southwest the perfect place for this new Roadhouse?
I mean, obviously, it's like a roadhouse, you know, this is a good area for it. I mean, it's not Florida, but it is like, you know, it's a place that's probably really familiar with like a place that's a little rough around the edges that you can come have a good drink and be a regular at and maybe whoop somebody's ass. I think there's a lot of bar ass whoopings around here. So I think it's good. And South by is always really welcoming and fun.
How is Shrinking Season 2 going?
It's good. Shrinking Season 2 is good. I got my Gabby hair. Like, I'm really excited. I get to work with Harrison Ford and Jason Segel, and this season's going to be even better than the first, and the first was a great season. So having a blast. Like, they released me to come do this, so it's good.
You, like, crushed this movie. How much fun did you have making?
A lot of fun. You know, I was guided very well. You know, the staff and the team and the cast were very patient with me and very helpful. It was my first time out. So, you know, I just wanted to do them proud, put in the work that was needed to be put in. And that's it. I think we made a classic. I'm so happy it's in the bank now, you know.
You really did deliver, and you must have had to train so much. How much training did you do?
You know, I had some, obviously my physical training is what I would do all the time. Anyway, I just supplemented my martial arts work for more heavy lifting, you know, to get nice and strong as I could. And the acting part of it for lessons I was doing, I was training with a lady called Nancy Banks, shout out to Nancy, and Lena George, shout out Lena George. These ladies were on my case, you know. Lena would show up at my house and not let me skip my practice for practicing my lines. And I was well trained, you know, and I'm just a lucky SOB, man, that's how straight, I don't know, I'm lucky to have landed in this position where I'm at, you know.
Speaking of landing, these punches land.
Yeah.
I mean, what was it like working with Jake on such intense fights?
He's a professional. He's a consummate professional, as Jake Gyllenhaal. And yeah, you're right. Shout out Gareth Warren, also our stunt team, who mastered a method of being able to land punches and headbutts and all the rest of it so realistic that it's exactly like it's exactly like the real thing. Of all my history watching movies, I've never seen anything like it in my life. I'm excited for the public to see it and see the reaction.
Jake, I saw this movie last night. I had the best time.
It's so fun, right?
It's so fun.
It's so fun.
It's so fun. But man, I gotta tell you, when those punches land, they land.
Yes, they do, yeah. Well, that's the whole amazing process that Doug and Garrett Warren, Steve Brown, our stunt coordinator, our fight coordinator, and our director, all, like Doug, when we started, was like, I want these punches. They tried to figure out every possible way to make them look real, and Garrett came up with this process, and I've never seen anything like it in terms of how they land and the response to the body in a movie before, ever. So
you've gotten very fit for your films, Covenant, Prince of Persia, Jarhead. How was it different for Roadhouse?
You know, I mean, you know, I think I'm at an age where I knew it would take a village, and like I knew after a lot of, you know, times of getting in shape and learning a new skill or sport, I knew I needed a team, a great team. So this was just about focusing and going, I need someone who can really help me eat the right things. I need someone who can really focus me and work out in the right way. But I also don't want to get injured. I want it to be functional. I want to be able to deliver in the stunts. We have a long journey, and you know, like a fall from 4 feet when when I was doing Southpaw was different than it is now. So I just wanted to protect my body. I wanted to be thoughtful about it, and I wanted to be able to deliver. So.
Well, you deliver pretty good.
Yeah, it's fun, man. I mean, that's the thing I love about this, is that it was made by a group of people who really adore each other, who I've known Doug for 15 plus years, and you know, like he's seen me, we hang out in none of this context, and so he wanted to bring that stuff into this movie, and I think a lot of it's there. So I'm really happy about that.
What makes Austin, Texas, South by Southwest the perfect place to premiere this new Roadhouse?
Well, number one, I live in New York, so it's warm. But I love Austin. Like, the spirit of it is that, you know, it's a creative, fun place, but I think a place that also takes creativity very seriously. And so at the same time that it doesn't take itself too seriously, it also knows how impactful and important art is. And so that balance of the two is what makes South by Southwest so wonderful.
How are you doing premiering this movie here at South by Southwest?
I'm in heaven right now. This is a dream movie, dream cast, dream director. Yeah, it's been great. The best actor ever, the most kind. He's a role model to me, and he was so helpful to me, and just so talented and amazing. Yeah, and inspiring. Look how ripped he got for this movie. Are you kidding me? If he can do that and be this busy, you don't have an excuse for anything. Yeah.
What's it about this new Roadhouse that honors the original with Patrick Swayze, but it's also its own thing, you know?
Yeah. I think that's the beauty of it. Like we definitely have throwbacks, and we pay respect to the old movie, but we don't ever try to overshadow it or try to take away what was so incredible and special about that. We make it completely different, you know, but we still have these Easter eggs here and there, and I think people will be very, very surprised that we're not trying to rip off anything from the first, you know? Yeah, it's a totally different thing.
I'm an 80s guy, and I felt like I was watching a brand new film.
Oh yeah, good. I'm glad to hear that. I felt that way too, but you know, people will have their magnifying glasses. Yeah, you know what I mean? They're gonna be like, no, they didn't do it right.
I saw the movie last night. I effing loved it. I had the best time. It's so fun. It's so fun. It knows what it is, and it's awesome at it. But for you, how much fun did you have making it with this amazing cast?
It was amazing. I mean, it was the most special location for sure to shoot a film in. Basically, whenever I wasn't shooting, I was by the beach. I had my friends visiting me in the DR, in the Dominican Republic, so it was amazing. It was. I'm always saying that it was a real workation. Whenever I wasn't working, I felt like I was on a vacation for real.
What surprised you about working with Jake Gyllenhaal?
How thoughtful and he is working, and how many layers he puts on his work and on the characters that he plays.
You believe how these punches, they land like big time. What did you think when you saw the stunts and all the stuff that was going into this film?
I did a bit as well with Billy Magnuson. It was amazing because one thing is to pretend, you know, and to do that dance of, yeah, I'll punch and you just react. But on this movie, we got to punch a pad, so it was way more real. The impact is different. Our feeling doing the scenes is super different. So yeah, for me, I wish I can continue shooting in that way in the future movies. For
Very visceral.
Yeah, super. Yeah.
Have a great time, Mike.
Thank you. You too. Thank you so much.
Could you have asked for a better premiere to kick off the 2024 South by Southwest Film and TV Festival? Well, we are just getting started, so make sure you check back right here for more amazing content.
Please welcome to the stage Brooke Hopper and Debbie Millman.
Kept you waiting there for a minute, huh? They were getting the live stream ready. Hello, everyone. I'm so excited to be here. This is going to be a live Design Matters episode, and I'm going to do some of my classic intro, outro, and I'm actually going to start with Brooke and a little bit of her origin story. I always think it's important to talk a little bit about how someone got to be who they are? What is the way in which they grew up that led them to be this person at this moment, at this time? So before we talk about AI, I'm just going to talk a little bit about how Brooke became engaged in AI, and then we'll go deep, deep into the internet. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Creativity in Flux, Art and Artificial Intelligence here at South by Southwest. My name is Debbie Millman, and today I will be interviewing Brooke Hooper. Brooke is a designer, speaker, and a champion for arts and the artists that do the arts. She is also passionate about building community through creativity and designing better experiences for some of the most talented people in the world. Currently, Brooke is exploring the role of machine intelligence and new technology in creativity at Adobe and how it can deepen and enhance the creative process while ensuring artists and designers retain credit for their work and realize their vision. Welcome, Brooke.
Thank you.
You're all being very kind.
Before we start, I told Debbie before we came up here, this is a bucket list item for me. I am so excited.
Well, I'm really excited too, and it's been a real pleasure to live in your life for the last couple of weeks as I've researched your career and your origin story to prepare for today. So I understand you grew up in an isolated rural area in Kansas, and your aunt, who was an interior decorator, was one of your first artistic inspirations, and I'm wondering if you can share in what way.
Yeah, my aunt owned an interior decorating and design store, and when I was 8, she gave me the opportunity to design the storefront. And I don't know if that was a brilliant idea or not, but it sort of got me into this idea that creating was a big part of who I was. My father was also a food scientist. He did R&D. And so I think creativity and being creative has just been a big part of who I was, regardless of where I grew up.
I understand that when you were 12 years old, you begged her to hire you, and she did. But though you thought she did this out of pity, so tell us what kind of work, aside from the work that she asked you to do at 8 years old, you were doing by the time you were 12.
I was doing some accounting stuff. Again, more it was like, filing papers. I was helping her clean, just general help around the store. But I really wanted to be immersed in this sort of, the patterns, the colors, the textures. It's something that I was just enamored with.
Now, the accounting that you did for her, is that what inspired you to originally go to college for finance?
I thought I needed to be smart about what I was doing and that I should make money. And as far as I knew at that point, I had no idea what graphic design was. I don't think I'd even heard of the term, which shows you how isolated of an area I grew up in. But I thought I needed to make money, and
graphic design is the big sort of pile of money in the sky just waiting to be grabbed.
Right, it is to this day. No, I thought I needed to be smart and I needed to make money, and to me, art did not equal money, and so finance equaled money.
You got your BFA from Purdue University. Then you went on to get an MFA in Design and Interaction from the California College of the Arts. You graduated in 2015, and then you got your job at Adobe, where you've been ever since. You started as a senior experience designer, then moved up to lead experience designer in drawing and painting, then principal designer in drawing and painting since 2022. You are now the principal designer in emerging design, artificial intelligence, and machine learning.
Yep, that's correct.
So the first question I want to ask you about all of that is a simple one, and I want to apologize to the audience in advance if any of these seem fairly rudimentary, entry level, but I think it's important to really start at the ground level. So the first question is really a simple one. What is the difference between artificial intelligence, machine learning, and generative AI, and what are some examples of each?
I love this question because my favorite thing to ask is how many people in this room use spell check? And I better see everyone's hand go up because you do it every single day. That is artificial intelligence. We've been using artificial intelligence for decades across all different sectors of our lives. Banking relies on artificial intelligence to detect numbers, banking fraud. There's this whole big bucket that is artificial intelligence that we use all day, every day, and we don't even realize it. As a subset of AI is machine learning, and that is essentially, just machines sort of like understanding and recognizing patterns. Speech detection is an example of machine learning. And then there's deep learning, and then below that, these are all just sort of like circles within each other. Under deep learning is actually generative AI. So generative AI is a smaller subset of machine learning, AI, machine learning, and deep learning. And so they're all very different, and I think one of my big passion points is helping people understand what AI is, because I feel like we throw around this term AI. It feels like it's new, and it's actually not new at all. We've been using it forever.
Is it possible to teach machines morals, empathy, or compassion?
That is also one of my favorite questions to answer. I love to quote a woman, Ovetta Sampson. She's amazing. And she says, data comes from humans, and humans have bias. And I think that's one thing to remember is these machines rely on information that we as humans put out into the world. And so humans are biased ultimately, whether we try to be or not, we are. And so therefore the machines are. And so we need to do things in order to mitigate that bias and that, the issues that come along with candidly being human.
So how has AI been impacted by human bias?
I think we see it today. I think one of the biggest issues, I think, just broadly within the banking industry, I know that they deal with a lot of bias when it comes to approving people for loans and mortgages and things like that. I think that's probably one of the biggest ones from a general term. When we're speaking about generative AI, we still see tons of issues. I mean, I think it was last week, there were some issues on, ethnicity and racial diversity in the outputs. I was just listening to one of the keynote sessions before this, and we're still generating white male CEOs. And so there's a lot that has to be done, again, to mitigate a lot of those patterns that the AI is seeing within what's being put out online or in the world.
Is it actually possible to ensure that the data that's being used to train AI is actually fair?
Oh, yes, absolutely. I mean, right now, there are a lot of AIs that are just trained from data on the internet that's not licensed. The copyright isn't owned, and I think that's one of the very most important first steps that we should be taking is these machines should be trained on data that's licensed and that you do have ownership of. Content that is public domain, that isn't copyrighted necessarily, or we have access to use, because this is one of the big passion points of mine is, we were joking before about the loads of money available in graphic design. I mean,
that was sarcastic.
I know. It is. Art and design is not a high-paying industry, and a lot of times, I was principal designer for drawing and painting, and so I worked with a lot of illustrators, and many of them have to have a regular full-time job just to do their hobby, or their passion, which is illustration. And so I think the thing that's difficult for me to see is their content being used to train the machines that are outputting content that looks, very much like what it is that they're trying to do and trying to make a living on.
So how do we enforce that? How is it enforceable for AI to be relegated to only being able to use non-copyrighted or a commons type of license?
Yeah, and I think there's a couple ways that can be approached. One is just, companies saying, hey, look, I'm going to sign up for this. I am willing to train my models on data that I have license to use. I think there's a couple other things that, being from Adobe, we started the Content Authenticity Initiative in 2019 to help with, avoiding some of the deepfake issues that were going on. But that also includes embedding metadata in the content that's being created that tells how and when it was being created. In addition, being able to tag content with do not train credentials. And so there's people, there's other companies that are also, working towards this, but I think, just laws and rules and regulations aren't gonna cut it. We need to actively be pursuing ways that we can make sure that there are artist protections and that creators are being protected.
One of the things that I learned a long time ago when signing on to a site that needed passwords was the quizzes that they would give you about writing a word or picking a stop sign or a street light. And I found out fairly recently that all of those tests were being used to train AI. And it would have been nice to know.
Yeah.
That I was providing this information. Not that it would have changed my ability to do it or not do it. If I wanted to get into the site, you're sort of forced to do it. But I'm wondering if there will ever be a way for laymen, people just on the internet, to be able to decide what they're contributing to or not.
I mean, absolutely, there should be, and I know that there's a lot happening right now, in Congress and the Senate to help protect, just normal people with their data. I don't think any of us want that information being out there. Unfortunately, we live in a world where our data is being taken all day, every day, and that's not the point to get into that part of it, but I think there's a couple things. There's the transparency and on the end of the companies who are using that data. And then I think there's also an education piece for people who are, signing into those sites or being part of this, because, there will be bad actors. There always will be. We can't stop them. But if the general population is educated on how to spot a deep fake, how to know if a website is, not secure. I think there's a lot of us that, that we look for the HTTPS, on the end of something, and that's, oh, this website is secure. And so I think that there are things that will need to happen and are honestly probably actively happening right now to help us understand how, when to spot things that are either a deep fake or content that's created in the style of, X creator who didn't actually create that information or that content.
That actually is inspiring me to ask a question that I hadn't thought to ask, and that is, how do you or how can you spot a deep fake?
I mean, hands.
Hands?
I'll joke, for generative AI, but I think that that's something that we're still grappling with, because as the technology to create deepfakes gets better, and unfortunately it's the same technology that's helping people create new and different content, I think that a lot of it is going to have to boil down to information that is behind the scenes embedded in that content somehow. And, I don't have the answer to that. I wish I did, but, my knowledge is that I know Adobe has, our chief legal officer is in Washington, D.C. advocating for things like this. And so are, many other companies. And so, like I said, I don't have the exact answer other than, looking in detail, but I am very hopeful that as a society and as a culture and as a human population, that we will grow to sort of overcome some of these issues that we're dealing with.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing when somebody makes a deep fake sex tape of Taylor Swift. It's quite another thing if somebody decides, you know what, I'm going to make a deep fake sex tape of Debbie's sister. And Taylor can go out and say, not only don't look at this, but she can somehow get her Swiftie clan to pull it down. My sister can't. So do you know of any protections in some way of thinking about how to enforce personal privacy?
There is an act called the FAIR Act that, again, I feel like I'm a marketing commercial for Adobe, but there is a lot that we're actually doing on this front because it's a super important issue. And so there's the FAIR Act, which is giving humans the rights to go after the person who is creating the deep fake. And so there is a lot happening on that front because it affects everyone. It could affect me, it could affect you, it could affect anyone in the audience, and that's not right.
Actually, it leads me to something that I am just learning about. I do a lot of work with an organization called the Joyful Heart Foundation. And the Joyful Heart Foundation is in existence to eradicate sexual violence. And I work very, very closely with Mariska Hargitay, who's the star of Law & Order SVU, to help eradicate sexual assault, domestic violence, child abuse, and the rape kit backlog. And we're just beginning to become aware of and start to work against something that's being called image abuse, which is when your image is being used without your permission in some nefarious way. And so it'll be interesting to see where AI fits into these new laws that we hope to bring into Congress to be able to pass to prevent things like this legally.
Right.
Morally, we know it's terrible, but if nothing is done legally, then morality is always a little bit of a slippery slope.
Yeah, right. And I think the thing is look, throughout history, there have been people doing things that are not right, it's not okay, they're copying someone else's work, they're copying someone else's likeness. It's sort of same story, new technology situation, and I think a lot of this is how do we combat what the technology is enabling, because there's always going to be bad actors, and I think it's about approaching that.
You mentioned transparency before, data transparency, and I'm wondering how can humans ensure transparency in how AI makes decisions?
Yeah, and I think that is, in coding, and again, I feel like I'm repeating myself, but it's true, and I'm super passionate about this, is, embedding that information that this was made using AI. Here is what AI did to, help me in this process. And again, that's something that as Adobe we're doing. So we have a generative family of tools called Adobe Firefly. And what we do is anything that is created with Adobe Firefly, we embed directly in the metadata created with Adobe Firefly. So there's no question that that was created using generative AI. And we believe it's important that, and there's work on the copyright end of this, that a human needs to substantially modify something created with a generative AI piece of content in order to consider it theirs. Like, it has to have a significant amount of human editing done to it. And so we're doing that, and if you open Photoshop today, you can turn on something called content credentials, and it actually tracks everything that you did to that file, and it embeds that in the PSD, which is amazing. And so we're trying to lead with this piece of transparency to make sure that, we're tracking this stuff. And I think transparency is key to all of this.
I see questions coming in, and I always love when people have questions that are better than mine. So I want to ask a couple of them. What existing AI-first design products do you value as a design principle at Adobe?
There are a lot of AI-first products, and I'm not sure if the question is, outside of Adobe or not, but I mean, I would say at this point, it's hard because I need to say, okay, is it AI first? Is it generative AI? But pretty much everything we use is AI. I mean, most of your favorite tools are very AI-centric.
How so? How so? That's something I don't understand.
Yeah, that's a good question. So I always use Photoshop as an example because most people are familiar with it. But there is so many features in Photoshop that are AI. So there's something called content-aware fill, which has been around for over a decade, which helps you smartly fill in content when you're, selecting something or expanding the crop on something. That's AI, and so we use it all day, every day. I know there's a lot of people here who probably use Figma. Figma is super AI first, so there's so much that we do. It's just become an innate part of creativity, so much so that we don't even realize it.
Yeah, the first question that came in was, can you share a moment when you thought, how did I ever live without this? And I thought, there's so many things that I can say at one point in my life that I couldn't do without that are now obsolete.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering, how healthy is it to become so dependent on a machine helping you create something that might have been more creative if you did it on your own?
So are you ready for my take on all of this?
Yes.
So here's the thing, is AI is a machine. Machines are created to recognize data and repeatable patterns and continue those things. As humans, the major benefit of us being human is you have a completely different perspective of the world than I do. A machine can't replicate that for every single person in the world. We have emotions, we have experiences, we have things that make us innately human. And so, when I think about machines and humans coexisting together, let the machines do what the machines are good at. And also, take the information that the machines are maybe bringing up to the surface. There's a ton of harm and bias issues like we talked about previously. All the issues of, wow, there's a lot of white people being generated. That's bringing to the surface patterns that weren't necessarily immediately recognizable to us previously.
Right.
I think that's a good thing. This is an opportunity for us to address some of those issues. But when it comes to being creative and things being more or less creative with a human, it's all about your perspective. It's about your emotions. It's about breaking the rules. Machines don't know when and how to break rules. They follow the rules. And so that's what we lean into. One of the biggest design principles is, you have to learn the rules in order to break the rules. And breaking the rules is what makes something, creative and enjoyable. And so it's that serendipitous rule breaking as well that feeds into creativity.
So what happens? So let me ask this. I'm going to try to ask this in a way that sounds like I know what I'm talking about. How is it possible to ensure that AI doesn't fail?
Can you explain that a little bit?
So you said that AI follows the rules. Mm-hmm. What happens if they don't? Is it possible? They, as if, right? But what happens if AI doesn't follow a rule or disobeys a rule? Is that possible?
I mean, I'm sure they could be trained. It could be trained. It could be trained to randomly break the rules. But it's all about patterns. You could say every 5 whatevers, break this or do this opposite thing or randomly take from this certain thing, but it's still a rule that
and it's still a prompt.
Following.
It's still a prompt. I want to talk about plagiarism. How can educators ensure that students do not use AI to write their papers?
I love this. I think it's less about ensuring that students don't use AI to write their papers or create their design work. I think it's actually flipping the question. I read somewhere that, you know, for paper writing, there was one instructor who, rather than having students write papers, they would actually give them papers and ask them to make the corrections and find the mistakes. And I was like, I love that. You know, I think that something similar, you know, I guess for one, like for design professions and design students, you know, if they use it, they use it. And, you know, maybe they will go on to make a career of, you know, generating only content, you know, to make money. If they do, that's fine.
But I don't want to give somebody a degree to do that.
Exactly.
And that's what I'm concerned about from an educational perspective.
Exactly, and I think that's where some of the stuff that we talked about before, which is transparency and making it easy to understand, you know, 10% of this thing was used with generative AI, and I know a lot of universities are putting AI guidelines into place. But it's hard, and it's one of those things that we're still grappling with. And I think right now we're in probably the most difficult part of this, right? Because it's been sort of like fairly widely adopted at this point. We're trying to understand, you know, we're at this point in technology where people are adopting it. We're not really for sure how to handle it. And I think that that's the point that we're at right now. And I think that we'll get over that hump, and I know that's probably the worst way to describe that, but you know, we'll understand how to deal with this as time goes on, but we're grappling with these really hard questions right now. And I don't have the answers to all of them.
Yeah, no, I know, and I don't know that anybody does yet, which is both terrifying and exciting. I run a graduate program at the School of Visual Arts, and the students have been using AI with our permission for research purposes. And in some cases, it's been really interesting to see how young people are able to adapt to this new technology or the new parts of this technology to help them generate images and ideas. We did a project where students had to think about how the Archie brand, Archie Comics, could be repositioned in the future to be more inclusive, to have more diversity. And AI was able to do something that the students wouldn't have been able to do, which is to imagine Archie as a trans person, to imagine Betty and Veronica as a lesbian couple. I mean, it was super interesting to see how AI could generate these images fairly quickly with very specific kinds of prompts. But then, you know, we caught one of our students writing a paper that I suspected was AI. It was missing a certain kind of soul. It was missing a voice. It was missing a real point of view that didn't feel very generic. And I asked the student, did you do this with AI? And fortunately, they copped to it and then redid it. But not everybody's going to cop to it. I hope that people can see it, but are there ways in which you can view something and know that it was generated by AI or using machine learning?
Yes, you absolutely can. So I mentioned the Content Authenticity Initiative previously. We've also created a content credential website where you can upload any image, screenshot, doesn't matter what it is, and it will actually do a quick search, and it will tell you whether there is other content out there that to a certain extent matches this. And I think those types of things are super important. This is part of the education that we're trying to do as Adobe and that I'm super passionate about. Again, I know I keep saying how passionate I am about this, but I really, truly am. I care a lot about education. I care a lot about creativity. I care a lot about, you know, the creative field. And I think it's so important to make sure that we are setting ourselves up to be successful.
Min Jin Lee, the writer Min Jin Lee, she wrote Pachenko, Free Food for Millionaires. She was very vocal on social media when she realized that her books were being used to train. What can we do to protect the rights of writers that are being used? Apparently now there is a website where you could go, put in your name, and see what books you've written that might have been used to train AI. Is there anything that can be done about that?
I think it's just more, an extension of that technology, putting in your name to see, if my books were used to train AI, all the way to, saying, somehow marking that content to do not train this, do not train on this, I do not give you permission. And I think that as we go on, I think that I am very hopeful that companies will start respecting this point of view.
Adobe Firefly, this is another question from our audience. These are fantastic questions. Generally, I'm like, oh, audience questions. But these are really good questions. Adobe Firefly allows its users to upload a reference image. Will it ever become possible to embed it directly into custom asset reference libraries?
And I'm not for sure if this question is asking about retaining the reference image alongside the final work. Is that your understanding of the question?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, and so that's something that we actually talk about a lot. Right now, that's not something that we do. But showing, it's all about transparency, and I think that is the only way forward for all of this, is being transparent about what goes into something. A lot of times we talk about it as a nutrition menu, right? Like, you want to know what goes into the food that you're eating, and you're probably not going to eat it if it's, something weird or gross. Maybe you will, I don't know, but that's your decision to do that. And so, as a company that is focused on creativity, and we want to do the same. Like, you should know what goes into the content that you're consuming. So it's all about education and transparency. And I know I sound like a broken record, but I really do believe that's the way forward.
You talked about how AI has already been embedded in so many things we use, like spell check. Where is AI or machine learning already in wide use in design and creativity?
Think about anything that has a pattern, anything that detects something. I already mentioned content-aware fill. I'm kind of blanking right now, but there's so many features and so many different things that we use already that are very AI focused. On the spot, trying to think of things. But my favorite example is content-aware fill, and that's usually because most people are familiar with Photoshop. But we used to have a product called Adobe XD. It was for UX design, and there was something called Repeat Grid, where it would allow you to sort of like repeat UX elements easily, which is something that as a product designer I do every day. I'm constantly repeating all of these. I need a grid of images. I need, these sets of buttons. That's all AI.
There's a question here that I love. The question is, what contemporary artists are using AI in any of its forms in interesting, creative, or productive ways? There are two that I know of that I will share, and I'd love to know if you haven't some as well. There's a woman named Poom Lefebvre of Design Army. She's a phenomenal art director and designer, and she recently used AI to create an entire ad campaign. Now, Poom is very image-driven, very highly styled photography in her work that she does, and you would never know. And it had such a design army look to it that you would never consider the possibility that this was AI. And she was very forthright about it, and she got a lot of press about it because of how good it was. So she's one. And then Marion Banshees is working in Vancouver, Bowen Island actually, and she's doing art-generated AI. Heavily, heavily patterned work, very surprising, and is really challenging AI in a lot of ways to make things that she didn't think were possible to actually make. So I would recommend those two, Poom Lefebvre of Design Army and Marion Banshees. Do you have others that, because you know so many people and work with so many, who do you see as really on the cutting edge of doing work in design and advertising, branding and creativity, or fine art that's pushing the boundaries?
Yeah, so I'm actually, I was hoping you'd ask this question because I'm actually working with an artist right now who's getting ready to do a show at MoMA, and he's a furniture designer, and he wants to use generative AI to reimagine what it would look like if, furniture that we consider, iconic furniture, what would it look like if it was created by, designers of color? And so we're actually using generative AI to reimagine, not just patterns and the aesthetic of it, but like the entire form factor. And it's such an exciting project because it allows us to imagine what would happen if there were more, equity among the types of designers. For such a long time, design was a white male industry. And, I remember coming in as a female, being the only female on design teams. I'm sure you were, in a very similar situation. And so, what if that was expanded to, designers of color, different cultures, all these different things. And I'm so excited for the project. I believe it goes into MoMA in September.
And do you know who that artist is?
Norman Teague.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
So part of what is so wonderful and mysterious about creativity is that it's all imagination fueled. You also need skill, you need talent, but the ideas all come from one's imagination. Some of it is combinatorial creativity, some of it is original. How does AI enhance or compete with that, with imagination?
I think it sits alongside of it. From my experience, and I, some of the artists that you mentioned, Marion Banshee, is like being able to push and break and do things that maybe we didn't think were possible. What I love about what AI does is it gives you some really weird results sometimes. Yes. You're like, what is going on here? One of my favorite images, when it was during early Firefly, and I use this in some of my talks that I do, Firefly wanted to put human faces on any living thing. And so there was an image of this chihuahua with a human face, and it was terrifying. You see these things, and that's what I love is, it's not that I would actually use a dog with a human face, it's that sparks something. It's that serendipitous sort of spark to go in a specific direction. And that's what I really like about it. You see things, you're like, oh, I could do this. And you're not just taking the thing for what it is, it's giving you the idea to go in a completely different direction.
How do you ensure that AI-enhanced imagination is actually original?
Oh, that's a really good question. I don't know if you can. I can have an original idea, or what I perceive to be as original, and it could be a very similar look and feel to an original idea that someone across the world had. So I think it's hard to determine that. I think it's all about intent, really.
Do you believe that AI enhances ideas, or does it just fuel variations?
That's a really good one. I actually think it might be both, and I don't know if that's a cop-out answer. But as I just mentioned before, it can spark some sort of completely different direction that you wouldn't have thought to be possible. Then when it comes to variations, I know a lot of artists and a lot of agencies who use AI in the beginning process because, clients want to see X number of variations, and as we all know, the number of variations you show a client is a much more curated set than what you already came up with. And so they use it as a tool to generate a lot of different directions and variations, and then, make edits to those and maybe to push them in different directions. So I think it's a combination. I actually think that that's where generative AI is super useful, is within the ideation phase, because that's when you're generating tons of ideas. And imagine being able to generate, you know, literally and figuratively, even more ideas and more different directions to be able to come to such a better end goal.
One of the jobs that AI has made possible is a title called prompt engineer, which I kind of love and I'm also terrified by. How do you become a prompt engineer? And what are some of the best-in-class techniques that you're aware of for feeding information to AI to get the best possible results? Whatever I've done so far has failed miserably. So I'm just curious if you can help me with some ways of thinking about how to become a better prompt engineer.
Well, you are actually in luck, because a lot of the sites, I know Midjourney and a few others, are actually moving away from this concept of prompt engineering. But the way it came about is, you know, speaking in natural language to a machine didn't really work, because it has this whole collection of knowledge that it's been trained on, you know, camera angles and lenses and all this other stuff. And that's really how prompt engineering came to be, is that you can put all of this information in it, very, very detailed, specific information, to get the exact result that you want. Now they're moving away from some of that, and I don't know exactly all of the details behind how they're doing it.
But why are they doing that?
To make it more accessible, I believe.
So for people like me that are just really flummoxed by the entire thing.
Yeah, the way Adobe dealt with it is we made it everything much more visual, and sort of like listed it out. You know, maybe we have a couple of different like lenses that you could apply to it, different visual effects that you could apply to it. You know, we talked about style references previously, and so there's a lot that we're doing to make sure that you can get the result you want. But creativity ultimately is about control. And I don't know about you, but there is no way I could write a sentence that would describe, you know, any piece of design work that I've made. It's really hard. And so having different modalities to be able to, using Gen AI to assist you as a tool, and I want to be very specific about that, as a tool, as part of your sort of like tool set to get what you want. Right? And so a lot of times you'll say, I'll give an example, like I want a basketball, and I want the basketball to be, you know, in the bottom left corner. And even still, you know, I'm sure that there's prompts that can get you close, but to be able to get the exact, you know, style of basketball with the exact lighting, with the exact, you know, angle, with all these details that you have in your head that you want to achieve, it is difficult, if not impossible, to get that using text. And so being able to have different modalities, there's something called ControlNet that allows you, which sounds terrifying. The first time I heard that, I was like, what is this?
What is it?
It's coming for us all. It basically allows you, you know, we talked about style reference, so it's sort of like taking the visual, but ControlNet allows you to sort of take, you know, maybe the depth of a photograph. So say I have an image of some buildings, and I want to reimagine those buildings in those exact buildings. What that can do is it can take basically like the outline and all the sort of like the depth of a photograph, and keep to that structure. So being able to we call it multimodality, but you know, you could imagine having a 3D model and being able to place it where you want it, and you know, then describe the materials on different parts, going back to the basketball, the material on different parts of the basketball or a handbag or something like that. So it's all about control and using Gen AI in context, that I think is going to be a super important piece of this, where we haven't, I mean, we're still working towards that, candidly.
I'm old enough to remember when computers were first being used to help designers. Quite a lot of elder statespeople thought that that would signal the demise of creativity and the elimination of a lot of jobs. And in some ways, it did eliminate a lot of jobs, typographers, retouchers, et cetera. However, it also created probably 10 times as many jobs for the people that were making all the things that go into the computers and the programs and so forth. A lot of people have been talking about the job elimination possibilities for and with AI. Are you worried about that at all?
You know, I think this is something that we deal with every wave of technology. I mean, you mentioned some of it, transitioning things from, analog to digital. I was speaking with someone who worked at Pixar in the early days where they were still doing, drawing out by hand, and some of the digital animation tools came to be. And half of the people there, he said half of his, cohort, were terrified we're gonna lose our jobs. And then he was part of a group of them that were like, you know what, we're gonna dig in and we're gonna learn this and we're gonna become the best digital animators possible. And they're still there working and doing it. And so I think part of this is creatives will become the best at using whatever technology it is that we're using in context. And we see this already. I like to joke that, I can put in the same prompt as a non-designer and, somehow mine's gonna look better in the end. And it's just because there's a sensibility and a visual aesthetic that, I am aware of, and I have that attention to detail. And so, I think that there, again, I mentioned this before, but I think we're in kind of the most difficult part of this right now, and I don't know how long that's gonna last. But with every new technology, there are jobs eliminated, but new jobs are created, to your point. And we've seen this throughout history, all through the printing press, the camera, the digital camera. And I think we see this all the time. And so I'm curious to see where it goes.
It's interesting whenever there's any type of new or original thinking or art or performance, people somehow get really insecure about what that means for our future, that somehow we will lose something as opposed to gain something. And I think that's just a lot of what it means to be human and be uncertain about the future. Generally, people don't think, oh, change, woohoo, let's do something that we've never done before and really succeed at it. Most of the time, we're much more nervous about that. What do you see the potential for AI being able to do for designers, for artists, for writers, that we might not be able to realize yet on the side that we might be able to do?
I think it's going to be able to allow us to work in more mediums and media that we don't know. I mean, I am not a 3D designer at all. I'm not. And I think that Gen AI is going to allow me to be able to explore things in 3D, whereas previously and right now, I would terrify someone if I tried to make something in my master's thesis where I was like, I'm going to 3D print this thing, and like the 3D printer was like, you are definitely not printing this thing, And so you can imagine that Gen AI could help me 3D print that thing. That's not to say that I'm going to become a professional 3D artist by any means, but it allows me to work in medium and media that I wouldn't be able to or would struggle to previously, and that's what I'm super excited about.
I know a lot of your thesis was about experimental typography. How would you see now, looking back on creating a piece of work that was all about experimenting, how would you see AI being able to have enhanced that, aside from the printing part?
Oh, it would have been amazing. Like literally, I was literally generating by hand some of this stuff. I was like going back and forth from Illustrator into Photoshop and, doing blends and doing frame by frame animated GIFs. And like, if I would have been able to, it would take me, I'm not kidding, it would take me like 5 hours to do a animated GIF in Photoshop. And I could have done so much, I could have explored so much more. And at the end of that 2 years, I felt like I had so much more that I could have done, but it was literally a matter of time limitation for me. And so it would almost be kind of fun to revisit that in a way.
one of the things that people talk about when thinking about the potential for AI is that it could never be sentient. It's not possible for us to be able to create the trillions upon trillions of neural pathways in our brains into a machine. And I always come back to this sort of imagination. If you gave AI a prompt, make it more imaginative or make it feel more original, could they answer something like that? They, it.
I mean, I think that, and again, this is based on what we have today, and so I can't speak to the future, but whatever imagination is what the machine learned through all the patterns and data that it already has. And so I would imagine it would literally go to something that had imagination in it and try to replicate that.
So it couldn't really do that.
I mean, I'd kind of be curious to see what it came up with. It could spark some imagination, definitely. But it's hard to say.
Yeah, it would be an interesting prompt. Use your imagination too.
Yeah. It might just ignore that word, candidly.
There's a question that's gotten a lot of love that's here. Are the AI models impacting creativity and creative people in the battle between artists and AI? Who wins?
Ooh. When it comes to creativity, I have to say, I mean, as humans, I truly believe is to be human is to be creative. I think that is a core part of who we are, whether or not you consider yourself a creative person. And as I mentioned before, it's our emotions, it's our point of view, it's our life experiences, it's spontaneity, it's deciding when and where to break the rules. And so I do think that there is a coexistence of humans and machines. I really do think so. And I think that, humans do what humans are good at, and we can make the decisions, and ultimately those machines are learning from us. We have to give them that data. They're not, at this point in time, they are not making up data on their own. They're simply taking the data, it is taking the data that we feed them, breaking it down, and then recreating it from noise. And that's a very dumbed down version of what Gen AI does, is it takes all the data that it's been trained on, it destroys it, and then it rebuilds it from noise. And so it's doing what we're giving it.
You said that you don't think that AI could falsify data. Do you think that there'll be a time when it could?
So AI definitely can falsify data because, well, if you're talking about Gen AI, and that's the thing, is like we can't, because Gen AI is taking the data that it has, it destroys it, and it rebuilds it. It's literally called hallucination. And so you can't, it is nearly impossible, I don't want to say impossible, it is nearly impossible to get the same thing twice with Gen AI. And so that's why with things like ChatGPT and large language models, like it used to be you could go say, some obscure knowledge like who was the designer of XYZ font, and it would give you literally 3 different answers. Like it is not built to be a factual database. It is good for giving you travel plans, giving you ideas for how to write different ways of phrasing a sentence or writing something, but it is not a search engine. And so I think that that's the thing to always remember is it's not a fact machine. Even Google search, we've been trained to, if you say like, is this current event actually true or not? You have to sift through that information.
Yeah.
And so I think we need to remember that as Gen AI becomes more a part of, our how we interact with the world, that you can't just believe everything that is there.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've all learned that via using Wikipedia, that not everything is true on Wikipedia. I want to talk for the last couple of minutes that we have about the future. How do you envision a world with AI in the next 10 years and maybe the next 100 years?
Oh, wow. 100 years. I don't know if I can speak to that one, but I think in the next 10 years, I think we're going to see an explosion of more creativity and content, and I think more awareness. I think, I always think about this from the creative angle, just because that's what I'm in and that's what I do every day. But I'm really excited about the possibilities of, more immersive art, more immersive design and experiences that will be allowed with some of this stuff. I'm going to a museum and I currently, you view the pieces, or in some instances you get to go inside of something and it feels immersive. But what happens when you're sort of potentially like interacting with the artist in this piece, or you become part of the piece? I mean, I think a lot of this is very speculative, but I think that there's so many opportunities to have art become a bigger part of our culture and our society, and no longer be something that you go to see or you go to do, or that you make the intentional decision to go, create or observe, that it just becomes a part of who we are. And I think that's really exciting. Thank you.
Brooke, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for being such an educational and inspiring guest. This is a topic that I'm really fascinated by, but have absolutely no command of. And so I'm so appreciative for you taking the time to answer the questions for me and answering so many of the great audience questions that we've gotten today. Thank you for joining me on Design Matters, and thank you for making so much work that matters.
Thank you so much. This was so
Brooke
fun.
Cooper, thank you for joining me at South by Southwest, and thank you to the audience for being such a wonderful presence here today.
See past the
Our next guests are here with the film My Dead Friend Zoe, a dark comedy about a complicated friendship, a divided family, and the complex ways in which we process grief. Please welcome Sonequa Martin-Green, Natalie Morales, Utkarsh Ambudkar, Gloria Rubin, and director Kyle Hausman-Stokes to the South by Southwest studio. How we doing?
Good. Doing good. How you doing?
I am fantastic. I'm here with you. We're all looking good. Like, I wore my special chain for this specific day.
Yes.
See, I looked at it, I said, yes.
You wore your special beard, too.
My special beard. I love it. I love when people compliment the beard. And it's like respect.
Yeah.
So I saw this movie, and I was already talking about this a little bit with you on the way in. Like, I texted Natalie, like, hey, I'm watching your movie, and it's a lot of fun. I said, you're kind of mean, though, in the film. You know?
I try. Yeah.
You succeeded. You
yeah,
know?
Okay, good.
But what I found like really great about this film is that like obviously it's a dark comedy and there's like an interesting balance when it comes to these dark comedies because you got to balance like heavy subject matter while also making your audience laugh. So Kyle, I want you to like talk to me about kind of like bringing that to life and like walking that tightrope when making this film.
It was just really important to me. I think a lot of people have a certain idea about us veterans that we're very serious, very stoic. Maybe we're just, you know, racked by these problems we have from our service, and like it couldn't be further from the truth. We love to laugh, and like humor, specifically dark humor, is like how we cope and how we get through these times. So I think it's true what they say is like you make the movie that you want to see. So I wanted to tell the story. It is incredibly personal, and there's some heavy stuff in there, but I just want it to be watchable and enjoyable, and the people that it's inspired by and dedicated to, like, we used to laugh and like they would want to laugh, you know. So yeah, it was just important to me to really balance those two.
Yeah, I hear what you say about it like being very personal. It's like I understand it. This is kind of based off of like your time in the service and two friends of yours who were males in like the real life, but you've casted Natalie and Sonequa in these roles, two women playing those like characters. Like, can you two talk about kind of like, I don't want to say gender bent, but just kind of like bringing like a version of those characters to life, and how did that kind of chemistry work out between you two?
What a good question.
Yeah, I mean, it is different. I think we had a few conversations about just the differences between being a woman in service and being a man in service, which I've never been in service, but just by being a woman in the world, I know that there are. And we had a few conversations about that. I think it was really smart of Kyle to do a very personal story from a bit of a removed lens, because he could be more objective about it, I think. I think the battle buddy has always been depicted between two men, and I've really not seen that with women. So it was really cool to be able to do that with Sonequa, who's literally the best.
So is Natalie.
Yeah.
I agree, and I also commend Kyle. In general, you know, we all are honored to stand with him, and I thought that it was quite fascinating, actually, and courageous of you to tell his story and to tell his story in service, and to separate himself and have his story told by a Black woman.
Yeah, it's not often that a white man's like, you know what, I'd rather tell my story through two women of color.
Yes, a Black woman and a Spanish one. You know what I'm saying?
It is great, yeah.
Yeah, we marveled at that.
Yeah.
We marveled at that, and we, you know, hand clap to him, respect to him for that. And I think that it did also allow for some interesting moments of creativity because of that too.
Yeah.
And you know, he was very, very open and allowed us to collaborate, and so it ended up being such a lovely synergy.
Yeah, and I like the theme of like collaboration, synergy. Like it really feels like you guys all together had great chemistry together when it came to your interactions, and that's what I liked about the film the most. Gloria, I want to put this question on to you. You play the mother in this film who's going through like a lot, right? And it's just I want to talk about, you know, what places did you go as an actor, kind of like being someone who has to watch someone that they love kind of like go through mental health struggles and things of that sort. Did you tap into anything real?
Yes, very much so. A lot of the themes, rather tangible or emotional or psychological in the movie, as soon as I read the script, really parallel my life. situations that are going on now and certainly ones from the past. And so that immediate emotional connection for me was, and then of course speaking with Kyle, definitely was, you know, it was a big, easy yes for me. And as Sonequa said, as the lady said, that about the gender, you know, switching it from male to female, and the different race, etc. It's one of the things that I love the most about this movie is the themes are universal. So, and yet the story is so extremely beautifully intimate and personal. And it's so powerful in those regards, and funny, and just really smart and pure. Like, so I've watched the movie a number of times, and every scene is pure. There's nothing extra on it. You know, it's like everything, like all the fat is trimmed off. You know, like how I like my steak. So, because we're in Texas, you know, I got to mention steak. But you know, again, the themes are so universal, and I'm sure all of us can say that in one way or another we connected to. To the certain stories.
That's incredible. Now, again, it's a dark comedy, and Utkarsh, like when I first got introduced to you, like as an actor, funniest guy, like on screen most of the time, right? Like but you're making a name for yourself now in drama, and I'm seeing so many different sides to you. Like I didn't even know you did music up until recently, so I'm just like so talented, right?
Thanks.
By the way, I sing Magic by Bob because of you, not because of Bob. It's because of you and Pitch Perfect.
It's amazing.
Know, I try to channel my Utkarsh whenever I'm like, you know, during karaoke
I appreciate
night,
that.
So no worries.
Thanks, man.
But can you talk about like the ways in which like, was that a conscious effort to kind of like have people see you as like a multifaceted actor and not just comedy, or was it just kind of just like, this is who I am, I'm that dude?
I mean, I think we just all want to work with the right people, and the universe sort of sets us up for these opportunities. This was a really organic experience. Kyle reached out, the timing was right. Everyone in the production is either has served or their family has served. That's something that really spoke to me. I'm a huge fan of everybody sitting here. Ed and Morgan, who aren't with us today. I mean, because, because they're not present.
Yeah, they're just, as in London.
They're happy, healthy, and terrific. They're really good.
There's people watching you like, are you proud of me, dude? Or you watch me?
But it was, there's no box. I've got very finite amount of time on this earth, and I have a lot of things that I love doing and want to do, and there's so many special people to share this kind of artistic experience with, so that's always just been my goal. So whether it's like behind a mic or on a film set or writing a comic book or whatever it is, like I'm just very blessed and lucky to be able to be in the company of a lot of amazing people over and over again. So yeah.
That's a great answer.
Yeah, well, it is what it is. There's no box, people.
No.
Yes.
I was supposed to be a basketball player from Compton. Look at me now. We're talking about movies on the set. I love it. It's great. So what I'm looking at is, okay, so this movie also stars like Hollywood icons like Morgan Freeman, Ed Harris. Like, can you talk about like working with those two like legends in the game?
Morgan Freeman from Hitman's Wife's Bodyguard.
It was intimidating for me. They are giants, you know, and like, you see Morgan Freeman and you're like, that's God. Yeah.
That means save the penguins.
It's just, we all kind of relate to him as that, so it's really hard to just be like, that's a human being, or that's the character in this movie, because he's just like kind of larger than life. And Ed Harris is just, I don't know, I mean, we've grown up with these people. Not to age them, but we have, and they were both so lovely to work with, and so respectful, and so invested, and it was a really great experience for me. Yeah, I think for all of us.
Same, it really was. I mean, it was hard. I remember the day we shot, and Morgan, I couldn't. I was supposed to be giving him some attitude, and I was like, it's Morgan.
Yeah, same
Morgan Freeman. You know, and he was like, it's not Morgan Freeman right now, you know. And, you know, there definitely was that. You would think that you would be, you know, so professional about it. And then you get in the moment with them, and you look, you know, you look in Ed's eyes.
He also Morgan Freeman has eyes that you're like, that's the universe.
And Ed's the universe.
I can't look at it for too long.
That's exactly right. And Ed is the same way. His eyes are like the ocean. And I literally said those words to him, you know, but they both took such care. And like you said, we're so engaged and kind and giving and even nurturing.
But that also speaks to Sonequa's openness also as our lead. The chemistry that her and Ed have in the film is just amazing to watch. How at the front of their faces each of you are, right? You're so giving and so willing to go there with one another. There's so much presence there. So
I was going to say the same thing. I think it's a testament to you as an actor that you're able to give Morgan Freeman attitude. Me, I would melt. I would fold. I would fold.
We had that pep talk. We had that pep talk.
He had to give me a pep talk. He had to straight up
I had to
command
kind of
me.
yell at him, and that was interesting.
But now you can cross that off your bucket list and tell people that whenever you hang out with them. Exactly. It was great.
You know, but for me, with him, it was that was Airman Freeman. I mean, he was an airman. He's a veteran, and that's really how we connected initially. And yes, he's a legend, as we said. But for a lot of us, it was like what was so interesting about him. And I have to give it up to Paul Scanlon, one of the producers of the project, that really pushed to try to say we need to stick with it. Is he's a veteran. He's a veteran. He wants to tell the same story. And Ed also has a personal connection to a Vietnam veteran in his life. So everybody came to the field to do the work, but everybody had like a story, and they wanted to like be a part of this this mission, this like impact that we're doing. Yeah.
That's incredible. All right, we about time to wrap this thing up because we're running out of time. Even though I could talk about this all day and talk about looking into the eyes of God, you know. But before we get out of here, and Utkarsh, you can say no if you want to, but whenever my homies tell me they could rap, and I'm not saying we're homies right now. I would like to be.
Snap.
I would love to hear like a quick little freestyle. If I give you a beat, could you freestyle about what it's like to be at South by right now?
God.
let me hear your beat.
Okay. Now let's push the pressure right back over.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me see if I can. Dang, Compton Boy can't come up with a beat on the spot.
Oh man.
No.
Nope. No, that's a hard no.
Hey,
See?
no shade.
I put you on the no. It's all right.
Hard no.
He needs a good beat. And I'm not a musician. I said musical
This is for all the vets out there, baby.
That's exactly right. All the best.
Excellent.
The beat
then.
wasn't
Well,
right.
That was respectful.
I appreciate you, Juju.
Respectful. That's why I was like, he told me to make a beat. This is not going to go right.
Yeah.
That's a good way to tell. But thank you so much for being on, guys. This was
Thank
incredible.
you. Thank you. Yeah.
And you, on the screen, watch my dead friend Zoe, please.
Yeah.
It's coming out pretty soon.
Yeah, do that.
Thank you all for stopping by the studio today. I'm your host, Juju Green. Thank you so much for watching. And you can find all of South by Southwest Studios and the interviews on our YouTube channel at youtube.com/ is that what it's called?
Yeah.
SXSW.
I'm sorry, Juju.
can see past my love.
All right, hello everyone. Good afternoon, and welcome to day 2 of South by Southwest. My name is Monica Sack. I am the Senior Director of Conference Programming here, and I hope you are all having a wonderful day. Before we get to our keynote, just 1 or 2 reminders, really just one. If there are any mentor sessions or workshops that you were really hoping to attend, but it looks like the RSVP has filled up, we do welcome walk-ups, so feel free to stop by and see if there are any available spaces. There usually is, and we're usually able to accommodate almost everyone. All right, now on to today's keynote. The internet. In the beginning, there was so much promise and hope and optimism and how we would connect with everyone around the world. And it was going to make everything better. It was going to be a better place once we could all be connected. We would have a greater understanding and appreciation for one another, and at times it does that. But then there is the other side of it. The side where we are vulnerable and people are mining our data and tracking our habits and looking for our personal information. It's an unsettling feeling, to say the least. And maybe people have been talking about these problems for a long time now, and maybe people are trying to do stuff about it, but what's really being done? Well, today we get to hear from a company actually trying to do something about it. Tracy Chou is an entrepreneur and software engineer known for her work advocating for diversity and inclusion in tech. She is currently the founder and CEO of Block Party, which builds tools for online safety, privacy, and anti-harassment. Their latest product, Privacy Party, helps people find and fix privacy risks on social media. Joining later on in the session will be Block Party's head of product design, Deonne Castaneda. She'll dive a little bit deeper into what that process actually looks like. A reminder that questions will be accepted through the Slido platform. You can find that in the South by Southwest Go app, as well as the online schedule. Go to the session listing and click on the Engage button to submit your question. And now, please join me in welcoming to the stage Tracy Chou.
Hi everyone, I'm Tracy. As Monica introduced, I am a software engineer, diversity activist, and the founder and CEO of Block Party, a tech startup building user-friendly tools for online safety and privacy. Later in the session, Deonne will join me on stage. We're here today to talk about how being online doesn't have to come at the cost of our safety and privacy. As humans, we deserve better. And as technologists, we have the power to do better. All right, let's get started. Here is our agenda. First, who cares? Who cares? Well, for starters, I do. Let me take you back in time about 5 years for a little personal history and context. This is a screenshot of my Twitter profile circa 2019. Obviously, I'm just showing this to you to humble brag that I was an OG blue check. Just kidding. But really, the blue check did mean something back then, which was that I had reached a certain level of notability, and that was mainly for my diversity and tech activism work. I had written a blog post called Where Are the Numbers that called out Silicon Valley's lack of transparency around their demographic data of their workforce, pointing out the hypocrisy of being a data-driven industry, but carefully avoiding diversity data because it would look bad. My post went viral, and eventually the tech industry did publish its diversity data, showcasing how poorly we were doing and also how little we were improving. I became an accidental activist on the topic of diversity, and I frequently spoke on issues of gender, race, and how the relevance, quality, and impact of technology we built could only be improved by having more representation in the ranks of technology builders. We have reached a new level of backlash against DEI recently, but I can tell you from personal experience, 10 years ago through to now, there have always been people mad about DEI and quite nasty about it. So just a minor content warning before I progress to the next slide, some racism, misogyny, and violent imagery. Here is a tiny sample of the tweets I got on a regular basis. As someone who checks my phone compulsively, I know it's a bad habit and I should work on it, but I do. Walking between meetings, while brushing my teeth, in line at the grocery store, I would check Twitter all the time, and it really sucked that I could be hit with a virtual slap to the face at any moment, day or night. I tried to tough it out. People used to say, don't read the comments, don't feed the trolls. If I ever mentioned harassment I was getting, people would just ask, why don't you delete your account? It felt like people were telling me that it was my fault for receiving harassment because I wanted to be online, and it was my fault for caring about it when I didn't have to. Recognizing first how bad it had gotten for me and how much it was impacting my mental health. Second, how good the internet could be, though, and feeling sad about how much good I was missing out on. And third, that I, as an engineer and product builder, could build solutions to my own problems and those of many others, I started Block Party with that mission of making good on the promise of the internet. When the world started getting online, the internet promised to democratize information, connection, opportunity, and so much more. It hasn't quite lived up to that promise, and the past decade, especially 2016 onwards, has felt particularly bleak in some corners. Where we once thought everyone could have a voice and a presence, including the historically marginalized, we've been confronted with the reality that harassment is often used as a silencing tool. Where we once thought it would bring us joy and delight to find community and content online, we've often instead dealt with the harms of being addicted to and poisoned by the algorithms. That doesn't mean that there isn't a lot of good still online, but it comes with a lot of bad right now, and it's understandable that some folks are now making the trade-off to give it all up altogether. I think everyone deserves to be able to partake in digital prosperity, for fun and for work and everything in between. That's what we're working towards at Block Party. Ironically enough, as I began work on Block Party, my own online safety and privacy issues only escalated. For one, harassers don't like it when you build anti-harassment software. So every announcement about the company or product launches brought awful people out of the woodwork. They filled our wait list with abuse. They launched DDoS attacks to try to take down our website. Once a thread about me appeared on 4chan, and the 4chan trolls coordinated to create accounts with my name and photo to post hundreds of racist, horrible comments all over the internet. I also started having to worry about physical safety. It's uncomfortable to talk about any stalker, even a former stalker, because there's always the risk the obsession hasn't fully ended and they'll be back. But I also hate that we can't be more open in talking about these topics. I'm sharing my experience in the hopes that it helps to illuminate the types of challenges we face and hopefully start to address them. One very dedicated stalker developed a parasocial attachment to me and went from being overly aggressive online to getting on a plane, flying around the world, and trying to find me in person. Multiple times, he showed up where I was. My mental health was bad before, but it reached a new level of terrible. I was paranoid whenever I was out on the street, wondering if he might be following me. I was paranoid whenever I was at home, wondering if he might have figured out where I lived and if he might tailgate someone into the building. Every night before signing off, I made a round of checking all of his public social media to see if there were any clues that I should be aware of and I should pay attention to for my own safety. Horrible bedtime routine, do not recommend. The worst part was the feeling of helplessness. It felt like everything was out of my control. I wanted to be at home writing code for Block Party, and instead I had to go to SFPD at the Hall of Justice to try to file police reports. They rejected my reports in the beginning. Even when I got through, they said they couldn't do anything. Meanwhile, my stalker wasn't stopping. I was furious, but also fearful. My whole life had been turned upside down just because one crazy person had fixated on me. I went to private security to see if they could help. Although private security was altogether too expensive for me, they wanted $3K a month on Rotator, more if any escalations happened, and that was more than I was paying in rent at the time. They gave me advice that has stuck with me to this very day. They'd seen a lot of people in my situation, and worse, and said this: the worst thing is the feeling of helplessness. The most important advice I can give you is that you aren't helpless. You can flip your mindset. Think proactively about how to defend yourself. This investigator suggested to me that I could think from the perspective of my stalker. Where might there be exposure of my data? What information could he get on me? What would that enable him to do? With that thought exercise, I could figure out what to lock down preemptively. They reminded me that I have agency and that I could exercise it. Remember this idea. We'll come back to it shortly. All right, so enough about me. Who else cares about privacy and safety? A common criticism of efforts in this space is that people actually don't care, so why bother? To address that misconception head on, a lot of people care. And to be more pointed about it, actually, it's a lot of people who say they don't, but really do. Before we get too much deeper, let's define some terms. To be clear, these are terms that industry people and legislators love, but normal people rarely use. Online safety is protection from the many different possible harms of being online, including harassment, exposure to disturbing content, disinformation, as well as attacks or breaches relating to your own data. Privacy is about that narrower set of concerns, specifically about how your data and personal information is collected, stored, used, and accessed, aka who can see it. Security delimits privacy in a way. It's primarily about ensuring that the policy around your data and privacy matches the reality. So whoever should not be allowed to access data is in fact not allowed. Right, so most people don't use those terms to describe their concerns. I've recently been interviewing a lot of customers to understand how they think about online safety and privacy. But instead of asking them outright, in those words, I asked them to describe how they use social media, any rules they have for their own usage, and what information they're sensitive about. What I hear from people is that they do care quite a bit about safety and privacy. Just like in the physical world, people are very conscious of how they move through spaces, how they show up, how others see them, and they have an underlying concern of staying safe and protecting themselves and the people and things that they care about. To share a specific example, a lot of women are careful not to share photos in real time or post anything that gives away physical location. This very notably comes at the cost of potential connection. For example, if you're passing through a city and there's a friend you would want to reconnect with, or maybe even somebody you can meet and collaborate with for work, you now miss out on making that connection by not publicizing that you'll be around. That choice to self-censor is a very deliberate, calculated one that ultimately prioritizes personal safety. The threats and risks these days of being online are bigger than ever because of the scale of the internet. Privacy and safety changes at scale. For example, it was normal a few decades ago to have a physical phone book of everyone who lived in a town or city. You can look up any person's phone number based on their name. But the number of people who had access to that phone book was, practically speaking, limited by geography. Nowadays, if your phone number is widely available, just the spam is unmanageable, not to mention what happens if a person or a group of people decides that they want to target you. Then you're in for a lot of headache. Global reach seems like a great thing when you're reaching people you want to reach. But the downside is that you're also potentially exposed to a wider group than you want to be. Human society has not evolved to handle this level of connectivity and the speed and volume with which information is spread and interactions happen. One of the surest signs that people care about these topics is that regulators care. When there is pressure from the populace to do something, lawmakers respond by putting legislation forward. Already 137 out of 194 countries have data and privacy legislation. A sample of them are denoted here by purple arrows on the map. Of course, they are not all the same and they implement different levels of rights, but the trend is unmistakably one of delineating more protections for people. Many of you have probably heard of GDPR, a landmark piece of data legislation from the EU. It's why you get so many "do you accept these cookies" banners when you use the European internet. Putting aside those mildly irritating cookie banners, which have not been a boon to usability, nor people's opinion of tech regulation, GDPR did achieve something remarkable, which was to completely change how companies approach storing user data. Instead of collecting everything by default, just in case it could be useful, companies are much more careful now about the potential liability. Safety legislation is a bit newer on the scene. Remember that safety covers a wider range of harms, so it's not surprising that privacy legislation came first, and now, a bit later, more comprehensive safety legislation is starting to appear. In the EU, there's the Digital Services Act and Digital Markets Act, the DSA and DMA, which just started coming into effect last summer and also this year. And Australia and the UK also both just passed online safety acts recently in 2021 and 2023, respectively. In the US, we are lagging on regulation, especially at the federal level, though not for lack of people being very mad about these issues. Some of you may recognize this image of tech company CEOs getting called in front of Congress to testify last month about kid safety. Parents in the audience there held photos of their dead children while they implored lawmakers to do something. The Kids Online Safety Act still faces challenges to be passed, but in the meantime, while we're dealing with this federal gridlock, there's been a flurry of state social media bills. I don't think anybody actually really wants this patchwork of state legislation, but it is a signal at how much energy there is now towards doing something about this problem. That being said, I'm personally not a big fan of most of the proposed legislation that has been introduced. It feels like most media coverage and people's opinions are stuck in a false dichotomy that either A, platforms need to do better content moderation, or B, regulators need to force platforms to do better content moderation. The problem, though, lies in defining what should be allowed or not allowed. Nobody agrees. Spoiler, nobody agrees on this. Whether it's the platforms drawing those lines or governments attempting to do so. There is a third option, and that is users exerting their own agency and choice. Let's return to that idea that you aren't helpless. Even if there are a lot of things out of your control, fundamentally, you have agency. The solution to a lot of our social media problems, not all, but a lot, can be found in exploring that idea of user empowerment. Okay, it's gonna get a little bit technical. A relatively new idea that's coming to the fore policy conversations is this concept of middleware, a layer of software that sits in between users and platforms and allows users to have more choice, to choose their own experience. Block Party used to operate a set of anti-harassment services on top of Twitter, which we now refer to as Block Party Classic, but used to just be known as Block Party. When the Twitter API, or application programming interface, was still open, it was possible for us to build a seamless alternate experience of timeline and feed for our users, filtering out all the spam and harassment from their mentions and allowing them to mass block. It's like how you wouldn't want to check your email inbox if it was mostly junk. We cleaned things out to make Twitter more usable and more pleasant for people opting into Block Party as middleware. This was not content moderation per se. That is, the platform taking down content it doesn't allow. Instead, it allowed users choice and control over what they saw. Sadly, Twitter ownership changes also meant we lost access to the API, and that product is on hiatus. Regulation that requires open APIs would allow us to bring it back, not subject to the whims of an erratic owner or shifting business trends and priorities. And in general, it would open up markets and consumer choice for social media experience across many different platforms. That being said, from a technical standpoint, there are other ways that middleware can be implemented, and I want to highlight the fact that there are actually a lot of tools that exist now for privacy and safety implemented in these other ways. These products are getting built often in spite of structural barriers and technical difficulties to meet user demand. Let's take a look at some of these examples of tools you can use to help you exercise your rights and express your preferences. The California Consumer Privacy Act and many other state laws since then give people the right to an authorized agent who can make data rights requests on your behalf. Permission Slip is a slick app from Consumer Reports that allows you to exercise that right easily. For example, to be able to request that companies ranging from Home Depot to Bumble delete your data. Delete Me helps you get your data removed from third-party data brokers and people search engines. Information like your address and phone number. Technically, you could submit these opt-out requests by yourself by writing emails to the hundreds of sites out there, but who has the time? Plus, you have to keep doing it because these data brokers and people search engines keep slurping up your data, and you have to keep requesting that they delete it. Privacy Party is a new product that we at Block Party are building. The concept came originally from talking to newsroom security teams that wanted to help their journalists stay safe online. In addition to getting a lot of harassment, journalists sometimes have to face threats like doxing, stalking, death threats. Personal social media creates a lot of surface area for vulnerability, so the security recommendation is always to lock things down. Going through settings on every social platform is confusing and a huge pain and a time suck, super tedious, and nobody wants to do it. So this is a problem for people in positions of high visibility, but it's also a problem for a lot of other folks too, who just want better boundaries online and are foiled by the terrible default UX of clicking through everything in settings. Maybe it's just that there are old party photos from college that you're still tagged in, or things you posted forever ago that might not stand up to scrutiny now. Or there are just parts of your personal life that you don't need your professional colleagues to have full access to. Those are just a couple of examples in a much broader landscape of privacy and safety tools, a safety tech ecosystem that is growing. This chart is not a comprehensive one by any means, but I want to show you a bit of the lay of the land. From the bottom, we have tools at the hardware, device level, all the way up to the application level at the top of social media, gaming, and communications. From left to right, we have platform-native, first-party integrated solutions over to third-party solutions, alternative solutions on the right. These range from things like Apple and Google's built-in parental controls apps to alternative privacy-preserving browsers like DuckDuckGo and Brave, to tools like Permission Slip, Delete Me, and Privacy Party, which sit in that middle section and help users interact with platforms and companies more easily. The growing ecosystem of these tools is more proof that people do care about their privacy and safety. Another point here, though, is that even if people care, it has to be easy. Product design has to meet people where they are. It can't just be that legislation gives people more rights or platforms technically give people more controls if they're not usable. With that, let me now turn the stage over to Deonne, who will talk about what we can do as we build products.
Hi, Hi everyone, I'm Deonne Castaneda, Head of Product Design at Block Party. As Tracy said, people do want to protect their privacy, especially as the risks of being online continue to grow. But the user experience, or UX, of privacy needs to be much easier for people to feel safer and protected online. Let's take a look at the user experience of online privacy today. First, it's time-consuming. For example, you might get daily emails that say, "We're updating our terms," and then they direct you to pages of text that no one has time to read. A report by NordVPN says it would take 47 hours to read the privacy policies of the website a person typically visits in a month. That's essentially 1 work week of your life. Second, online privacy is confusing. You can encounter multiple messages a day that say, "We value your privacy," and each asks you to agree to vague terms that don't seem to mean anything. And last, but definitely not least, online privacy today feels like it traps you into having no real options. Let's take the case of Zoom last year. In a controversial privacy policy update, Zoom said, "Hey, to use Zoom, you're agreeing that Zoom owns your meeting recordings and any files that you share during a meeting. That means we can look at all that meeting data we took from you and use it however we want." People really didn't like this. When you think of all the things you might use Zoom for, this policy can feel very invasive. So Zoom backtracked and adjusted its policy. But this power dynamic isn't uncommon. A lot of the time, most people feel like all they can do is give in. Because what are you going to do? Not use the internet? That all being said, companies clearly aren't doing nothing about privacy. They're just not doing enough. According to one report, 76% of users believe that companies should be doing more to protect their data online. Right now, online privacy feels like an afterthought, but it really shouldn't, because 81% of users believe that the way a company treats their personal data shows how the company views them as a customer. So for tech companies, being privacy forward adds value to your business. And as tech companies, we do have the tools in our toolbox to make the experience of privacy much easier for our users. The good news is that designing products with privacy and safety in mind doesn't require a completely new way of working. Every tech company has its own product design process, but they typically all have phases of user research, product requirements, and design and development. To make sure privacy isn't just an afterthought, we can stack certain habits onto the way we already work. I can share 3 UX habits that we layer into these phases at Block Party to design for privacy. If your company doesn't already have its own approach to designing for privacy, maybe these habits can serve as inspiration for starting to develop one. UX and product design start way before pixels and code. That's why the first habit isn't actually about UI. It's to take a step back and listen for users' safety and privacy concerns. If you're familiar with the steps for design thinking, the very first step is empathy, and that's essentially what this step is. The other 2 habits for privacy are important, but you can't really do them well without this one. It's not always clear what companies could be designing beyond privacy policies and opt-in messages, but that's where user research comes in. Having the right feedback from users will show you their unmet privacy needs, where and why they need more protection. And it's not always the places that you think. Let's talk about one example. In our product privacy party, when used with Facebook, the extension can automate making all of your photo albums private in one go. We know this level of photo protection is an unmet privacy need because we talk to users about their concerns when using social media platforms. One user told us about what she needed on social media after being harassed online. She said, "I wanted to protect myself and my kids. I was posting a lot of pictures of my kids, but I stopped doing that and then I locked down. I feel like Facebook is particularly terrible at helping you adjust your settings at scale. It's really hard to go through and click all the things you need to. I didn't want to go in and click private on all of that. Yeah, I have time, but not that much time. What a waste of precious human moments." If you haven't changed Facebook photo album settings in a while, there are at least 6 clicks to find before you can make just one album private. Multiply that times however many albums you actually want to make private, it's really painful. Other users we talked to had different privacy concerns where this pain would come up too. Some users were professionals like teachers, healthcare workers, job seekers, and their privacy concern was their professional reputation, especially how they showed up online through photos. There was also a parent we talked to who had a child who identified as non-binary, and that parent's privacy concern was cleaning up her own photos and post so it wouldn't unintentionally affect her child later on. Through talking to these users, it was very clear that there was an unmet privacy need for this kind of photo control and protection that saves time and effort. So how can companies get feedback like this? In the example we just looked at, we found a moment of worry. To look for moments of worry, we can ask users to recall when they've been worried about someone getting their data from our products. Next, it helps to understand hesitations. We can observe people using our products, see where they hesitate to give information, and ask them about why. And one more thing we can do is co-creation. We can invite users to describe new solutions that might help them protect their privacy better. These worries, hesitations, and solutions that people describe can help us better picture what users' privacy concerns are and where they might show up. Our second UX habit for privacy is to decide on data needs purposefully in a way that's balanced with our product's value. There's so much data that tech companies can and do collect. Things like personal information, insight into your personal files, your activity across the internet, location data, data that can help uniquely identify you, your device data, and publicly available info like news about you that they can connect all of this information to. But companies don't always need this amount nor specificity of data for people to get value from their products. Let's take a look at search engines, for example. Many by default track all your past searches, including all the embarrassing ones. Many also track your activity all over the internet. They do this to build a profile on you, and then they show you search results based on that profile. A lot of the time, they might also share what you're searching for with others for purposes like advertising. We kind of accept this as the cost of personalization, and it can be worth it for some people. But is it worth it all the time? Not necessarily. For example, if today you decided to search for best restaurants in Austin, did the search engine really need to be tracking you and your activity all this time to give you a helpful answer? You can test this out for yourself by searching with a privacy-protecting search engine like DuckDuckGo, which doesn't track you at all. Chances are you'll still be able to find a great answer. At Block Party, we make decisions not just about the amount of data we collect, but also the specificity of it. In our product privacy party, we give users privacy recommendations for different social media platforms. We want to personalize the recommendations and platforms we show you based on different data. For example, geolocation, since certain platforms are more or less relevant depending on where you are, and certain recommendations change based on your location. To learn about users' locations, many tech products collect a user's IP address. If you're not using something to hide it, an IP address is pretty specific to you and the devices you use. From it, a company can tell your zip code or, in combination with other data, track your online activity. At Block Party, we intentionally decided not to collect IP address and instead collect time zone as a broader alternative for geolocation. We simply don't need IP address level access to our users' locations and activity. Decisions like these are how we preserve users' privacy, hopefully also earning their trust along the way, especially as a brand they might not know yet. So some helpful checkpoints for deciding on data needs purposefully are, first, do we collect just enough data? To offer value with our product, how much data do we really need? How specific does it really need to be? Second, is how we treat people's data truly trustworthy? When we tell them what we do with their data, can we earn and keep users' trust? And third, are we handling people's data with care? Are we collecting, processing, and storing their data in a secure way? For more on this topic, you can check out the principles of privacy by design and data minimization. The last of the 3 UX habits is to give users agency by tying together transparency, control, and value. When Tracy talked about her experience being stalked, the advice she got was that knowing you have agency can change your mindset. When you feel exposed or threatened, one thing that can make you feel safe is your own power to take action and draw your own boundaries. These are things companies can offer through a user experience, specifically through transparency and control. It's not enough to just say to users, hey, data collection is happening. It's really also very important to say, and here's what you can do about it. Here are 2 quick examples of agency or privacy in action. In Google's monthly timeline email, they give you a snapshot of your travels and some feel-good highlights all based on tracking your location all the time. At the very top, it states how they have all this data on you. Then there's also clear info about what's in your control. You're able to view, edit, or delete your location history at any time. And there's a button that takes you to your controls. Also plainly in sight is the value you might get out of it, the snapshot of your travels. Instead of being confused about how Timeline knows so much about you, you know how, you see what you can do, and you see what you get out of it. This combination respects you to make the decision for yourself about whether your location history being tracked to this level of detail is actually worth it to you. As a different example, in our Ascension Privacy Party, the privacy recommendations we offer are specifically designed to show users their own agency on social media. Each recommendation gives you transparency about what's happening with your data and relevant potential trade-offs. They also present controls that you have, including an additional level of control that automates finding and fixing privacy settings for you. Here's what one user told us about their typical online privacy experience versus using Privacy Party. Pretty frequently, you get these emails that are like, hey, we're making an adjustment to our terms and conditions. So now I have to go through and read 30 to 40 pages of terms and conditions, which is all lawyer speak, which I'm not good at, and I can go into the privacy page and check it out. But the one thing I really liked about Privacy Party was when I installed it, you all were like, hey, here's the 10 things you need to do. Do you want to do this? Yes or no? And then I could basically take that digested information and make a decision. Or if I needed to learn more, I could. I'm not saying I'm lazy, but terms and conditions are brutal to read. And we know this user is definitely not lazy because earlier we talked about how reading privacy policies could take you an entire work week. So to design the feeling of agency into a user experience, first, we can use transparency. Second, we can give users control. And third, we can tie both of these together with value. Putting all three in the same place at the right time allows people to make their own privacy decisions. If you're interested in a deeper look at these best practices, a great place to start is an article by Robert Stribley on designing for privacy. So here's a recap of our 3 UX habits for privacy and how they help. Through listening for concerns, we learn where users don't feel safe and why. By deciding with purpose, we balance data needs and product value to earn users' trust. And third, by crafting agency, we create an experience of online privacy that makes it easier for users to make their own decisions about their data. If you're building privacy into your products in other ways, we'd love to hear about them, so we can learn from you too. You can add or DM us at blockpartyapp_ on social media. Now that we've done an in-depth look at what you can do about privacy and safety as you build products, Tracy's going to come back onto the stage to summarize what we've discussed so far and what else you can do. Then we'll take Q&A.
Stay up here too. Okay, so the first thing we talked about today was who cares? Turns out it's me, it's probably you, and it's lots of other people too. As a result, there's already a lot of privacy legislation, and safety legislation is starting to roll out as well, though much more remains to be done. One through line that's worth drawing out is that of user agency. Not only that you, as an individual, have agency, but that the solution to a lot of online harms will come via increasing user agency. We've explored a few different things that you can do to be proactive. Starting from the easiest, you can exert agency in your own day-to-day. It doesn't have to take more than 5 minutes. You can use tools like Privacy Party, Permission Slip, and Delete Me to express your preferences and exercise your rights. Stepping it up a little, you can bring UX habits for privacy into your work. Whether you're a hands-on product builder or an organizational leader, there's a lot of opportunity here to implement these habits that Deonne has shared with us today. The next suggestion can be easy or hard. You can take 5 minutes to call or email your elected representatives to tell them you care about privacy and safety, that you want open APIs and a robust safety tech ecosystem, that you support bills that are already being debated. Or you can get even more involved in helping to propose and draft legislation, particularly if you have a more technical background. It can help to ensure that regulation is written in a way that it will actually be effective. This may take years, but you're helping to shape the future of the internet, and it's a worthy cause. Last idea, because who are we to stop you from big moves if you want to make them? You can take on trust and safety as a career and dedicate your professional life to this work. Why not? Especially if you have perspectives and lived experiences that you wish were better reflected in the technology that we use every day. Putting on my old hat of diversity activist, I'll hit that point again. One obvious, necessary step to building better technology is making sure that we have diverse representation involved in that process. I was inspired to build Block Party and Privacy Party from solving my own pain points around privacy and safety. I hope to see many other people choosing a similar path to bring about the world that they want to see. With that, we are open to Q&A. Okay, at the top we have, how do you prevent deepfake attacks that violate women's security? What is possible legislation? Okay, this is a tough question. There are a bunch of different approaches. I think on the legislative side, criminalizing those types of attacks is pretty obvious and something that we should do. Like, you shouldn't be allowed to do that and not have to face any consequences. On the technical side, there are trust and safety teams that are working with the developers of this technology, but ultimately you're kind of hoping that people will do the right thing. From a personal defense side, it's not going to be perfect, but you can also lock down what images are out there. We have heard from female journalists, unfortunately, who have dealt with these attacks that they don't post photos of themselves online anymore. Only one headshot of them looking to the side. Make sure everything else is locked down just to reduce that surface area of attack. Okay, next question. As a European, you're basically proposing GDPR guidelines in a market where this is not yet enforced. What needs to be done to make GDPR default in the US? Not fully sure I understand this question, but I guess two comments. First is that the major tech company players are already respecting GDPR. So if you talk to the folks at Google or like the New York Times, they were all implementing GDPR in 2016 when all the regulations came into force. There are some smaller, local, more regional websites potentially that don't comply with GDPR because they don't serve a European audience. But I think over time, they're all starting to become compliant, especially with US side legislation. So with California's Consumer Privacy Act, which is very similar to GDPR, even if you're in the States, if you want to serve people in California, you need to respect CCPA. So I think some of this is just going to happen over time. There's also better tooling. There are more companies that help you with implementing better data protections. And I guess the last piece is probably just like, if people care, if individuals vote with their feet and make these choices that signal to companies that they care, it makes the companies want to do those things as well. All right, we have a question on personalization. How do you think about balancing personalization with privacy? I'll comment a little bit and then maybe have Deonne comment as well. When we think about personalization, it's something that is hopefully very valuable to the end user. So what we're trying to figure out is this set of trade-offs around what is that value we're providing to people and what are people going to prioritize. If you have a completely privacy-preserving product that knows nothing about the users, and the experience is just not going to be that good either and not that good for them. So we're thinking about also like, how do we ultimately serve the best interests of our users? And we try to be respectful around how much of that data we need and how good of an experience we can give them with that data.
Yeah, exactly. And I think there's a level of control that we can give to users inside of different products. So I know when we talked about it, okay, think about the amount or specificity of data, but there's also just being transparent with users about how much data you want to collect, maybe giving them some varying levels of control along the way in their experience. So maybe it's not so binary as we only collect this amount, we only collect this specificity, but maybe accommodating just different levels of personalization and letting people make the decision about the trade-offs that they're going to experience with your product.
All right, next question. Does blocking people and moderating heavily have the adverse outcome of fueling platforms like 8chan and 4chan where hate and violence thrive? I think there's this misconception that mass blocking causes more issues when actually it's often just a protective mechanism. If there are these little pockets on the internet where people are awful and congregate, yes, that is bad, but it's better when they don't have access to a wide platform. There have been a lot of discussions, more of the research communities looking at what is the value of these very large global spaces versus smaller niche communities. Why not just all go into local communities? That seems healthier, safer, nicer. But then you look at the value of the big platforms, being able to reach people that are not in your community. From my previous work as an activist, I needed to get out there. I needed to speak to people who were not already on board, maybe with some of the messages I had to share. And so it's those really big platforms that can be cross-cutting that are really important. If you can block off the most noxious people from those platforms and prevent them from getting access and attacking people who have voices that we should be hearing, I think net we're still helping the overall ecosystem. Let's see. We have a question here about how do you think education has to change to create better digital citizens? I'm curious some of your thoughts on this. We've done actually quite a bit of user research recently with parents and helping their kids come online. So we've heard that this is a pain point, that they wish their kids had better education in schools. There's a few components of this. I think there's just overall awareness and curriculum that needs to start getting built in. I think there needs to be, people used to talk about, does everybody need to learn how to code? Now with AI, people are like, no, you don't have to. But this idea of literacy, digital literacy, how the technology works, I think is still very important. We need mental models for how things work to be able to interact with them well. So I think not necessarily teaching everybody how to code, but understanding how is a website put together, what is an algorithm? One of my biggest pet peeves of people complaining about the algorithm when they clearly do not know what an algorithm is. It's just very useful to know what these different component parts are, to know how to interact with them, and then also understand where the potential levers for change are.
Yeah, I'm thinking about this one a little bit, and as Tracy mentioned, we do talk to quite a few parents to learn how they teach their kids to be online. And they come up with such interesting rules to just sort of be thought experiments for their kids. One that someone talked to us about was, she said, she told her daughter when she first started using Instagram you can't delete anything if you post anything. And it was in order to teach her how to just know that once you put something out there on the internet, it isn't necessarily something that you can control once it's exposed. And I think just having those kinds of moments with your children, I think, can be really, really helpful and powerful ways of just teaching them how the internet really works and how they might, not only behave for themselves, but even protect other people.
Okay, a question on business models. How should we think about addressing data selling as a business model? It was a very complex question. Okay. First, I think there should be better legislation, more in the protecting data rights and privacy rights side of things. But beyond that, if we start talking more about the capitalist side of things, I do want to step back and observe that so many of the issues that we experience now are due to the business model. And we can ask companies to do better, but ultimately, if their corporate business interests are in selling data or increasing engagement or whatever it is that we find so problematic, if their business interests lead them in a certain way, even if you have wonderful people who are very ethical, moral within the company, who are fighting for trust and safety and trying to help protect users, the overall currents are going to steer them towards doing the things that are antithetical to user interest because of the business side. How do we solve that problem? I don't think anybody has obvious answers. because you're also up against the fact that a lot of people don't want to pay for things. So there is now a little bit of that meme of, if you're not paying for a product, then you are the product. There is that increasing awareness, but you can't always have all the things at the same time. You can't have great free software and never pay anything and expect that they're never going to make money on you in some way. So it could be that consumers have to choose to not use those services, or it could be choosing to pay for things if you find value in them instead of expecting that everything is free. It takes a lot of money to operate businesses and hire software engineers and designers to thoughtfully build software for you. I don't know. Any other thoughts on business model side?
I think that is
okay. One last thing, just talking about the incentives and alignment. When I was thinking of starting Block Party, I was looking structurally at the incentives, and people asked me if I might be able to just do some of these things within a big tech company. And I felt that it was more powerful structurally to be outside of those companies and to be building on behalf of the end users, as opposed to within a big company having to serve the goals of the larger corporation, which is probably revenue through ads. And this position as a third party aligned with the end users and eventually charging for our products forces us to have a higher standard around the quality of the products we're building, the value we're giving to users, such that they are willing to pay for it. There's questions where people want things to be free, like why should I have to pay? But again, if we think about aligning those interests, like if you want stuff that works for you in your interest, then sometimes you have to indicate that with the money. Let's see. How do you feel about the safety concerns around TikTok and the legislation being debated on it? Okay, I don't have a great opinion on what's happening with TikTok. It is amusing to watch TikTok trying to tell people to go talk to the legislators. I do think there are a number of where like the traditional safety issues have been discussed around particularly kids using social media around addiction and screen time. I think some of the other issues may be overblown. It's hard to really tell, particularly around political issues, like is there really a bias in the algorithms or is this being hyped up? I think first we need more transparency around what's happening. What we saw when not only Twitter but Reddit shut down their APIs last year, it was that researchers don't have enough access to understand what's truly happening on platforms to even be able to measure what the harms are. So if we want to do something, we first need to understand what's going on, and the lack of API access means that we're reliant on the companies themselves self-reporting what is happening, which does not make for the best information to be trying to create solutions around. And we also need better APIs to allow people to control their own experience. TikTok, probably more than any of the other platforms, is famous for its algorithm, where followers don't matter as much as just the feed. But that is fully controlled by the company itself. And so whatever they want to do to manipulate it, like, it's up to them. Individuals have no control. I think that is something that's very important to try to drive home here. Like, we need people to have more control over their experience. I sometimes liken it to, if you take an analog experience, like if I go to the grocery store, there will often be tabloid magazines near the checkouts because they want me to buy those. I look at them and then don't buy them because I don't want to read trashy things. My Facebook algorithm has decided they want to show me every single thing happening with the royal family in Britain. It's like I don't get the choice to say, like, I don't want to actually read that, even if my eyes linger there a little bit too long. Like, I don't want that. But I have no control over the Facebook algorithm. TikTok, if I click on something or spend a little bit too long looking at something, it just starts showing me more and more of the same thing, and I have no control over that. I want people to have that choice. We'll say, like, no, even if I let my eyes linger on that tablet a little bit too long. Like, please don't show me any more of those things. Like, I want to, often something that I know is better for my edification and my mental health. Okay, accepting cookies on every website is time-consuming and confusing. Could you create a product that would get rid of them but still caters to user security? I think there are actually browser extensions out there that will help you do this. And maybe something's built into Firefox. The way it would happen technically is just like you have something that's clicking on behalf of you. So anytime you see those cookie banners, go into the manage, and then there's probably some set of controls that you can choose by default, which is like only the necessary cookies and everything else you reject. Yeah, I think that some of those things are out there. Try searching. Let me know if you find a good one. Okay. What is your opinion on using blockchain to issue unique ID for individual online presence for more accountability and circumvent the anonymity of bad actors? Okay, this is a very interesting question. This is not exactly the same as blockchain, but in the UK, there's been a big push, in some other places as well, but in the UK, I've heard this a lot. People want to get rid of anonymity and force all users online to have linked like a government ID or something that prevents what they view as like the terribleness of allowing people to post things without them attached to their name. While anonymity does, I think, allow people to sometimes act more poorly than they would otherwise, there are a lot of trade-offs there around not allowing any anonymity anymore. For example, whistleblowers or people who are speaking out and need to do so anonymously for their own protection, particularly in authoritarian regimes. So getting rid of anonymity altogether may not solve the problem fully, and it will introduce a bunch of other issues. So just with that concept, like, okay, if we bring it back to blockchain, we could try to do that, but I think it's just questionable that it would ultimately lead to better results. I've seen plenty of people harassing me on LinkedIn tied to their professional identity, so clearly that's not going to solve all the problems. What are your thoughts on enforcing age restrictions online as it relates to privacy and safety? What's the role of parents, schools, and legislators? I think it makes sense to have different protections for younger folks who may not be fully capable of understanding what it means to be online and all of the different data issues potentially. I think there are questions, again, in implementation. So some of the approaches that have been proposed around enforcing age restrictions are that you have to submit your government ID, which, again, goes back to those problems. Like, there are people who need to be anonymous and not really sure that you want to have scans of everybody's government IDs as a tech company. There's potential, like, other security issues that makes them more of a target. Some of the legislation now that's being debated is a little tricky as well, because especially for kids in that age range where they're starting to develop their own identity and maybe are in families that are not as supportive of how they might choose to live, it's very important that they can find these additional resources and communities online, particularly around like the LGBTQ questions. And so it's not always better to have parents be the ones supervising everything that's happening, but there's gradations of it as kids grow up and become adults. Like, as they're developing in that maturity, they should be able to have more privacy and autonomy. There's no bright lines. I think a lot of this is the sort of stuff that we have to discuss and figure out where the nuance is and try our best to create policies that are overall useful, even if they're not always going to be perfect in every scenario. Let's see. What technology do you use to support real/fake and truth/falsehoods online? Oh, this is an interesting question. I personally don't use any technology for this, besides I try to use common sense and I don't know, like on platforms like Twitter or X, like I try to read the replies underneath to see if there's any fact checking happening. It's really hard. Like there's people working on this problem, especially now with deepfake technology being so good and accessible. I think these are systemic issues we need to solve when the whole information ecosystem is polluted with fake information. It's a problem for everybody. It shouldn't have to be a burden on every individual to be able to sort out what's real and fake. It'd be much better if there were system level fixes. But it's difficult to get there. There's challenges of like opt-in versus opt-out solutions. Like if we wanted to have all videos be time-stamped and watermarked with like a proof of authenticity, that would be great. But you're going to have all these people still creating videos that are not that, and then so you still end up with this problem of unless everybody is forced to opt into the system, you still have the uncertainty. If anybody has solutions to this, please let me know. I've been thinking on this for a while because it has a lot of ramifications, especially as we think about an election year, not just in the US, but there's a lot of elections happening all around the world this year. Deepfakes are a problem in our information ecosystem. Social media addiction can lead to compulsive and impulsive activity online. What are your thoughts about protecting people from themselves online? Okay, we can wrap up on this one. I think it's instructive to look at some of the tools that are already out there. So there's the screen time controls that people have. There's even things like turning your phone to black and white because it's a little bit less engaging. I think it's useful to have these different tools for folks just to help them enforce their own boundaries, like if they know that it's going to be difficult. But ultimately, I think a lot of it has to be from people themselves, like wanting to do better. You can't just rely on technology to do all the things to change how you want to be as a person. Like you have to also put in that effort to think about what you really want and what effort you're willing to put into it. Do you have any thoughts on that, Deonne?
No, I totally agree. I think, yeah, a reason that all of these tools are created is because it helps you investigate what your boundaries actually are and to enforce them, even if you have to do it for yourself. But yeah, there's a little bit of like training your own behavior too as well. Yeah.
We've heard from some folks, we've actually heard all sorts of things that people have tried to protect themselves from potential harms online. There's like deleting the accounts and then reactivating them later when you need them, deleting the apps from your phone and only using on desktop. I guess it's helpful to like share those different tips that people can take. I think it's very similar to like other types of bad activity or things that you feel like you should not do. Like for me, I like snacking a lot more than I should, so I try to not keep snacks in the house. It just makes things a little bit easier for me. But I think a lot of this is just like basic behavior stuff. I guess to tie it all back together to our talk and some of the principles we've been talking about in technology design, there are things that technology builders can do to make it a little bit easier, like build in some of these controls, which we're already starting to see around screen time, make things easier to do in the way that you want. But it still has to come down to people. Technology cannot solve all people problems. I think that is all for time. Thank you so much all for being here.
It's only the first day of South by Southwest 2024 Film and TV Festival, and already we have a brand new show on Netflix about the fate of humanity. That is Three Body Problem, and that premiere is right now.
Let's go!
So first of all, welcome to Austin, Texas. How exciting!
I'm so excited. I've never been here before. It's my first time, but it's made such a great impression on me so far.
So why is South by Southwest the perfect place to premiere Three Body Problem?
I think it's the coolest show, and therefore we needed the coolest festival to premiere the show.
Well, you're in both counts are right on because I've seen 3 episodes of the show.
No way.
It's excellent. I wanted to keep going, but I had to work. So tell me why this appealed to you. Like, what were the things that just struck you, the ideas?
There are so many things about this show that I think audience members will hold on to different things, you know. For me, I play a physicist who, wants to solve every single riddle in the universe, because she believes that the world can be a better place if she just has all of the knowledge at her disposal. But I think the themes of human connection, how humanity as a whole has to band together against this existential crisis. It's a great reminder for us today that we need to actually remind each other we are one people, I
couldn't have said it better myself. That's exactly what I was thinking watching it. Like, the scope of the show is so big. It's full of so many ideas that you like to just wrap your head around the show. What was it like for you when you read it? Did it take you a bit to wrap your head around what was going on?
It was absolutely wild. When I first read the scripts, Dan, David, and Alex's adaptation, I was in my bed alone and I made way too much noise. I was crying, I was laughing, I was gasping, and that's just on the paper, And then actually getting there and being able to bring this thing to life, it's a tribute to these guys and their genius that they're able to bring such a huge scope story and localize it, but make it global, but centralize the emotionality of that story. And that's me and the Oxford Five in the story.
Hey, how are you? Nice to see you. It's been a little bit of more than a year, I guess.
Just about a year.
Oh, well, it's great to see you here in Austin. What makes South by the perfect place to premiere Three Body Problem?
I think it's special for all these fans to get to see something that we all worked really hard on. I think David, Dan, and Alex did a really good job of creating a complex and compelling story with interesting characters, and I think there's no place like South by to come and show it off.
This show, I watched the first 3 episodes. I wanted to keep going, but I had to work. But I got to tell you, I was so blown away by the scope of it.
Absolutely.
Like, what are the ideas? What's at stake here?
I think it's a compelling story, but it's just about people. And I think that audiences who watch it, they can all identify with somebody that's in the show and relate to them. And I think the more that they relate to these characters, I think the more, when the bigger events happen, that they actually are affected by it and are invested in what's going to happen.
What about this cast? I feel like you all really elevate each other.
Yeah, I said it before the last time I saw you. Whenever you're lucky enough to get a cast that meshes really well and blends well and can enjoy each other's company on and off set, I think it really reflects really well when you see them on camera. So it was really fun to go in and get to challenge each other and try to think outside the box when working through scenes. It was a real treat, and I enjoyed it.
This is a show that you really have to binge on it, because it's like that kind of thing where you just want to keep going. Where's this going? Where's this going? What do you hope people take away from Three Body Problem?
That, again, as I mentioned before, that it's a story about people. I think, of course, we have big ideas, we have big themes that are being showcased. David, Dan, and Alex did a fantastic job of bringing all the virtual reality scenes and all of the big spectacle scenes to life, but at the base of it, it's about people. It's about our ideas of coming together to fight against a common threat.
What makes this show so provocative and compelling to you?
Nothing ever seen like this before, and it's going to be the best show in decades.
What can people expect?
Beyond sci-fi.
That's a new genre. Beyond sci-fi. I like that.
So much. Yeah. Science fiction in science fiction, and game in science fiction. Layers and layers. Yeah.
Congratulations. I like that.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So, what makes Austin, Texas, South by Southwest the perfect place to premiere Three Body Problem?
It's the perfect place to premiere Three Body Problem because there's good food, great people, not tense, loose, fun. I've run into so many old friends. It's perfect.
I have to say, when I was watching the show, I watched 3 episodes.
Only 3?
Only 3. Well, I had to work. So, Rosalind, I watched the first 3 episodes, and I see you, and I went, what a perfect show. Like, sci-fi has been very good to you.
Yes, it has.
And now, like, this is like beyond sci-fi.
It is beyond sci-fi, but it's not just sci-fi. It's a love story. Just wait. You haven't seen more than 3 episodes. Just wait. When you've seen more than 3 episodes, we'll talk. It's, yeah.
I like you did not spoil it for me.
I did not spoil it for you, but I enticed you. You will love it.
I feel like there's a lot at stake here. The scope of the show is huge. What is at stake here?
What is at stake for who?
For humanity.
That is a good question. Now, I don't want to spoil it for you, but there is so much at stake, but the most important thing is how everybody interacts while we are looking toward the end of humanity. How does everybody interact? Do they behave at their best, at their worst? How do they love? How do they fight?
That's a great team.
Yes.
Now, I kind of feel like, based on what I saw and what you're telling me, this is the right 3 episodes. But I have something to look forward to now.
Okay, all right.
But Rosalind, I feel like this is a show that we need right now.
This is absolutely the show that we need because it's really about humanity. It's about people getting along for a greater purpose, people doing instead of talking, people taking action when everything's falling apart. It's a perfect show for us.
So why is South by the perfect place to premiere Three Body Problem?
Well, I don't really know, apart from the fact it's incredible. I guess it's an honor to be here, so I guess that's enough of a reason.
This show is, the scope of the show is huge. Why is this show what we need right now?
That's a great question. You know, I think the books and this show really investigate an existential threat to humanity that makes humanity have to come together. I think we could probably do with a little bit of that right now.
When you first read the scripts and all that, was your mind blown by like what's really at stake here?
I thought it was impossible. When I read the scripts, I was like, I don't know how you make this. I mean, it's like scope has never been done before. And also, you know, I was really moved by my character's story arc. The characters are so beautifully written. So it was a mind-blowing, I've never read anything like it, and I don't think I probably will again.
Oh, Benedict!
Love you.
Oh, right back at you, my friend. I saw that you were going to be here, and I'm like, this is why I am in Austin, Texas, for South by Southwest. Why is this the perfect place to premiere Three Body Problem?
Oh, wow. I don't, you know, I mean, it just seems to be the place, you know? Everyone descends here. I'm so thrilled. Never been here before, and you could just feel the vibe, you know, the excitement of new films around. Yeah, so it's great to be here, yeah.
Benedict, here's the thing. I watched the first 3 episodes so far.
Right.
The scope of the show is huge. Like trying to wrap my head around what I've seen so far, and it's huge. What's at stake with Three Body Problem?
Everything. I mean, it's so hard to describe, isn't it, really, in such a short space of time, but you constantly keep asking questions about this. You know, it's like the terrain of humanity, you know, layers upon layers of these characters. And, you know, and then you think about the micro and the macro of it all. You know, one person's decision causes an incredible butterfly effect at, you know, a cataclysmic possible end of time itself. So how do you wrap your brain around that? Yeah.
And at the same time, I feel like this is a show that people need to see.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, this idea of like some sort of like an existential threat, you know, against humanity, and it's like, you know, we are in a bit of a turmoil around in the world, and you know, with something like this, with the magic if the world needs to unite, you know, that's something we all need. Yeah.
Hi there, how are you? Great to see you. I'm so into the show. I've watched 3 episodes.
Have you seen 3 episodes?
I saw 3 episodes. The scope of the show is huge. What is at stake here?
The future of the human race. It's extraordinary. And you know, the weird thing is that we've been asked, and everybody's been asked when I go, so what's the show about? And all of us do this. And it's really difficult because it's so, as you know, it's incredibly layered, this whole thing. This is not something you're going to be, you know, painting the walls while it's on in the corner. You need to sit down and concentrate on this. There's twists and turns. It's there's some magnificent young people that in this that maybe viewers haven't seen too much of before. And then there's old fogies like me in there ruining things for people. And
Why is South by Southwest the perfect place to premiere the show?
Well, one of the things is you look around here and there's so many young people here. You know, there's not. This is like up and coming and at the same time incredibly well established. And it's up and there's people coming from all over the world here today. This has just grown and grown. It's quite a monster now, isn't it? Yeah. And it's great. Yeah, it's a great one for Texas. You know, the world is coming to Texas. It's a wonderful thing.
It sure is.
Yeah.
Have a good time.
Thank you very much,
nice
sir.
meeting
Nice
you.
talking
All
to
the
you.
best.
Thank you.
So, fellas, I've seen the first 3 episodes of the show. The first 3. I watched the first. I'm like, I gotta keep going. Like, what happens at midnight? And then I kept watching the second. I'm like, gotta keep going. So, I gotta say, like, what makes South by Southwest the perfect place to premiere 3 Body Problem?
Look at all these people. These are people who really love TV, really love movies, really love music, obviously. But, you know, I mean, these are the people who are really the most excited to see the show. So maybe it's selfish. We just want to be around the people who want to see the show.
Well, you picked the right place.
We've always loved the vibe in Austin. It's a place that people who love things come to see and hear the things they love, and it draws more people like that. So it's a really, really great place, and we take any opportunity we can get to come down here.
All right, so here's the thing. The scope of this show is huge. Like, I'm trying, like wrapping my head around what's at stake here. What is at stake with 3 Body Problem? Because the stakes are pretty damn high.
It's survival of the species, and it's, you know, what drew us to the story is it's really the survival of 2 separate civilizations, 2 separate planets, 2 separate species, and they both want to live in a safe world. And unfortunately, there's only one safe world, so we're in conflict with something a lot stronger than us, a lot more powerful than us, and it's going to be a tough one.
You know, the more I watch, the more I start to think, like, you know what? I feel like this is a show that we need right now. You know, we need the show right now.
You're saying we're on the brink, aren't we? Yeah, that we're constantly on the brink. Yeah, it does feel that way sometimes. And I mean, in the sense, you know, our show tries to answer the question of, do we come together or do we break apart when we're confronted with something existential?
If you think things are going badly in the world, this is a show that can show you just how much worse it could get.
Or it also shows what happens if you all can put aside the pettiness and come together.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. But I think what's interesting, you'll see when you get a little farther. I don't want to make any spoilers for you, but there are people on both sides who are capable of doing really horrible things. So wait till episode 5.
5. Wait till 5.
5. 5 it is. Thank you so much. Good meeting you. Thanks so much. Dirk, how do you do? So fortunately, I saw the first 3 episodes.
Oh, great.
Blown away. I feel like I'm just really kind of getting started about the scope of the show is huge. What is at stake here?
I think the stake is humankind. Yeah, it's the whole world. So I think that's why the story resonates with a lot of people. I mean, it's a cross-culture, cross-country. So it's a story that really it's about us and how we react to a disaster like that. Yeah, yeah.
So, in terms of being the kind of show that we need right now, the more I watch, the more I feel like we need a show like this right now.
Right. Yes, exactly. Because I think the show really reminds us that, when facing a dangerous dilemma, we can all unite and work together. I mean, because we live in a time that's so divided right now. But I think you need stories like this to remind us that we can actually all work together. Yeah.
And also, like, it's so layered with all these different characters and these relationships, but you have a great cast. How awesome is this cast?
They're amazing. I love them all. I just feel very fortunate to have the opportunity to work with all of them, and they're just wonderful people.
Well, congratulations. I cannot wait. The guys told me that, like, wait till you get to episode 5.
Yeah, it's only gets crazier and crazier. Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Nice meeting you, and nice job. Nice to meet you. I love it. Awesome. Thank you. So first of all, what makes South by the perfect place to premiere Three Body Problem?
Well, because in terms of a melting pot of creativity, you've got everything here, you know what I mean? It's not just a movie and TV festival, it's got music, it's got so many creative arts. And I think it's where a show like this belongs. We want to premiere it on the biggest stage we could find, and we found it.
You know, I watched the first 3 episodes of the show.
Oh, yeah?
My mind is blown, and I feel like, well, I was just told, wait till you get to episode 5.
Yeah.
I feel like this is a show that we need right now.
It feels like it, yeah. It says a lot about humanity. It says a lot about how, when faced with huge existential threats, mankind should be able to coalesce as one group and put their differences aside and do something together for the good of the entire human civilization. And I think the show's about, if you want to say what it's about in one sentence, it's about what it means to be alive, both as an individual, as a group, and as the human race within the universe itself.
You know, also, I could just see, just from the first couple episodes, that it's very layered, the relationships and everything, but how great working with this amazing cast.
Oh, it's the dream cast in many ways, a very diverse cast, a cast that David and Dan and Alex scoured the world to bring together, and it feels like that so many people have brought their own styles, their own disciplines. They've really made all of these characters their own, and I think it's a very rich, dramatic landscape because of that.
Hi, how are you?
How are you? Good to see you.
Okay, so first of all, I have to tell you, I watched 3 episodes of this show.
Oh, you did? Oh my God, how are you feeling?
I cannot wait to watch the rest.
Oh, thank you.
In fact, I was told, wait till you get to episode 5.
Episode 5 is a pretty spectacular episode. I'm excited for you to watch it.
I'm just excited to talk to you about the show because it's about so much. The stakes are so high. What is at stake here?
Oh, I mean, this show is just, I think it's a thought-provoking show, and I think people are just, I love the political commentary and people really discussing into depth like what they think is true, what they don't. That's what I, as an audience member, enjoy the most. So this show really enables that experience for audience members, and it's just like a very, very mind-breaking, you know, it's mind-boggling, and it really is going to make you question what's happening in our reality, you know, and what do we really not know that has been happening. It's you know, the hook is like it's a sci-fi, you know, invasion type of show, but it's really so much more than that.
I agree with you. It's like I was trying to describe the show.
It's impossible.
It's impossible.
My pitch is like Seven meets Arrival meets Interstellar meets Ready Player One meets Dune, right?
Those are all good.
Yeah? I'm missing something to reference. Oh, and like the historic shogun. I don't know. It's like a mix of everything, but that's Japanese. That's completely different. You know, like the historic sweeping story. Yeah.
Sweeping epic for sure.
Yeah.
But the more I watched, the more I started to really think this. We need a show like this right now. People need to see what happens when people...
The ripple effect of our actions and what decision making we do as a society, as a culture, as a human race, how that is going to impact the future of the planet, of the universe. I mean, these are real questions. We're seeing it more than ever, and it's also addressing AI, which is something very prevalent. I mean, it talks about every single thing. Yeah.
Why do you think that South by Southwest is the perfect place to premiere Three Body Problem?
South by Southwest is the best festival. I have so much fun here. I've had all of my most important premieres here, and I was just thrilled to be back. So it's the most receptive, amazing audience always.
And that is it for the South by Southwest 2024 world premiere of Three Body Problem. Alien Invasion, man. I am out of here.
see past my love.
Hi, everyone. My name is Austin Nowert. I'm the Senior Film and TV Programming Manager here at South by Southwest. Great to see everyone. I hope everyone's enjoying day 2 of South by Southwest. Before we get started, I do have a few bits of housekeeping I would like to do. First, the Q&A today will be done digitally via Slido. If you'd like to enter a question, then please go into the South by Southwest Go app on your phone and click Engage for a chance for your question to be answered later in the session. Also, if there's an event that you really want to attend at South by, I want to let you know about South by Express Passes. These are like fast passes at Disney World. Every badge holder has access to a certain allotment of South by Express passes per day. They open up at 9 a.m. the day before. So if you want to see a film screening, let's say on Monday night, on Sunday at 9 a.m. Is when you can get your Express Pass in the South by Southwest Go app. All right, so now on to Conan O'Brien. Yes, come on. He might need a friend, but I don't think Conan needs any introduction as one of the most successful late night hosts of the past 30 years, including an 11-year run with Conan on TBS. Conan's podcast, Conan Needs a Friend, has gone on to win such prestigious awards like Best Ad Read at the iHeartRadio Podcast Awards. Thank you. Seriously though, it has garnered over 230 million downloads and counting since its inception in 2018. And we of course are here today to celebrate his imminent return to TV with his new travel show, Conan O'Brien Must Go. This session today will offer a sneak peek of what Conan has in store for us with his new show. But before we bring Conan out, I would like to bring out Nick Kroll. Yes. Nick Kroll, of course, is known for projects such as The League, the Emmy-nominated animated series Big Mouth, and History of the World Part 2. He also stars in I Don't Understand You, which world premiered here at South by Southwest last night. If you missed that, I can't suggest that film enough. It is screening on March 11th at the Alamo Drafthouse if you didn't get to see it last night. So without any further ado, everyone, please welcome Nick Kroll to the stage.
Hey, everybody. Hi. I'm so excited to be here. I'm so excited to see so many cameras right up front, as if we're at the fucking concert for the weekend. I'm going to sit down here in these faux black velvet seats, and I'm supposed to introduce Conan, but I'm just enjoying this too much, so I think I'm just gonna do it myself for the next hour, and you guys already know Conan, so no, this is like a real honor for me to introduce and talk to Conan O'Brien. Like I think so many people in this room, my concept of what comedy was, what late night comedy was, what chances you could take, what risks, how weird you could be, how much fun you could have with your friends. That's what it was like for me when I started watching Conan O'Brien back in high school. And when I got to be a guest on Conan, it was like it felt like I had made it in comedy. So the idea that I'm here today to talk to Conan O'Brien is a huge fucking honor for me. And I know you guys are as excited as I am for his new show. So let me introduce my friend and the funniest man in the world, Conan O'Brien. All true.
How are you? That's great.
Yeah, right?
That's fantastic.
Hey, enough. No more pictures.
That's it. We're people.
Stop it.
We're people.
We're people. Treat us like humans. Jesus. Please sit.
This guy is not. All right, there you go. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. All right, I think you guys got it. You can go.
They're going to stay here the whole time.
I was in the airport, and there was one of those, like, I don't know if it's TMZ guys or something, but he came up and he went, "Hey, Conan, I said, you know what? Not the best time. And he went, "I completely understand," and went away.
Really?
I couldn't believe it. And then I realized it's because they don't care about me that much. Yeah.
Well, it was funny because I did approach him at the airport, so now I have the opportunity to talk to him.
Yes, very nice, very nice.
So you have, tell us a little bit.
You've done no preparation.
I've done zero preparation. but I've recently found Preparation H.
Very nice. And, very nice. Nicely done.
What's your history with hemorrhoids?
Very
exactly.
Nice. This chair is helping.
It is. I have done zero preparation, and
you did watch.
I did watch an episode of the show, and it's so funny. And obviously, it comes out of some of the segments that you were doing on Conan.
Yep.
And so, yeah, how did it all come around?
Actually started on the old late night show. One of our writers, Allison Silverman, had a really good idea. Conan O'Brien hates my homeland. That led to us reaching out to people across the world. And then people in Finland started writing us and saying, you look exactly like our president, who's a woman. And I did. You put little glasses on, and all I had to do was turn my face a little like that, and people were like, oh my God. That started to get a lot of play in Finland, and they said I was affecting the election in an unfair manner. So I went to Finland, and we made a show about it, and I thought, this idea of doing improv in foreign countries, what is this? So when we started doing the show on TBS, during our breaks, we would go out, and we did the Without Borders shows. We traveled to many countries. I loved it. I have a real passion for it. The problem was we had to squeeze it in between late night show, very small breaks. And then when we ended up stopping the late night show a couple of years ago, 2 years ago, I said, this is what I want to do. Max said, great. Mm-hmm. And what we do is, through the podcast, I talk to fans. If they intrigue me, unannounced, I show up in their country, and I show up in their lives, and I get involved, and then I just screw around in the country.
And it really is like, you have questions too?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Here we go.
Fuck, okay.
Who the fuck do you think you are?
Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
This first question I have is, and this was written for me, but I guess I have to ask it, is like, let's just talk about RFK Jr.
I'm so glad you brought that up.
Yeah.
Because that's what people want to talk about. Let's start by showing a clip. I think we should show a clip, and this is just sort of mashup of the beginning of the show. This is the Norway show, and then it will give you a flavor of kind of what we're doing. The show is called Conan O'Brien Must Go, and it drops on April 18th.
Yeah.
It'll be 4 specials, and I'm proud of them. I really like them, and I'm very grateful to Max for making this happen. So let's roll the first clip, give you a little taste, and then if you don't like it, you can leave.
Earth, a cradle for unimaginable beauty and staggering wonder. Incomprehensible, overwhelming. This planet mocks our feeble power to describe it. Yes, to truly appreciate the astounding grandeur of this planet, sometimes you must defile it. Behold the Defiler. His character is vile, base, and depraved. Once a proud talk show host, he has been driven by a changing ecosystem to a drier and harsher climate. The weekly podcast. Here, without the nourishment of his studio audience, this clown with dull, tiny eyes, the eyes of a crudely painted doll, is forced to feed on that meagerest of morsels, the random call-in fan. Unhinged by the feral scent of their mild enthusiasm, he scavenges in distant lands, uninvited, fueled by a bottomless hunger for recognition and the occasional selfie. This is madness. This is lunacy. This is chaos. This is Conan O'Brien Must Go. Norway.
Hey Conan, my name is Gyllenhaal and I'm from Bergen, Norway.
let me say this correctly. And first of all, nice to meet you, Jarla.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about yourself. You seem like a nice, cool chap.
I make Norwegian pop, like funk music with my cousin.
Wait, do you have a group?
Yeah, we have a group called Eda.
Can you rap in Norwegian for me?
Okay, check it.
Check it.
Fordi jeg sier god morgen, det tid for å legge vekk sorgen. Ny dag, hodet ut av tåken. Ikke sånn jeg motherfucker, jeg våken.
Wow, I like that.
You should try it.
Gruden, struden, seiten, sokrek, rigen, krakskonde, tolken. I stond that ruden, that the buten, send that skilak, look, dakasuten.
Yes!
I want to be a hit on the Norwegian pop charts. Is that a possibility?
That is an above 0% possibility. I cannot say that it's over 1%, but it's like definitely like.
Well, come
in the,
on.
like, mid-zeros.
Listen, okay.
Mid-zeros!
You. Jarla, it was really nice talking to you.
Let me know if you guys are over here.
Is that a package for you? What's up? Your package for you?
Yep, coming.
Did that sound like me? Hey, Jarl, come on out here!
Holy shit!
Ah, look!
Oh my god! Conan!
Yeah, I came to see you!
You came all this way just for me?
Yes!
Oh my god.
Just for you! You're trembling. Wow, this is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, my goddamn Crocs out here.
That's you and your Crocs. That's okay.
Yeah,
That's okay.
so authority,
It's
you know.
so nice to meet you.
Likewise.
Yeah.
100%. Wow.
So you didn't know I was coming?
No, not at all.
Yes! Fantastic. Wow. Show me the apartment first. Do you mind if I just check out what you got in here?
Go for it.
So you have one Corona, and you don't even keep it in the fridge.
I don't like that beer. I don't know where it came from.
You don't have a lot of food.
I think you would.
Look at this. Look at that. He has one spoon. What's your deal? Look. You have left this open, and it got stale, and it's a solid block. It's not supposed to be like that. Look at that. That's crazy. How old is this bread?
1 week.
1 week, and you've left it open. That's your bread. This is your bread. You know what's great about this bread? You can use it to break up the cereal.
I use it for self-defense.
Look at this! Look at this! These are your goddamn potatoes. Did you know these were sprouting?
I haven't opened that drawer in like a month.
Seriously, this is a huge problem. You can't live like this.
No.
Yeah.
So, first off, the intro with Werner Herzog.
I cannot confirm or deny the identity of the person.
Yes, it could have been.
Yeah, it could be AI. It could be anybody. But I can't say.
Were you there for the recording session?
Yes, I was.
Was that a pleasure?
Yes, it was. I cannot confirm or can I deny the identity of who that person is. But as you can see, my real passion is I love, and I've always loved, going into people's homes and basically finding, it sounds terrible. I like to watch people as they sleep. But I like the improv. We had no idea what we were going to find. And then there are just so many gifts in Jarla's apartment that we couldn't have written. I mean, we couldn't have thought of that.
I didn't know that potatoes could sprout up like that. That was like, it's intense.
Yeah.
And he seemed, I mean, truly shocked that you guys were there.
He was shocked, but I loved, so open. There's so much funny stuff with Jarla, and then eventually meeting his partner and getting involved in his career.
And I want to spoil it, but your music, you do get a chance to play some music with him.
Again, yes.
Not confirm or deny.
Yeah, no, I really get to get involved, and I think that's the part that I enjoy. There's this weird, I don't know, like comedic form of diplomacy that's either good or bad, but I like to go out and meet people. They can make fun of me. it feels like it's delightful. It's really fun to do.
Well, and you really, like when you guys watch it, it's fascinating to watch you improvise and play with, and specifically in the Norway episode, and watching people catch the rhythm of your humor and be able to be really non-professionals and be very funny. Did you find that the sense of humor really changed region to region, and like
it does? It can change in different places, but there are funny people all over the globe, and they do have their own rhythms. What's funny about Norway is that can be very staccato.
Yes.
So there are segments where I'm trying to talk to people, and they're like, no, and it's very funny to see me sort of taken down a notch by this sort of Norwegian determination not to be amused. And so I really had a blast. And then Ireland, we do shows in Ireland, and everyone there is a comedian. I mean, anyone you find in Ireland, you can just pull them out of a field and they can do 10 minutes. And,
how many of them were you related to?
Technically all of them, technically all of them. So that was a blast. And there's another thing we do on the shows, which I love. Because it's Max, they gave us this opportunity the look can get much more cinematic. We get to use drones, which we never got to use before. We also have the money to do costumes, and so we're able to do some things on a scale that we couldn't do back when we were just grabbing stuff from the field during a week off.
Yeah, I mean, the costumes and stuff, you have some very funny changes in this. Like, how much of that is was that?
Some of that stuff you have to figure out, yes, before you go. So it's improvisation, but then I'm working with these amazing writers, Jesse Gaskell, Mike Sweeney, Matt O'Brien, no relation. They are fantastic, and they come up with these great concepts, and we get the pre-production done before we go out into the field. So we can show a clip now, I think, which is me. This is more of a production piece.
Can I just, because you've introduced people for years on the show, can I just be you for a second on a talk show and be like, so what are we about to see?
I don't act like that. That guy's a smarmy dick. I never was like, so what are we gonna see?
Yeah, so let me do what it actually, What are
we gonna see here?
Yeah.
I'm just curious what we're gonna see.
Okay, can I try it again? This is what it was really like to be interviewed by Conan.
Like.
So what's the next thing?
I had a bad time in the late 90s. I think this is pretty self-explanatory. This is another section in Norway, and I visit a Viking village they have there that's real. So let's take a look. This is incredible. Thank you for inviting me to your authentic Viking world. And what would this be?
This is going to be the needle for this cloak pin.
For what? Oh, this is jewelry I'm making?
So it's
I always thought I was making a weapon. Can I say something? You're a very happy, jolly fellow.
I bought my freedom when he captured me as a slave, so yeah, I should be jolly now.
Oh, okay. Wow. How would I do as a Viking? I am a redhead, so I probably have Viking DNA in me.
Conan the Red.
Conan the Red.
Conan the Red.
Conan the Red.
Son of Thomas, the microbiologist, and Ruth, the estate attorney. I was forged in iron. I've come here to pillage and murder. I must now meet my tribe, and then they will know fear.
Yeah, just that alone was... I wish my voice always sounded like that.
I know. It really works.
I'd get a better table at restaurants.
Yeah.
I could talk that way.
Is parents really microbiologists and the state attorneys?
Yes. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Very funny professions.
Yeah, very funny. They actually are very funny people.
Yeah.
And with us to this day.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And
I don't talk to them anymore.
No, that's good. You gotta.
I mean, I made it in show business, so.
Bye-bye.
They had to go.
Later.
You know what it's like.
Oh, trust me. I haven't spoken to my family in years.
Yeah.
Is your family one of those families like where you're like, oh, my brother, Terry's the funny one?
No, I'm much the funniest. Yeah. Like I said, much the funniest.
Yeah.
I am much the funniest. My siblings are very funny.
All your time abroad has like made you speak like I am much the funniest one.
Funny BI.
Did you travel a lot growing up?
I did. I actually did travel with my father, who was in academic medicine, and he did a big trip through South America, different city every day, and it was not a glamorous trip. There was no budget or anything, but we just went with him, and he was going to different hospitals all throughout South America. We hit a different city, I believe, every day, and I went with him. And my idea of fun was I had taken a little bit of Spanish, and he didn't know any Spanish, so I kept giving him fake words that would mean something. And so just nonsense. And I would give him these nonsense words to say, and he would use them on like armed guards, which I realized in retrospect could have gotten us all killed. We were in countries that had just had a revolution, and I'm like, yeah, Dad, say gobbledygook, you know. And so I was an asshole.
But you were practicing even then. You were
I was constantly traveling around, and I think I've been doing improv since I got out of the crib.
Yeah.
And I think like all of us, like that's what we do. If we hang out and we get together, we're just, well, as you know, there are different kinds of comedians. Some are very much on all the time.
Yeah, let's name them.
Well, did a charity event with Martin Short.
Yes.
The other day, and Martin Short is Martin Short when he's on camera, and then when he's off camera, the Martin Short show continues, and it's even more fun because you're getting to have. He's like the loveliest and funniest person ever, and so he's one of those people. And then there are other types that are very funny, and then they're more quiet and reserved.
Yeah.
When you hang out with them, I am the first type. I'm just walking around Austin, talking to people, I can see in their eyes, we have fun, we're improvising, and then I see the lights go out of their eyes, and they're like, I have to go, Conan. And I'm like, come on, we're just getting started.
Yeah. And I'm a no eye contact guy, on set and off. If anybody makes eye contact with me, little darts right in the, and they get knocked out. You know that.
You are a cold, cold fish.
But yes, it is true. And I think there are different kinds of comedians, and there are certain people who are going to want to have fun wherever they are, whatever the situation is. And I've been at dinners with you and Marty, and it is that way. But it's so fun to watch now this come where in other countries where you are just like finding these comedic moments with these people, and you realize how many people are actually funny when you put them on camera.
I love talking to people who don't know who I am, don't care, and then we find these great moments. One of my favorite moments from a travel show ever was in Haiti, and it's a schoolroom of these just beautiful children who didn't know who I was, and I start acting like a clown, and I think they were maybe 11, 12, and they were laughing.
Mm-hmm.
And that was very, it was meaningful. I felt, basically, I think I'm a connection junkie. I like to connect with people, and then this travel show is my way to do that, to get my fix, if you will, and then inflict it on America.
Yeah, I mean, that's funny because I am a heroin junkie, and so I understand how you like to connect with people is like how I like to shoot heroin.
Yeah.
You have a clip. Speaking of this next, we have something.
Yes, went to talk to a fan from Argentina, which led to a yes.
Vamos.
Let's throw to this moment from the Argentina show.
Hey Conan, my name's Cami. I'm calling from Buenos Aires, Argentina.
Hey Cami, I'm told you need dating advice. Are you dating?
I date men. Only men, only older.
How much older than you do these men have to be?
Well, as much as they can, and it's not creepy.
What's creepy? Is 60 seem creepy to you?
A bit, yes.
You're exactly 60. I'm exactly 60. When you meet a guy, do you tell him you're a fan of mine?
I don't wanna hurt your feelings, but he might not even know who you are.
Lies! Lies!
And they don't know Conan O'Brien. They don't know the love of my life, Larry David.
The love of your life.
Wait a minute. He's 76.
Yeah, but he's Larry David, dude.
Oh. So Conan O'Brien's a creep because he just turned 60.
No.
And you see Larry David as a potential lover? Cammy, come here. ¿Cómo está? Please, have a seat. I want to talk to you for a little bit. Cammy, you're looking for someone who's middle-aged, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Good sense of humor. Now, I proposed as a hypothetical, because as we both know I'm married, this is hypothetical. What about someone like me? And you said, no, Conan, you're too old. But then you say Larry David.
You're my idol. He's my crush.
Okay.
It's different.
Every man wants to be a woman's crush. That's what we all want. And people go, I idolize him, but no crush. No, my crush is someone who's at least 20 years older than him.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, the winds tend to pick up when I get angry.
Yeah, and I got... Did you also get...
Dust doesn't come near me.
Your
I'm a
feet?
celebrity.
Oh, you're right.
My dream was to get Larry David to come down here, but of course that's ridiculous. He's not going to come down here to Argentina, but I got the next best thing. His name is Pablo, and he's a Larry David lookalike. Bring him in here. Larry, good to see you. Give me pretty good. Pretty good? Pretty good. Try it again. Pretty good. Pretty good. Yes. She has a huge crush on you. This is Larry, and I gotta admit, I told you she was pretty. She's pretty good. No, pretty good. Twice in a row. Pretty good.
Conan, let's just date. Let's leave Larry David out of this. You were right from the beginning.
Thank you. Oh my God.
Amazing. Did you find him, like, that's a pre-print, did you find
Well, we
him?
went looking, and then he showed up, and he was lovely, and again, authentic. I don't think he has been we just went looking for someone who looks like Larry David. I'm not sure that he's a fan or cares about Larry David, but my favorite part of this story is we had just cut this, and I was with Mike Sweeney, and we happened to be at an event, and Larry David was there, and we were telling him about this, and he was like, I gotta see this. So Mike Sweeney was able to pull that up on his phone and show it to Larry, who was howling.
Yes.
First of all, delighted that this woman had a crush on him, not me. And laughing in my face, and then delighted by this guy. So
that is...
Getting to watch Larry watch that was a huge joy.
It is, I will say about Larry David, he's like, you know, obviously genuinely a curmudgeon, but a great laugher.
Yes.
Like, he is a weirdly good...
But also, he does, have you noticed this? He laughs and his jaw moves a little bit, but his mouth doesn't.
Yeah.
And he goes, ha 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 ha. And it's like a lab skeleton that's being electronically controlled. But he's a great laugher.
Yeah.
And it's so hearing him laugh is a delight.
Yeah, it is. And Argentina, ¿qué son de qué parte?
Messi!
¿De Buenos Aires? Bueno, me da igual. How did you like Argentina?
They're fantastic, and we got involved in a bit of I met another fan there who's a great artist, which led to a whole other adventure, and that was quite. I don't want to give too much away, but that was really fun, and then it has a great payoff.
It was Adolf Eichmann, and he found all the existing Nazis left in Argentina.
I love that there's a section of the crowd that loves the Adolf Eichmann joke.
You gotta love. Did you go to like Patagonia? Did you go to any of the other regions?
Well, one of the things we found is that if we're there with our camera crew and if we travel too much in country, we lose too much. You literally do. Our camera crew, the people we have, are so good that if we pack everyone up and move them to a different part of a very large country, we lose like 2 days.
Yeah.
And we have found that I would love to go back and maybe just do Patagonia, but within one trip, if you want to do a lot of improv and you want to do set pieces, you can't travel around too much in country.
Yeah.
Because we really want to. My primary interest is that these are funny.
How long would you tend to spend for each episode, or in a location or a city?
I would guess at least 7 days, 8, 9 days. It depends on the country, and you know, it's my best analogy is. If a really good chef is making a sauce, he just keeps cooking it down, adding more stock, cooking it down. We do so much editing on these, and I always explain that to people, like, you may be in the show, you may not be in the show, because we just want them to be very tight and funny.
That's what he said to me every time I was on his talk show. He'd be like, we're gonna see how this cuts together.
Yeah.
So yeah, it would kind of be like, ladies and gentlemen, Nick Kroll, and I wave, and then they would go to commercial.
Yeah. And then we just shoot an empty chair for 10 minutes. So clearly it wasn't about the time.
You saw this. He's hitting on me right now. He's doing it in front of you.
I kid you. You're working out.
I'm
That's
gonna, yeah.
Have.
I just.
We have to talk about the shirt.
Well, let's talk about the shirt.
I mean, it's the elephant in the room. It's fantastic.
It is. Speaking of elephant in the room, it's like circus pajamas. Let's talk about your jacket. You're wearing a different. You like a denim? Were you wearing?
Not necessarily. I go with, as you know, people look to me for fashion. I have been busted online because I've done remotes. I did the remote with Kevin Hart and Ice Cube, and I was wearing this leather jacket that was just the jacket I wore to work that day. And then people started to notice that it showed up in like 9/10 of the remotes because it just happened to be the jacket that I owned. So I'm not a fashion plate by any stretch of the imagination. But, you know, I thought it was, clearly you got the note too. It's Austin. Let's dress like cowboys. And, cowboys who took acid.
Yeah.
And
that is sort of Austin's aesthetic.
Yeah. It's cowboys who took acid and fell into a Willy Wonka vat.
I'm so glad I came out of my press schedule to do this. No, I am.
We have a clip I want to show, which is another one from Argentina, where I meet up with a friend of mine who some of you may know. Let's take a look at that.
Oh.
Of course, Argentina is famous for meat and wine. And I know someone who claims to be an expert on these matters, so I brought him along. Some of you may know him as Jordan Schlansky. Jordan.
Yes.
Thank you for joining me.
Thank you for having me.
Culturally, how familiar are you with the culture of Argentina?
Well, I know that regarding the culture of the Argentines, I'm certainly no expert. However, I will tell you that I know that the passion and intensity of tango flows through the blood of the Argentine people. It's on every street corner that we encounter.
Tango.
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 It's pronounced tango.
Tango. Last tango in Paris.
Last tango in Paris. Or more accurately, last tango in Paris.
No one's ever said, I just saw that movie that I don't understand. It's really freaking weird with Marlon Brando called Last Tango in Paris. No one's ever said that.
Well,
Not
we just
once.
said it. We
Not
just said
once
it. No,
has anyone
once,
said
right
that.
here. We both said it. That's
What do you
twice.
call Jaws? Jaws?
No, Jaws. That's an English word.
Yeah. E.T. Let's go watch Star Wars. It's okay to say tango.
Well, the word is tango, but you can say tango.
Yeah, he's naturally... He's known... Jordan is known, like, whenever I travel around, people ask me, what's the deal with Jordan? And they think it's an act, and it's not an act. I mean, sometimes he puts a little English on the ball, but that is Jordan.
Yeah.
And he fascinates me So whenever there's going to be any kind of dining experience, I just love to try and get him involved because he is such a real irritant in my life. And I still honestly don't know how he contributes to our show, how he contributes to the podcast. He's still part of the company. He's still getting paid. And all he does is shit on me and take my paycheck. So, yeah.
And so did you then go do some tango?
Yes, there'll be some tango because people want to see my body tightly wrapped. Thank you, one clapper out of, I think, 1,800 people, I'll be honest with you, which is usually my ratio.
That's about 1 in 1,800?
People that are enthusiastic about seeing me in a tight outfit is always 1 out of 1,800. Well, we're up to 4.
Did they teach you about the tango where it's like that they're leading through sort of how the back?
Yeah, let's just say that I never get to that sophisticated point.
Okay.
I mean, but it was quite an extraordinary experience. And like I say, I like to dive in. I do like to do physical comedy if as long as I still can. And so that will.
When did you realize you had a funny body? The next
Just
clip
now. Just now. I came out here thinking I got this jean jacket. I'm all that, and here we go. I did know very early on that I have, I noticed at one point I have super long legs and a relatively short torso. And so I realized that if I pulled my belt up a little bit, it foreshortened my torso even more. And then all I had to do was kind of that John Cleese long-legged, stretchy walk. And people were super happy and laughing. And I just thought I'm getting laughs. And then I realized I'm getting laughs with my genetic component. Like, I'm getting laughs because of the way my body looks.
You know what you do kind of look like? If you remember those like 70s
Be
claymation.
nice now, be nice.
Yeah, of course, it's going to be.
Great.
Remember those 70s claymation cartoons where it's like, I'm hankering for a hunk of cheese. Where it's just like a cheese, it's like a wheel of cheddar with long, skinny legs. That's what you look like.
Thanks,
so,
pal.
Yeah.
I know. And Larry David's the preferred, I know.
Larry David's the hot one.
I get it.
So you also, I'm seeing you also have gone, you went to South America, you went to Northern Europe, also to, I see you went to East.
Went to Thailand.
Into Thailand.
Let me help you out here.
Yeah, thank you.
That's okay.
I can't read this, so I'm guessing what these shapes mean.
I think we all just learned you can't read. We went to Thailand where I met up with some fans, and it was extremely hot when we were in Thailand.
And it's called Thailand?
Yes.
Okay.
Did the TH throw you?
Yeah, okay, that is the word Thailand.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Not Thailand. It's not Thai, and it's not Thailand.
You're an idiot. I was so delighted when you agreed to do this.
Yeah.
Because I knew that a good 30% of this would be bullshittery, which makes me super happy. The last thing I wanted was someone going, in your career, this is...
No. There will be none of that. No reverence here.
We go to Thailand, and I did visit the famous river market.
Mm-hmm.
And this was, again, just looking for opportunities to see if I could make something happen improvisationally. So maybe we'll take a look at that.
What was everything like?
On the famous Dan Nern River, this is the site of the floating market. You can float along this river, and very soon we'll encounter other boats that are selling things, and I can haggle and buy stuff while I'm on the boat. Hold on, up, stop. What do you see what we have here? Let's see what we have here. Hold on. Tao Lai. Pang. No, I'll give you 6. 6. I just haggled. Hold it. I must have this. Can you put this in a bag, please? I don't want to walk around with this. Yeah, if you could wrap that up. Look, it's already breaking through. It's... Look at that. Ah! No! I didn't buy anything. I didn't buy that. A child. He saw this. What are these? What's this? Is this a potato? What is it? It's tamarind. You can't get good tamarind at Whole Foods. Oh my God, look at this. Look at this. How much for the python?
200.
200 to buy?
No, buy. Photo.
Oh, photo. They seem to think that I want the python, like, wrapped around me.
Give me your hand.
That's the kissing not necessary.
Give me hand. You touch show.
Okay, that's great. I paid for this privilege.
You can kiss.
Oh, yes, that's great. Yes, the kiss.
Lady.
Yes.
Lady.
Yeah.
Good.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, you look.
Yeah. Now you kiss. You kiss. You kiss.
You look.
It's really fun as you go along because I thought, well, I don't know what is the comedy going to be, but you find, I mean, we didn't know, so found that phallic symbol, which I treasure to this day, and then you just see how things line up. Like, I see a boat going by, and then out of the corner of my eye, I see there's a child, and I freak out, and those. They just work out.
But you can't, the kid perfectly, literally, the kid's like,
yeah.
Like years from now, he'll be in therapy. And
Yeah,
they'll be like,
I know.
How did you get into what you wanted? And he's like, I saw a 70s claymation cheese
Man.
Yeah. But you, and like, so you're talking to the guy who's making you kiss the snake. At what point do you remember that you have...
Well, it's sitting right here.
Yeah.
And they keep making me kiss it. And then I'm looking at it and I'm like, you kiss this. And you're like, oh, I mean, as you know, the most fun thing in the world is things are introduced in improv and then they're there and then sometimes magically it's like the perfect thing to reintroduce.
How did you now it's having done like little things like this, you and I did a segment with a bunch of middle school kids a number of years ago on the show. It is a particularly exhausting thing to be on like that all day long on camera. Like, yeah. How did you, were there any tricks that you had to sustain that throughout the day, or were you wiped by the end of it? Like,
yeah, there are times where you just go into the van.
Yeah.
And there's always a van, and you go into the van and you kind of go into a deep, I'm not gonna, like almost depression.
Yeah.
And then it's usually when you think we're not gonna get anything, I call it a comedy vacuum. We're in a comedy vacuum, nothing good is gonna be found here. We're screwed, and then you'll go out and then you'll start to find something and then you'll feel it happening and you're surprised. And then, of course, the opposite also happens where you think, this is going to be fantastic. This is going to be great. And you go there, and it doesn't come together. Because the comedy gods just aren't smiling on you.
Yeah.
It's just, and so those
kind
things,
of like this interview.
Exactly. I'm having fun. I'm out of the house, and I'm enjoying myself. So, yeah, it was, it's nice. I think when you go to these, you want to prepare somewhat, but also it's the things you don't expect that are kind of fun. And I don't know what it is, but audiences know, human beings know when something organic happened. They just do. And you've experienced this like in improv or in comedy. When you're doing the line that you've come up with, that you've thought of, and you've done 50 times, you can get a pretty decent laugh. When something happens organically, people, I don't know why, but they go, oh my God, that just happened. I saw that happen.
Yeah.
And so I don't know what that is, but there is something in human beings that know.
But it's interesting, like in scripted materials, sometimes you're improvising in a scene and it's so fun and it's electric and I'm like, oh my God. And then you watch the cut and it doesn't make it in because it doesn't, even though it was organic and fun in that moment, it doesn't work. But I feel like in the unscripted stuff, those organic moments where everybody feels it, I do feel like really can galvanize and make a segment work, just like the kismet of what. But I think that that's so much on what you do well, and specifically in watching this show, which is really having a what I would call like court vision, like a point guard, where you are in the middle of an interview, but you're also watching the kid out of the corner of your eye, and you know you've got that dildo to give him. That's what you guys don't realize. I saw a rough cut where he then chased the kid down in the boat and signed the dildo with a silver Sharpie.
Yeah, we couldn't use that. It's a 40-minute chase in boats. The kid's trying to get away. I'm chasing him. Max paid a lot of people off. We fixed it. I want to make sure we have time to get to questions, but before that, we do have a clip from Ireland.
Yes.
Which is I visited there's a roadside attraction in Ireland that we heard about. And as you'll see, this one did take a little bit of preparation on our part, but I think it paid off. So let's take a look. This is Ireland now.
I set off to explore Ireland and received the same hero's welcome as other famous Irish sons.
Hey, if you're driving through Ireland, you have to stop in County Tipperary. Why, you ask? To pay homage to the Barack Obama Plaza Highway rest stop. Beautiful likenesses of the presidential couple. They're waving at drivers on the M7. This is Pat McDonough, and this was your concept?
That's right.
This is because Barack Obama has an 8th cousin who lives in the area.
That's correct, yeah.
I bet you have a whole string of presidential plazas.
And
I was at your Lyndon Johnson Flapjack house half an hour ago. Because I'm a son of Ireland, you've arranged a little honor for me as well. This is fantastic. And this is amazing. Look, there's already a crowd gathering here.
Absolutely.
Kids are excited. Do you think you'll be using the Conor O'Brien air pump?
Absolutely.
Of course.
The best air in Ireland.
We dedicated this 5 minutes ago, and water is already shooting out of the water pump at the Conor O'Brien air pump. Not my problem. I only handle air. Okay, Pat, I have a great surprise for you. 1, 2, 3, go.
Wow.
Yes! It's an exact likeness of me if I were in a terrible accident. Hey. So let's slide it in, guys. I'm high-fiving Obama. Look at that.
Very good, very good.
Right? Barack Obama just had air put in his tire at the Conor O'Brien air pump. That's what's being commemorated here.
Oh.
We had... we made that statue really quickly. We have, because we've done so many remotes, we have a 3D cast of my face from a Comic-Con remote. So we slapped that onto a mannequin, put a real suit on, the mannequin spray painted it, and then this guy who runs this wanted to keep it there. And we said, it's a dummy with a plastic face, it's gonna rot. And he was like, no, I really want it. So we're working with him to have a permanent one made. And my favorite thing is to go around the world and create these random things that will, I mean, his expression captures it perfectly. Why? Why is that man high-fiving Barack Obama? What's wrong with him? Why is this here? And I like to leave little Easter eggs like that around the world.
I spoke to Obama.
Yeah.
And he was really happy with it.
Yeah, he's excited.
So he's thrilled with it.
This is really gonna, elevate the brand.
So we've got, I know there's one more clip to get to.
Well, we don't have to get to that one. We can.
Fuck that
I want to
clip.
make sure we get to some
Yeah.
questions. It's just some tape of me in the late 70s when a guy had to eat, a guy did what he had to do.
So we'll take some questions.
They're right here.
Okay. Yeah. So can you...
You don't know what's happening.
I am so high on pain. Can you describe a travel mishap you had while filming and how it might have added or taken away from the show?
Oh man, there are a lot of them. Well, going to Norway, my luggage didn't show up. I mean, really didn't show up. And so I went across the street and I bought what turned out to be traditional Norwegian ceremonial outfit, and then walked around and was ridiculed by the great people of Norway, and that ends up being in the show because I think it's a very nice comedic moment that was born out of necessity. So yeah, that's a nice one.
How did you choose where to visit, and are there any?
Have a little more joy and animation when you ask the questions.
All right, can I do it again?
You can do it again.
How did you? Are there any fans or locations you wanted to visit but didn't get to?
Yeah, we have a backlog, actually, of fans that we want to get to. We made these 4, and then we'll see if we'll do more, but there's some hilarious people I've spoken to around the world who I think would make for a great visit, and they have interesting wishes that maybe I could fulfill. So.
Oh, like a genie?
I'm kind of a comedy claymation genie, yes.
At what point did you decide to lose the traditional talk show format, and did that free you up creatively?
Well, did it for about 28 years and then realized that, okay, I did this and I really love doing the podcast. I have a lot of passion for that, and I love doing the travel, and we don't know how much time we get in life. And I really want to double down on the things that I'm passionate about now. So very grateful that I got to do that format. I loved it, but did what I could do with it, and then decided move along before, onto the next thing, and try and find new stuff to do. So, and I've been loving it. I've really enjoyed the last 2.5 years.
It's a beautiful, it's a moment of like genuine sincerity in this kind of thing, which is wonderful to hear from you. In that, I think it is like, I think you get caught up in being like, I should be doing this or this, and really following where your interests lie, and that I'm sure was not an easy decision to make. But
it actually was easier than I thought it would be. But I think the trap sometimes in our business is, you're afraid if you don't sustain something that you will wither or whatever, that you've got to just sustain this thing, and then it's possible that you'll end up doing it to a degree where you're not feeling creative anymore. But I got to keep doing it because, God forbid, they won't let me in a restaurant anymore if I don't have that show. And then I realized I'm not getting in anyway, so I might as well, for the good ones, I can get into an Arby's, but, and I do love Arby's.
It's not to disparage Arby's, what a fine restaurant.
Fine product. Yeah. So it's very freeing to, I don't know, I like to challenge myself and try some of these new things.
I've got a question here that says, I'm a person of Irish heritage with a shorter torso and longer legs. Any tips?
I'm telling you, it's just really funny when you pull your pants up super high like this.
Oh, there it is. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Give us a show.
This just works at a party. And it creates, sorry about the mic guy is freaking out right now. It creates, that's the first productive thing you've done.
Yeah. We did, but I will just say.
I gotta say, you were on it with that mic.
I will say, this could just be a model of your body as well. What should we have mics look like? How about Conan's body?
Got it. Yeah, I like to lean in. So the good Lord did this to me. By that I mean Buddha, but he did this to me, and so rather than try and hide from that, I thought I'll just go with it and give others joy with my badly proportioned body.
Well,
so I say lean into it.
It is a gorgeous body. You once said cynicism is your least favorite quality. You live that statement through your travel shows. How can us meager non-Conans best live this sentiment?
Well, on a kind of serious note, I have this sense that our country can sometimes be seen as maybe not caring about the rest of the world, and we have moments where it looks like we just want to take care of America. And I like the concept of going places where my status is low, meaning I'm not in the power position. People are free to make fun of me. I can look silly, and it feels like maybe a nice flavor right now, or at least I enjoy it. I like to go to other countries and be a little bit unaware, a little bit uncomfortable with my surroundings, not famous or known often. And I like going there and trying to see what I can do and just see if I can make people laugh. And that gives me a lot of joy. And I think there's something that's the opposite of cynical about that, which is just, let's just go there and put myself in that position and see what can happen.
Yeah.
And so, I don't know. I think this is in line with that. As you know, there's a lot of status is a big thing in comedy, and I don't know, I always like to be in the lower status. I'm just very comfortable there.
Yeah.
And there are so many of the people I visited and clips that I could show you that you haven't seen where people are kind of tearing into me in a nice way. They're in on the joke, but they're making fun of me. You see me kind of deflate in a comedic way, and that's the world I'm happy in.
Well, on that note, I think what was another question was, what was something about culture that shocked or really surprised you in filming?
I just had a small stroke. It's gone now. It's fine. Yeah. What surprised me? I mean, I have to say, it's all fantastic in many different ways. In Thailand, I was really, it's so different. It's so very different, and it's when you're walking through the streets and there's a density. It was also very hot and humid, but also beautiful, and it can feel chaotic but beautiful at the same time. And it was just I love to get. It's the best thing about travel is you become someone else for a bit. You completely change your surroundings. You completely shed your skin, and you become a bit of a different person. And if we are, for most of us, some of us will go to Mars, but most of us are going to live and die on this planet. Really travel, going someplace else and being in a completely different situation is kind of a beautiful thing. And
sorry, you just very casually were like, some of us are going to go to Mars. Like,
I'm going.
You're going to Mars?
Yeah, we've worked it out with Max in 2 years. Yeah. No, I just know that I can't say that in my lifetime a human being won't go to Mars. I think that's going to happen. You should read the papers. But, and only a guy my age says read the papers.
No, you should read the papers.
I love telling my young staff, what they saying in the papers?
What are the rags saying about me?
What are the rags saying about
me? Do you ever bring your family on these trips?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Do you, when you
gotta keep the different families separate?
Yes, yeah, that's the thing. What Conan doesn't say is that he does have secret families in all of these countries.
This
helpful.
Is the way I meet them,
yeah.
and then I say I've got to go. And Papa. There are badly proportioned children all over the world.
Do you, but when you do travel with your family, do you turn off the desire? Do you?
Not as much as I probably should.
Yeah.
Because I have very lovely kids and a beautiful, smart wife, and sometimes she's really good at being like, let's tone it down, and in the way that more people should. But I do not. No, my wife is very busy. My kids are in school, so it wouldn't be practical to say, "Hey, come watch your dad." get made up as a Viking and go sit in a van and it's 11 degrees.
Yeah.
That's not fun for them.
No. Well, this has been fun for us, and I just quickly do want to say, in a moment of sincerity, that your comedy and how you have done your comedy has been like a massive inspiration to me, and I would venture to say the 1,800 people in this room, like your influence on now many generations of comedians, and your generosity of spirit, how you have lifted so many comedians up, given people opportunities as writers, as performers, people will look back and realize what the level of influence you've had on all of us. And you continue to be fucking hilarious. This show is so funny.
Thank you.
And I'm excited for everybody to see it.
Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, one more time, Conan O'Brien.
And thank
Conan
you.
O'Brien must go.
Nick Kroll. Thank you, Nick Kroll. Thank you, Nick Kroll.
April 18th on Max. Thank you, Conan.
Jake, it's so nice to meet you, man.
Lovely to meet you too.
Yeah,
man.
we just was talking about our beer games, and I feel like we bonded a little bit.
A beard game and beer talk is very important.
Yeah,
it should
really
never
is.
be dismissed.
We should let each other know that more often.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think the maintenance factors and making sure you get the right combs and things like that. Very important facts. Oils. Yes, exactly.
You guys are getting this here.
Yes.
Peep game.
just keep falling asleep.
All right, so let's talk about Roadhouse.
Yeah.
I saw the movie.
Yeah.
Loved it. Absolutely.
It's great, right? It's fun.
It's
fun.
so fun. But somebody tells me I was told that you were are a super huge fan of Roadhouse. Like you grew up watching it, like it's a cult classic. You know what I'm saying? Like, can you talk to me about the differences between that original cult classic and what you guys try to do with this one?
Well, I'm an enormous fan of Patrick Swayze, have been since I was a kid. And then I worked with him and had the honor to work with him when we did this movie, Donnie Darko. And he was so good to me. And then from then on out, throughout the years, he was always, him and his wife Lisa, always so supportive and loving of me. And so, yeah, I mean, look, you're talking to a person who's watched Point Break over probably 250 times.
Yeah.
And that's probably a low number. I don't even know. I watched it so many times. I have also subsequently, because of my sister, watched Dirty Dancing exorbitant amount of times, and have then become a convert. I love Dirty Dancing, and Roadhouse is just another one of those. I mean, each one of the movies that he made, who he was and what he exuded, is just so clear. He's just a massively charismatic human being. That's what he was. And so, yeah, Roadhouse is one of those things. And I remember as a kid seeing the poster, not really knowing fully what it was, and then seeing clips of it on TV and moments and stuff. And I didn't really see the whole full movie until I was probably in my teens. And then when Doug Lyman, who I've been friends with for 15 plus years, came to me, we were talking about another project. He said to me, I also just got this new sort of reimagined script for Roadhouse, and I literally, he couldn't finish his sentence, and I was like, I'm in. I was like, that sounds like the craziest idea, I'm in.
Yeah.
And I don't know what it was my instinct, maybe it was something else from somewhere else saying, this feels right to me. A lot about having fun, a lot about entering in a world that I feel like, I love getting into worlds that I wouldn't necessarily find myself in, in films. And so that just offered it to me. It was it felt fun and colorful and joyous. And I was like, I'm in. I usually hem and haw about, what it is, and I didn't hear.
Yeah, that's incredible, man. And I love what you said about the joy of it, because I was watching it on the plane ride over here, and I was just like, ooh, This is like my blood was pumping.
It's fun. Yeah, it's so fun.
You want to talk about like charismatic though? Like Conor McGregor.
I know. The movie's like it's happening, right? You go on and you're like, oh, this is cool. Okay, this is fun. This is fun. This is fun. It's like, where's this gonna go? And then all of a sudden, Conor comes in.
Conor comes in and just
I know.
takes it to a whole nother level.
I know.
And what's incredible is that like I believe this is his first feature film that he's in. That's not a documentary, obviously about himself.
Yes.
Can you talk to me about like you're in the movie that he decided to kind of like make his first feature-length movie, and how is that?
I've had a couple of moments, like I've had many moments gratefully in my career like this, but not like this. I remember being on a press tour with Eminem, and I was sitting there next to like Eminem, you know what I mean? Like I was just like, this is my job. Like this isn't, I would ever have thought that this would have ever happened, And it was the same thing in a way, when he said he was gonna do it, I remember getting the call. And I remember being so excited, and then sort of immediately after terrified.
I was terrified before coming in here, but I thought he was gonna be here.
But I was also like, oh wow, we have to like fake fight, but like I know what that entails, And it was just, he the first thing he said to me when we talked on the phone was he said, I'm a white belt in this, in making movies and acting, and I'm here to learn.
Wow.
And I thought, wow. I mean, and I think that's what the martial arts brings out. And they call it the arts, martial arts, for a reason. It's an art, and this is the arts. And so there's some sort of connection there. And I think we found it, I think we found it together. And it was really amazing to see why somebody exceeds in their craft. They exceed in their craft because they maintain that humility.
Right.
Obviously, you don't always see that in his before a fight and have brashness and all this stuff, but I think within the ring it has to be maintained because they have to listen to that instinct. In all those moments, they have to listen to that instinct, and he does. And he was just wonderful to work with on set. Wonderful.
That's incredible. Well, like you're no stranger to like films that have to do with physicality, like fighting. Like Southpaw immediately comes to mind. And as an actor, you do the work in your body and like the way you train. But working with someone who is as seasoned as Conor and like doing it for real, my first question to that is like, to Conor, how does he think you did? But I want to know like, in your eyes, like, do you think you kind of like did right by Conor? Did you talk about that? Did he give you like a thumbs up, like you got it?
Look, I mean, I think in the fight game, and fight fans are gonna, they're meticulous in how they watch and they know and how and very aware of that. I think Conor would be like, yeah, no, he did great. I think he did great, because he's always like, he's supportive. I think, when I look at it, I'm always like looking at what you could do and how you could change, but that's how it is when you watch anything you do, or he's like, but I think what we've done on this movie is, particularly with the impact and the fighting, the punching, it's never been done before. And Garrett Warren, Steve Brown, who are our stunt coordinator, fight coordinator, respectively, Doug Lyman, our director, and our special effects group, came up with the process where like punches have never been seen like this before.
Yeah.
So to me, when I see it, I'm very proud of that. We worked very hard to try and make these fights fun and entertaining, but also feel like have an audience look and not see something different than they've ever seen before.
Right. That's incredible, man. And like I don't want to spoil anything. The POV shots.
Yeah.
Holy God.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's incredible how that was put together, and it feels very real in its physicality, in its connection. Like I felt like I was watching something I've never seen before.
Well, now you know what it's like to be face to face with Conor McGregor.
That's where the fear comes in.
Yeah. I mean, the first shot we ever did was me, like literally the headbutt scene. That was the first time I ever did anything with Conor. That's the thing also on set.
Yeah.
It's like, I remember people craning their necks when he came on set. It was like everybody gathered around, just like, it was really cool. It was very cool.
Yeah. Doug Lyman said that this is a career-defining role for you. What do you say to that?
I mean, coming from him, that's so flattering. I mean, he's worked with so many incredible people, and he's incredible himself. I mean, we're friends. So he always said to me, I want to, we'll have dinner, we'll see each other all the time. And so in that way, he's like, I want to capture in a movie what I see in you when we're just hanging out. And in that way, I think the fact that he feels he's done that, it's hard for me because it's hard to have a perspective on any of that stuff, but it means a lot, and it means a lot coming from him. And I love this movie.
Yeah.
So,
what does South by Southwest like means to you, like in terms of the industry, this film?
Yeah. No, I think it's an incredible place. First of all, Austin as a city, I've visited many times. Two of my best friends live here, and so I've spent a lot of time here, and I love the energy here, always have. And that same energy is what South by Southwest is, this love of the arts, love of cinema, love of that form of expression. And, I've been here, this is now my third time, and every single time, it's just people wanting to have fun, enjoying each other, enjoying movies, and it doesn't ever take itself too seriously, but it does know that the craft is serious. And that's what I love about South by Southwest.
See, I think we could like wrap up on that one. That was a good one. Love it. Thank you so much, Jay.
Okay. Oh, yeah. As Austin said, I'm Stacey from The Hollywood Reporter, and I'm going to waste not another moment before we bring these amazing people on stage, starting with actor Stephen Root. Actor Ajay Naidu. Actor David Herman. Over here, David. Yeah. He's taking the long way. Okay. Actor Ron Livingston. And the man without whom none of us would be here today, writer, director, and also actor, Stan. He played the Tchotchkes manager, Mike Judge. You can now be seated, gentlemen. You're so polite. Thank you so much. So, I had a question to ask the crowd. How many people in this room saw Office Space in the theater? Not enough people. Not enough people. How many people caught up with it on Comedy Central and DVD? Okay. So safe to assume everyone has seen this movie and that's why you're here. Okay, good. Before we begin, I want to acknowledge the amazing Gary Kroll, who had a family obligation and couldn't be here today, but his Bill Lumbergh, the sweet, sweet performance of Bill Lumbergh. Thank you so much, Gary. And also, I want to acknowledge a young woman named Jennifer Aniston, who also appeared in this movie. She played Joanna, and she also couldn't be here today because she's Jennifer Aniston, which is a pretty good excuse, actually. So, on to Office Space, and thank you all for being here. It's no small thing to get on a plane, to take 2 days away from your families, so we really greatly appreciate your time and being here with us. So, I'm not sure how many of you know the fledgling history of Office Space, but it began in 1991, when Mike was a musician and a fledgling animator. This is pre-Beavis and Butthead. And you made a short film called Office Space featuring Milton. And this, of course, was based on your experience working as an engineer. Jumping ahead 5 years, you had an overall deal at Fox after you had become a big deal from Beavis and Butthead. Let's give that some applause. I mean, it's the best, right? And the network president of Fox, Peter Chernin at the time, saw this feature, this short, and he thought this would make a great movie. So Mike, take us to your initial conversations with Peter Chernin. What was it that he liked about the movie? And what interested you most in translating this to a feature, but also what did you want to avoid in making this particular feature? And this was your live action debut as a director.
Yeah, well, so Peter Chernin saw, I actually did 3 more shorts after the first kind of homemade one. He saw them all and yeah, he said this should be a movie. I actually didn't, my first reaction was like, well, what, just a movie about Milton? And then I started thinking, like, Milton, you know, I love the character. I don't know if, he's one of those characters you kind of don't want to know what happens outside of when you see him.
Like Milton After Hours is kind of scary, right?
Yeah, and I mean, it was sort of based on not any one-to-one, but there was a guy at my first engineering job. I'd been an engineer first, and he was this weird guy, not named Milton. No one talked to him. He worked in logistics or something, and one day I was kind of bored, and I just said, hey, let's call him Steve. How's it going? And he just launched into this whole thing where he's saying, like, well, if they move my desk one more time, I'm quitting. I had my fishbowl over by the window, and he just went on and on. That's where it started.
Thank you, Steve, wherever you are. Thank you, Steve.
So anyway, yeah, so they actually brought some writers in to pitch stuff, and I didn't really like anything, and it sat on the shelf. And then they came back to me and said, well, what if it was a movie like an ensemble cast, like Car Wash? And I said, yes, okay, I mean, what I was going to do when I was making those animated shorts was just a series of office characters. It was going to be Milton, Lumbergh, and I had some other ones before Beavis and Butthead took over my life. But yeah, so that's how it started. And then I said, okay, that I can do. And then I started writing. I started writing it in like January of '96. I just wrote a treatment, and they said, yes, this is good. And then wrote the screenplay like a year later.
Very good. And when it got to the phase of doing a table read, I know you had always had David in mind to play Michael Bolton for obvious reasons, clearly. And you knew both Stephen and David from then King of the Hill was already airing. So tell me about what you remember about the table read. Specifically, Stephen, I know you subbed in for Mike doing Milton. Mike was supposed to do Milton, but then you brought your extra special pizzazz. Yeah. What do you remember about the table read?
I was going to do the...
Hypnotist.
Yeah, the Hypnotist.
And one
of the Bobs, I think, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So
you're a utility player. We were going to hear from you a few times.
Which we do on King of the Hill all the time. You know, we'll do our main guys, and then we'll do a post office worker or something. So I was prepared for those, and then Mike decided he wanted to hear it. You wanted to hear it, right? He wanted to hear it. And
did you do Milton's affect that day, where you sort of experimented with the lisp and his bizarre eccentricities?
He showed me the little 2-minute pencil sketch, and then I gave it a little more lisp and.
And this was, but I just wanted, just to Stephen's credit, you had never seen it. We're like 15 minutes out starting. And I just kind of panicked, like because I did the voice. I was like, I don't want to, Stephen, I just had this epiphany that Stephen, I'd gotten to know him well enough that he would do something really great with it. And I said, can you just, and we went into another room, I put the VHS in and I could just see, sorry, but go ahead.
I still have the VHS, actually, of that little thing. But yeah, no, I said, thanks for the prep. And we went and did it. And we
You're
went
used
and
to
did
it, though. You were an experienced actor at that point.
Oh, it was fun. I mean, I had a blast. I had more fun doing that and the dying hypnotist.
That was a flashy role, that poor man in that one scene. And David, you were on Mad TV at the time, if I'm not mistaken. What do you remember about the table read? And I remember you saying that you had some trouble getting away from Mad TV in order to do the film. Is that true? You were on contract and had a little issue with Fox?
No comment.
He was on King of the Hill, too.
Mike,
yes, he was on King of the Hill, too.
Mike had originally seen me in the porn version, Orifice Space, in which we gangbang a vending machine, and he just felt it was so moving. That's how I got the role.
There's going to be a lot of this coming up, so this is a good precursor to of much to come from David. Thank you, David, for that wonderful anecdote. So, by the time that you kind of workshopped the script after the table read, it was a go, okay? Now, Ron, hello, Ron. So nice to see you. At this point, you were on the heels of Swingers, which we all love, and your career was, yes, applause Swingers. Your career was taking off, but not perhaps to the degree the studio wanted in its leading man for this project.
Not even close.
Not even close. I was trying to be nice about it. They did not want Ron in this movie, just over their dead bodies. So you did audition with Nancy Klopper, the wonderful Nancy Klopper. Tell me what you remember about your audition that made an impression on her, so much so that she called Mike, who at the time was in New York meeting with Matt Damon to play the role of Peter. I know. It's ridiculous to even think about it.
Who are you people? It's Matt Damon! How dare you!
He still thinks he's on Mad TV, you guys. Like, he can't let it go. But Ron, what do you remember about your audition where you thought, okay, I'm going to do something clever. I'm going to do something that's going to make an impression and hopefully win over the doubters?
I don't even know if it was that so much as the scene. It was the scene where the Bobs come in and the memo, and I'm sitting at the desk, and to me the tone of it and the humor of it is that he's trying to do this thing and he keeps getting interrupted. And it's kind of impossible to play that if you're just standing looking at a camera or if you're sitting in a chair, which most
right. This is back in the day when you can put yourself on tape.
Oh
Everyone's in front of the
yeah.
camera.
You get your pager goes off. You know, you call the service. They say you have an audition. You have to drive to get. We didn't have fax machines. Yeah, it was a long time ago. But so Nancy had a desk in the back corner of the room, and I just said, would you mind if can we turn the camera around and can I sit at the desk? Can we do it at the desk? And I had been temping for several years.
So I was going to ask if you had ever had an office job, because actually a lot of actors have not.
I had a ton of them, and most of them were great, honestly. If you're a temp and you know that you're going to leave at any time, that's actually really fun.
No commitment.
Yeah. And the tone of it, I just loved the tone of it. You know, it reminded me of all the kind of old Jack Lemmon comedy stuff that I, used to love. And yeah, so we did it, and I could tell Nancy liked it. And then they called me and started telling me all the reasons I wasn't going to get it.
And correct me if I'm wrong, wasn't there a mention of you having to get in shape and lose weight for this
I
role?
got a call. They were going to
Did not come from me.
Not from Mike, no.
No, I did. On a Friday, I got a call. They were going to screen test me on Tuesday, and my reps all called me on a group call and said, they want to know if you'll fast until the test. And I laughed, and nobody else laughed. And then they were like, it's a real question. And I was like, I don't know, I'll try. I think I went out and jumped rope on the deck for 15 minutes. Went to bed without any eating that night, and then I gave it up the next morning. I was like, I can't do this.
Well, there's so much to, as the kids say now, unpack about that request. We don't have time for that, but we're so glad you stuck to your guns.
Thank you.
And Ajay, you auditioned in a kind of more traditional sense, and you had just done the Richard Linklater movie Suburbia, also filmed in Austin, if I'm not mistaken. And I was really interested to know the character of Samir, Mike, correct me if I'm wrong, you had written to be Iranian, but then you settled on his being from Jordan because to you that felt more timely. And tell me, Ajay, how you, first of all, did you have any sense of this type of character? Did you know someone who worked in offices? And did you kind of research this specific type of guy?
Yes, I knew so many of these dudes. Like all my like cool DJ friends at the time that were like, you know, playing like really forward-bound electronic music were also big IT dudes on the side.
This is in New York, probably, right?
In New York, okay. India, worldwide. You know, so it was kind of like, you know, they were very dichotomous. You know, I mean, in their existence, you know, they'd be like, yeah, I was going to go to the rave, and then in the morning, okay, time to go for, you know, and then off they'd go to do their thing. But no, it's very interesting because I always try, if I'm gonna play another guy, someone away from myself, it's always important to know where this person learned their English, right? So. Jordan, I was like, who's the guy that I know, a dude who kind of talks like that, and he's like this kind of interesting, you know, it's like Middle Eastern, and I was like, I gotta figure out what that accent is, and I remember talking to Mike and saying like, look, I really want it to be specific. I don't want it to be like that's the Middle Eastern dude, that's the Indian guy or whatever it is. So I talked to Mike and he was like, well, we can find a coach and we could do it. You know, we can figure it out. And then when I went and started sort of studied it, then I realized, oh, this is very specifically a Jordanian accent. So that is something I worked on. But yeah, I knew a lot of these dudes. Yeah.
That was a lot of research. You did a lot of research. Yeah.
Give it up for Jordan.
Give it up for Jordan.
Sorry, that was a very long-winded. It was a very long-winded answer. I'm sorry.
It was not long-winded. It was very packed with information, which we appreciate.
Okay.
So jumping ahead, it's I think May of '98, spring of '98. You began production. You had 2 weeks in Austin. What were your first 2 weeks to rehearse? What were your first impressions of each other as an ensemble when you were on? Because you had sort of disjointedly joined the project at different times. When you finally gathered as a group, what did you think of each other, and who was the weirdest?
I remember just feeling like, oh, I hope these guys don't freeze on set. I just really hope they don't fuck this whole thing up, because I'm good. I hope they just don't fucking freeze up, because I was a lot of money on the line.
I wasn't used to being around guys that made me laugh that much all the time. So like my face hurt all the time in rehearsal. I was like, oh God, stop it. They're relentless.
No, these were all great character actors. We all had a blast. We loved each other immediately. We didn't have to worry about it.
Steve,
100%.
Those rehearsals where we would just go in and like kind of just dick around for the first probably hour.
Kind of like Peter's 15 minutes of the day where he just stares at the wall.
You know, but I think it really kind of took the edge off, and we got to know each other a little bit better. And
it was a weird time for me because Phil Hartman had just passed, right before we did this movie at the end of a news radio season. So it was a weird headspace, but it was a great place to be, to just go let it out.
And Stephen, in terms of the, I guess, physicalization of Milton, tell me about the glasses and what other sort of physical prep you did to inhabit this very, very strange man.
Well, Mike maybe can tell you more about the glasses. Did you come up with the glasses, Mike?
Yeah, and I know that wasn't too fun for you. I just kept saying thicker.
And by the time we did it, I literally had contacts behind this thick a glass.
Yeah, they had
and
contacts.
I had no depth perception. So whenever I had to reach for something, I had to practice it. I had to practice reaching for the Because I had no clue. Yeah.
So you almost destroyed your vision for this project.
Yes, ma'am.
Wow. That's a devoted artist, very much so.
No, it was great though. I loved that affectation for him, and the
100%.
fact that he never washed any of his clothes. His ties were gravied. Yeah.
There's a lot going on with poor Milton.
Yeah.
Speaking of acting, Mike, tell me what went into the decision to play Stan, the tchotchkes manager, and what level of terror did you have acting opposite one of the most popular people working in television at that time, Jennifer Aniston?
High level of terror, for sure. So that came about, that was a very last-minute addition to the script.
Because you had a local casting person here too, working for some of the side characters, right?
Yeah, a lot of great local actors. The guy, Todd Duffy, who played the cheery waiter guy, was actually on Barney, which is done in Dallas. And I added that at the last minute, auditioned a bunch of people. I've run into one of them since, and it's always sort of like, why did I waste my time when you put yourself in? But I did, if you've all seen the movie, everyone was trying to make it big and goofy and funny, and I just had this specific thing that was like an imitation of a orchestra conductor I had. It was just really passive aggressive and just. And I just couldn't get anyone to do it, and then I just thought I'll play it myself, and then almost immediately regretted it.
But the casting person said perfect, and you were locked in at that point.
Yeah, so I put myself on tape. I legitimately auditioned for myself, and then I showed it to Nancy Klopper and Daniel Rappaport at the same time, and Nancy, I think, was about to say she didn't like it, and Daniel Rappaport said, "Oh, you got to do it. That's great. That's it," and I just I just said, okay, I'm going to do it. But it was interesting because I had this wig and mustache and came to set and nobody recognized me. I mean, we'd been working 16-hour days, and I saw a whole other side to some of the people. In fact, Daniel Rappaport was like, I said, "Daniel, what do you think?" And he looks at me and he's like, doesn't say anything and starts to walk away. I said, "Daniel," and he's like stumbling over cords to get away from me and find somebody to throw me off the set.
So you said mission
It's Mike
accomplished.
Judge. But yeah.
And what was it like working with Jennifer? She told me once that she had a crush on you while you were filming.
I didn't get that sense at all. I think when she flipped me off in that scene, it felt very real. No, it was great. I mean, she is really a great comedy actor, great comedy timing. She added a lot to the whole thing. Like her and Ron, there was some stuff there in the car when they're getting pissed that was like really good. That was kind of spur of the moment, and she was great.
She did well for herself. She did very well.
Yeah, she did better than all of us.
She did. All of us combined in this room. Speaking of Jennifer, another fun fact, Jennifer and David went to high school together in New York.
Yeah, I remember Jennifer said, "Oh, David Herman, he is an intense, great drama actor."
Yes. She even went so far as to tell me
I'm not surprised.
he was a brooding, quiet genius. I was a sophomore. He was a senior. I was sort of madly in love with him, but also terrified at the same time.
Yeah.
What do you say to that?
No.
Day.
Yeah, I know. All right, Mike, you want to tell the Madonna story?
Oh, yeah.
Wait, no, save that.
Mike story?
Oh, yeah.
Wait, no, save that.
You know.
Save that for later. That's the capper.
Really?
That's
Can't
the
forget
third
that.
act punchiness. So save that. Okay. So during filming, Mike, you have said that this was a very stressful experience for you. It was your first live action feature, obviously. But the studio wasn't loving what they were seeing. And in one aspect, they said Ron needed to smile more.
That's the best. It's a comedy.
It's a comedy.
Why aren't you smiling?
Smile.
Why aren't you smiling?
And Ron, you told me that you were David. This is not Mad TV, David. Ron, you have said that you were worried about being fired.
I wasn't at all.
You weren't?
I would have smiled more if I was worried. I had no idea, really. I was kind of I remember, Mike, you came to me kind of like, Ron, we're just getting some notes. And, you know.
I just wanted to be able to say, yeah, I talked to him.
I was so clueless. I was kind of like, oh, well, those don't make any sense. And then, and so then one of the execs from the studio kind of came and had a little talk with me. And I think I was used to doing an independent film where there was no such thing as a reshoot. And I felt like, well,
no
we've
studio
already shot
execs,
this for
right.
4 or 5 days, so they can't possibly replace me.
Oh, they can always replace. They can always replace. And Mike, was it uncomfortable for you to have to be the intermediary between that feedback when you knew that, of course, Ron was doing exactly what you needed him to do, but the studio wasn't really getting it yet?
No, I mean, they had a different vision for it, I guess. I mean, the thing I loved about Ron's performance, and the reason that a lot of people auditioned, including some big shots, but they all either did. There were two versions that seemed to happen. It was either like Dawson's Creek type guys who were just always like, hey Milton, maybe we could turn that down. Yeah. And just like, or you would get like these guys who were just like, oh, I can't stand it here. And to me, like the whole thing when I worked in those jobs I didn't think that I was better than that place.
Right.
And
it was like a confidence thing.
Yeah, I was just like, I was happy for the job, which made it even worse because like I guess this is as good as I can get. And I think I was kind of thinking of actors like Charles Grodin, and I remember you might have even said something after you had already gotten the part, and that you were kind of thinking that way too.
Oh, that's one of my guys.
Yeah,
Charles and Jack Lemmon, the everyman sort of character, right?
Yeah, no one else played it like that.
Well, we're so glad. We're so glad you stuck with it. So one of the most iconic scenes, enduring scenes, is of course the printer scene.
Again,
Yes.
better in the porn version.
Better.
The vending machine. There isn't an orifice. Sorry.
I so appreciate the energy he's giving. I'm so grateful, David. Thank you so much. So the printer scene was inspired by a real vitriol that you, Mike, felt for an actual printer while you were writing Beavis and Butthead, the movie. What was your dream scenario for shooting this? And I know that there were some challenges on the day that made it a little bit different from what you envisioned in terms of camera work and cinematography and also location. So tell me how you navigated that.
Yeah, what I remember, so that was the second day of shooting. Oh, wow. And I mean, this was, like the immediacy of it, you get this, it's like, okay, Jesus, each day costs like $200,000 or something. And you get there and it's like, I had imagined it, we shot really early in the morning because I'd imagined the sun was going down and it was like this celebratory thing and it was overcast. And then I started to think, wait, this is actually kind of perfect. Like it's more like angry feeling or something. And so I kind of went with that, and that Ghetto Boys song was just playing in my head. It's called Still Die Motherfuckers. And then I remember talking to these guys and like, I don't know, I was trying to be a director, like just think of something you hate so much. They're like, no, we got this. And once we started, and then Tim Scherstedt, he goes, it would be cool. Like
he's the cinematographer,
yeah,
right?
cinematographer, greatest. And he said we could dig a hole and put the camera down there and just put sandbags in the side of the printer and just see these guys beating the shit out of it. And just the energy was so amazing. And Ajay, remember you had Ajay does that amazing kick.
There are lots of amazing kicks. Your range was amazing.
David Herman almost I'll just say one, like, I was a first-time director. I'm like, hey, David, just jump up in the air and just stomp on it. And it broke, and he slipped, like almost could have easily lacerated himself. And my first AD, Rip Murray, goes, what he said, something like, okay, Mr. Landis, referring to that. I was like, oh shit, I gotta be really careful here. Almost severely injured David Herman. But anyway, yeah, Ajay, what was it, the stunt guy?
He was amazing. This stunt and fight guys were so cool because they kind of like infused it with this kept in effort overcome thing. I remember there's, he showed me how to pass the bat or move him out of the way with the bat. He's like, don't get in his, don't try to do anything. Just be like, this is my turn. You know what I mean? It's just like, when you're really doing somebody, you know what I mean? You got to think, I think I told this story one time. Like I was out front of this is gonna be a little bit long-winded. I was out front of this cigar store in New York, and inside the place were these like really, really scary dudes. And I didn't even realize I was there. And this guy comes out and he's like, "Hey man, come in here." And I was like, "Oh, what's going on?" And I went in there, and he was like, brought me in, and he showed me the guys, and they were like, "Look who it is." And they were like, "Oh, yeah." I just want to tell you, we thought it was very authentic, the way that you did the thing. And I was like, thank you. Thanks
These
very
are
much
some
for having me in.
Like Little Italy types we're talking about here?
Yeah.
Yes.
Sure. Hey,
they know their stuff.
They look like they were involved.
Well, needless to say, that scene is more indelible than ever. So
no, but that kept in the kind of kept in rage until he is allowed, until Michael's allowed to and then for us, then for Ron and I to be like, "Oh man, that's too bad." Like, no, don't let yourself go. Don't let yourself get out of hand, man. You don't need to lose yourself to beat the shit out of this printer. You know what I mean? Come on, man. But then he goes back for another one. Back, you know what I mean? So and that immediately showed this kind of I thought, incredible camaraderie and sort of love between them, because it's like this, it's a real contradiction in the way it's done.
I think we made the decision on the day that you wouldn't actually.
Yeah.
You were
going to hold back.
I felt strongly that I shouldn't hit the thing, and I remember that,
it's a
first
gift.
AD was kind of like, "We're here if you need to do this," but it really felt like, no, this is like I'm blooding these guys. You know what I mean? And this is where,
yeah.
I don't know. It just felt like a
gift
thing
for us.
It was a
You know what I mean? Go ahead, guys. Take it out.
Stephen, I'd love to talk about the stapler. The iconic red stapler. And I know that there was, yes, let's give the stapler some applause. The unsung hero of this production.
Swing line, yes, let's hear it.
So I know originally you had tried to license either the Boston or Bostish staplers, but they wouldn't allow you to use the branding. So then you had to shift to Swingline, but they didn't make a red. So tell me about having to adjust to that and what the prop masters did on set.
I learned all this stuff afterwards because the prop guy had made a swing line that was very thin. It was, and the ones they finally made later on were a different model than we had used in the movies. Is that right?
Yeah, no one made a red stapler.
Right.
I just wanted it to stand out, just because everything's kind of gray and staplers were all in shades of gray. And then we also moved the Swingline logo to the side, so
right.
You could see it. So when they finally, Swingline ended up making red staplers because there were people making them and selling them on eBay, and they were selling so many. Wall Street Journal did a whole thing about it, and then they put it on the top, and then people started complaining, and finally Swingline, I think, makes them where it's on the side now.
No, they would send them to me to sign for a long time, and then when I would do different TV shows or whatever, I'd go into the first AD's office, and there'd always be a box of staplers for me to sign on set, which was amazing.
So sweet. So now we know not what to give you for the holidays.
I have enough.
You have enough.
Okay.
So before we talk about release and the final product of the film, Mike, I would like to talk about, and I'll say the discussions you had with Tom Rothman about using rap on the soundtrack, which for me is one of the best parts of the movie. It's hard to imagine it without it. Tell me about navigating that, but also how a focus group sort of swung the favor toward your direction, and ultimately his saying, "Fine, we'll let Ghetto Boys and Ice Cube."
Well, I love Tom Rothman. The movie wouldn't have happened without him. He put his ass on the line, put the money in. He did have a lot of opinions that were different than my opinions, but one of the big ones was, his battle cry the whole time, including wanting Ron to smile, was, "I just want it to be fun." And I would say, well, I think it is fun, and yeah, but he hated the gangster rap stuff, and
You had written the script listening to Ghetto Boys, so it was sort of like informing your whole...
Yeah, I kept thinking about. I mean, the thing that's funny, like, I mean, that music at that point, it had been in a lot of the kind of gangsta movies, but I hadn't seen anyone use it just purely for the energy and the anger of it, and it just seemed to me like it would be really funny. You know, I had the thing in the beginning where David Herman locks the door when he's rapping along. Like I'd had that. I didn't lock not the lock the door thing, but I remember driving I bought a Saab when I first got money. I don't know why, and I was listening to Ghetto Boys, and just I knew every lyric, and I thought, God, this just must look ridiculous to somebody. But I thought it'd make a funny scene in a movie, and then I thought maybe that is a theme. But yeah, so Rothman kept arguing and saying you got to take that song out, and finally I did something I probably should not have done, but it worked. I mean, I should have just said no. I'll take my name off the movie. That's the song. But I said, okay, if the next test screening, if the focus group says they don't like the music, I'll take it out, which I should not have done. But so it gets to the focus group, and the moderator, she was trying so hard to pollute the water. She goes, it gets to the question. She goes, so it's like 20 people, and it's in a theater, and we're behind them. And she goes, so what did you think about the music? And then all 20 of them just started going, oh, it was great. It was great. And she's going like this, and she goes, but what about some of the rap songs? And then, oh, it was great, and she's like, but maybe there were too many of them. And she tries to get somebody to nod along with her, like, but maybe, and they would not give her anything. And then she goes, was it, you think it was maybe a little too profane? And this one guy who was like 19, he just basically explains to her everything I'd been saying to Rothman. He goes, no, but that's what's cool about it. It's like these nerdy white boys, and the music's angry and everything. And to Tom Rothman's credit, like, I looked over, he was pacing the aisle like he always would.
So he was there for that?
Yeah, he was there. I was sitting, and I look over at him, and he just goes... And but he never said anything about it again. He kept his word, and so the music's in there.
If you watch the pilot, the trailer, is like Fatboy Slim. It's like, right about now, it's the Funk Soul Brother. I mean, they wanted like Chumbawamba for this thing, right? And that's what a wholly different movie this would be if it was right about now, it's the Funk Soul Brother.
I can't even. I think I've only watched the trailer once. I remember they sent me 14 versions of trailers, and I was actually like, oh, some of these aren't bad. And I remember writing down, I don't like number 7 and number 13, and get on the conference call. We really like 7 and 13. And I was like, oh, okay, I don't know.
Oh, the struggles.
It's tough.
So, opening weekend, February of '99. You know, Fox had a huge hit the previous summer with Something About Mary. So in a lot of ways, they were trying to kind of coast on that success with this movie. And the movie, of course, did not open to the gangbusters numbers that you were hoping for. And I think ultimately it made under 11-ish million. Is that right?
Sounds
around that time?
Right.
What do you remember about opening weekend? And obviously the way that we consume movies in '99 even vaguely doesn't bear any resemblance to even 10 or 15 years ago, but people went to movies opening weekend to see the movie. What do you remember about the way the movie was marketed and the way it was placed that made you feel uneasy, like we're not being set up for the success that you hoped for?
It was all, I mean, look, it's probably a tough movie to market, to be fair. I think, you know, it was R-rated, so they tried, I don't know, I've never even seen I think that, like I say, I saw the trailer once. I think at one point they were trying to do this like, ooh, it's so naughty trailer to make it like something about Mary, and it just didn't work. But no, I knew it wasn't gonna open big. I mean, part of me, the Beavis and Butthead movie was not supposed to, it was supposed to come in like 5th or 6th, according to the tracking. This one, and then miraculously it was like #1 and set a box office record. This, I was thinking like, oh, maybe something crazy will happen, and no, it didn't. But I mean, it was a bummer because I fought so hard for all these choices and for the cast and the music, and I just kind of felt like I let everybody down, and because it affects other people's careers too. It's like, oh God, did I just drag Jennifer Aniston down? And Ron's first movie as a lead, I think, right? Well, other than the little Indian one, but.
We love you, Mike. You didn't let us down.
Oh no, I'm
That's
fine
all that
now.
matters.
Yeah.
He's fine. He's fine.
It took me a couple of weeks to get over it.
So, though the movie didn't perform financially in the way you hoped, your profile sort of did rise. You had some big folks coming out of the woodwork to tell you that they love your work. So this is the segue to the Madonna story that I would love for you to share, as it also includes David.
Yes. Well, I kind of didn't want to hear how it did, and then I just didn't answer calls from my manager, and I'd seen that it had come in like 8th place or something, and then Michael Rotenberg, my manager, kept calling me, and he was saying, "Hey, can you call me back?" And then he said, the first thing that happened is I got an amazing message from Chris Rock that was just, I saved it for years, just saying how much he loved it, and he said, "You got to make another movie because everyone's going to steal your ideas. You got to keep making them." And then it was really nice. And then Rotenberg said, "Jim Carrey wants to meet you," and I was a huge fan. I'd never met him, and then just other people called. John Landis actually called. David Zucker and like all these, Amy Heckerling and all these people, like great directors that I looked up to. And then Madonna wanted to meet. She loved the movie and there was something she wanted me to direct. And I met with her, and she goes, "You know who my favorite character was?" And I said, "Milton?" And she goes, "No, that Michael Bolton guy." And she said, "There's just something sexy about how angry he is."
Yeah.
And then we were doing King of the Hill, and I said, "Dave, you're not going to believe this, what Madonna said." And David said, "Okay, you're going to have to tell that story." I can't tell that story. No one's going to believe it from me.
Well, believe it, because it happened, right?
Who's that? Jennifer Aniston and Madonna have a crush on me, everybody. Do any of you buy this?
Yes, we do. I love that. And for the actors, how did your careers shift and change? I know, Ron, you would go on to do Band of Brothers, which is a very different project. Amazing work in Band of Brothers. Did you see different roles coming in? Did you see different offers? Because this was, even though it wasn't like, quote, a box office hit, in the industry, I imagine people were like, this is fucking funny. And so you had fans probably percolating on the business side.
No.
Not so much? Oh. I was trying to set you up for success there. Okay.
No, it was when I booked it, and when we made it, it felt like there was a groundswell. But then when it didn't open, it was kind of like...
We're not going to let you do that again, Ron.
Yeah, it was a little bump. But it was just then a couple of years later, it started ratcheting up. I remember I was on the West Side, and I walk in and I see, and there's Dave Grohl. Dave Grohl comes walking up, and he's like, "Hey, I just got to say, Office Space changed my life." Right?
Why, was he in an office job before that?
I had no idea, and I couldn't. I was kind of so flustered at seeing Dave Grohl, I couldn't think of anything to say except, "Mine too."
And how about you, Ajay and Stephen and David? Did you start to see new work coming in, or did it kind of feel like, okay, I made another kind of cult classic?
That was really the busiest time I had was then. Because I was doing King of the Hill with Mike, doing the movie, got a call to do Tom Hanks's From the Earth to the Moon, and another sitcom. So it was like, I don't know whether it came from that, but a lot of stuff was happening around that time.
And Ajay?
When we were doing this, I was pretty busy, and then then this movie, when it didn't stay open, I was like, oh, that's too bad, because that was really, really good. You know what I mean? But then a year or so later, some huge dude on the ski lift was like, yo! And I was like, what? and then he was like, come on, man, the movie, I was like, oh, well, you saw that? Cool. You know what I mean? And then it started to become more and more. Career-wise, it's hard to. Sorry.
Yeah, did Gary Cole or any of the other guys come up to you guys and say, have people been coming up to you and saying stuff from the movie? Because they did for me and did for Gary. I'm sure they did
I
for
remember
you,
talking
Ron.
to Gary about that.
Yeah.
We were both puzzled, I think.
Yeah, we were.
Like, yeah.
Well, Gary had told me he had never had an office job. He only had serving jobs in restaurants. So he didn't understand how miserable office workers were until he became like the face of the devil of the office. So he was stunned to find this out. So he obviously went in the right job. He never had to have an office job. And David, your career has
I've
continued
remained
to
on the
rise.
same rung of celebrity ladder. I'm on the same rung as the dancing bear and the roller skating parakeet. I'm not joking. I do cameo. I do it for charity, by the way. So can I get a round of applause for that?
Dave Herman.
I do it for charity, but honest to God, there's a hippo from the Cleveland Zoo who has more followers than I do and charges 3 times as much as I do. They feed him heads of lettuce. Granted, I can't eat a head of lettuce in one swallow, but I'm learning so I can move up one celebrity rung for all of you.
I'll David Herman and I were walking down Congress like about 2 years after Office Space came out, I think it was, and this couple comes up to David and goes, oh my God, your movie Office Space, it changed my life. I quit my job, and they're saying this stuff, and then David points to me and goes, well, he wrote it and directed it, and they go, oh, hey. Yeah, anyway.
That sounds about right, unfortunately.
Which was
So,
fine with me, but-
David, before I forget to ask, did you ever get any feedback or I guess reaction from Michael Bolton about the way you described him as a no-talent ass clown? Because musicians can be a little sensitive about being cast that way. Did you ever have an interaction with him?
I've never met him,
Okay.
but honest to God, I'm scared if I do that he might kick my ass. and that would be the worst. Because he's like, what, 14 years older than me, too? And
He
and
seems like a
I don't think
fit
he's
guy.
well right now also, so I don't want to
Yeah.
joke about it, but he
Yeah.
probably could kick my ass.
We also appreciate the usage of him to make us laugh. And who didn't like a Michael Bolton song at some point? Me, really. No? Okay.
Herman, you came up with
We
ass
wish him
clown,
well.
though, right? You came up with that?
Did, because the original line was no singing asshole. And I think there was something legal
Yeah,
about
legal-
saying no singing like it's being...
Legal said don't say no singing, and they
So it
suggested
would
no
imply
talent.
that he's mini.
Oh yeah, maybe that would. But they
he
said,
didn't
how about
actually sing?
Saying no talent, which is meaner. And then
Legal
David,
was okay
David
with
was
that.
always like, you were always spicing up the cuss words in there.
Well, we
So ass
actually
clown.
had a guy come around saying that they were looking for the show, for the movie to have a PG-13 rating, and I was like, I'm single-handedly going to cuss like a sailor to the point where, and if you do look at those, whatever those warnings, parent warning things, they'll say strong language is why this has an R rating. Thanks to me. And I think there's one brief nudity, which means what? There's one case of underwear somewhere, right?
The breast exam
Oh, the
video,
breast exam.
which was stock footage from a PBS thing.
That's right.
Yes.
One case
Breast
of nudity.
Exam. Oh, Lawrence. We miss Lawrence, too. Okay, so Mike, the legacy of Office Space, as is evidenced by this room, is indisputable. We're so happy you made this movie. TPS reports have been referenced in such series as Lost, The Mandalorian, Rescue Me, and yes, even NCIS. I know. You've made it when it's a reference on NCIS. You also presciently predicted the so-called phenomenon of quiet quitting. Peter was the first person to quiet quit, and now it's a thing. So I'm just saying. I know. And in my opinion, you also created the blueprint for stories about office life that depict it as it is, which is miserable. and you were approached to adapt Ricky Gervais's The Office for American TV, and you said no, which I think is so baller of you. What are you proudest of having made this film, and how has its legacy made your life better?
Oh, boy. Well, I mean, I'm proud of the movie. Yeah, I mean, there were so many times where I wanted to, you know, early on was like, okay, I'm just going to pull the plug on this. It's too, why should I make such a weird movie? I don't know. It's, I don't know. I'm proud I stuck with it. Wait, what was the second part of the question?
No, just the legacy of this film, because it continues to reverberate. And by the way, Silicon Valley, amazing. Without this movie, we may not have Silicon Valley.
Yeah.
A lot of
true.
similar themes. But was it a real turning point for you as an artist to say, I have to stick with this. I know what I'm doing. I believe in. It's going to be funny. I just have to be given the freedom to do it the way I want to do it.
Yeah, well, once we were making it, I knew I had to stick to my guns. Otherwise, like, if you're not committing to what it's supposed to be, it was going to really suck. So that was good. I mean, it really was, to have it become successful, this delayed reaction was really probably like kind of the sweetest victory, because, you know, because like it comes out and then everyone's like, oh, I told you so, you shouldn't have cast those people, maybe next time you'll listen to us, and then gradually like, oh, wait a second, now it's like, it creeped into the, you know, back in these like home video days, it creeped into like the top 10, top 20, like 2 years after, and it'd be like Lord of the Rings, Harry Potter, like Office Space. So it really was nice vindication, and just I always love hearing people say they like it, just because, you know, I mean, we all committed to it and worked hard on it, and to have it fail at first makes it even better that
Agreed.
it succeeded later.
So in this era of reboots and revisiting previous work, I'd like to know what you think these characters are doing today. Let's start with Peter. Where did Peter end up? Are he and Joanna married, living in the burbs? What does their life look like now?
I don't know. He might be in an ashram somewhere. Or like,
his spiritual journey.
I'm not. He's probably still trying to figure it out.
Okay.
You know?
So the journey didn't end there. He became a seeker after his hypnosis.
Yeah, I think he's probably bouncing from one thing to the. He's probably in Nexium for a while. I don't know.
To another.
Well, either way, we know he's working remotely because he doesn't want to be working in an office. Right. And how about Samir? I feel like Samir got married to a nice girl. Had numerous children.
I always think of him as very wholesome. And like, you know, did well and stayed focused, and like, you know, he was a very nose to the grindstone. Had a very nice wife, very good couple kids, everything chill, just living there and being like, hey, how are you? Good. You know, very, very uneventful is what because I think he had to address his ire and rage.
Well, he wanted job security too. He said that if we're still doing this at 50, it's job security.
So he got that.
He got that.
And break dancing on the side, maybe.
And break dancing on the
side.
That's
weekend time. You know, now he's like a bit of arthritis and thing like that. But that's okay. You know, he still gets loose when he has.
I feel good about where Samir would be. And then Stephen, what possibly could be going on with Milton today? Is this something any of us can understand?
Milton is wedged between the bathroom door and the toilet, rotting away. That's what I think.
Oh, poor Milton. And David, where is your
Well,
alter
speaking
ego?
of which, we're very excited to tell you all we are doing a reboot. We're going to be doing Office Space the Musical on ice at the Chaparral Center. I'll give you just a taste. TPS. 3 little letters. Yet are met with apprehension. 3 little letters that elude all comprehension. TP. That's all you'll have to pay.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dave Herman. Dave Herman.
Thank you. I should say, Stephen isn't the strongest skater. So if you want to see Stephen, come to the opening night, because he's got quite a few numbers that require velocity, and we don't know if he'll be making it through the entire run. So please, come opening night. Thank you.
There have been 2 Office Space musicals done, and that was better than anything in both of them.
And Mike, I'd like to know, where do you think Lumbergh is these days? Is he retired? Is he living
God.
on a tropical island somewhere?
He died. No,
That's so sad.
Lot to do.
No, I think he's continued to fail, succeed. What do you call it? Rise to the level of his incompetence or something like that. I mean, all those kind of middle management people seem to do just fine.
And the one character I'm most interested to know what he's doing today is Drew, the O-face guy.
Well,
born again.
Born again Christian.
8 kids.
The actual actor, who I think is great.
He's a local hire, right?
No, he was actually in L.A. He's from Florida.
He's from Florida.
He started acting in was it SeaWorld or something, in one of those things, and he moved back to Florida, became a realtor, and now he's moved back to L.A. and he's going to act again. So we saw him. He was at one of the 20th things. Yeah,
I love it. I love a good comeback. Well, before we wrap, I just want to thank you, Mike, for making this movie, for trusting your gut.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. And thank you for casting such wonderful people in your movie, all of whom are lovely and hilarious and just good guys. And we really appreciate you being here. Happy 25th anniversary to Office Space. Thank you so much.
Thank
you so much. All right. Thank you.